Welcome to Love as a Choice, a werewolf fated mate romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There is snark, steam, and a mate bond neither of them asked for, but cannot escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you will find stories here that pull you in and do not let go. If you are into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you are in the right place. TM Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. Hit that subscribe button and let us dive in. Theo Cross did not believe in miracles anymore, but he still believed in good beer and better company. The bar was called Embers, a deliberate choice, he suspected, meant to evoke warmth and whiskey and those long conversations that only happen after midnight. From the moment he stepped through the revolving wooden door, a mellow haze of amber light pooled over the polished mahogany floorboards, casting the room in a soft, honey-colored glow. The scent of smoked oak mingled with a faint trace of spiced rye, while a low, steady hum of murmured conversations floated like a warm blanket. The air was warm, the kind of snug heat that clung to skin after a night of rain, making the chill of the city outside feel like a distant memory. The place seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, inviting everyone inside to shed the weight of daylight. It was dim inside, all polished wood and amber lighting that made everyone look a little softer, a little more forgiven. The kind of place where humans came to forget their day jobs, and wolves came to remember they were more than their titles. He would chosen a corner table, away from the main flow of foot traffic, but close enough to the bar that he could watch the door. The leather-upholstered chair was cool to the touch, a subtle contrast to the warm, steamy air that rose from the rows of glass mugs behind the bar. Callum was late, as usual. Callum was always late, and had been for the 15 years Theo had known him. It was part of his charm, careless confidence that came from running a pack so smoothly. He never had to rush. Theo nursed his porter and tried not to check his phone. The dark liquid swirled in his glass, a thick, velvety foam licking the rim, releasing a faint aroma of chocolate and roasted malt that reminded him of evenings spent in his grandfather's cellar. He was 34 years old, an alpha in his prime, respected by his pack and feared by his enemies. He should not be fidgeting like a teenager waiting for his prom date. Yet his fingertips tingled against the cool glass, the only sign of the restless pulse that beat beneath his calm exterior. The door opened with a soft, sighing creak that seemed to momentarily quiet the low-level chatter. Callum filled the frame, 6'3" of controlled power wrapped in a leather jacket that had seen better decades. The leather, worn and softened by years of weather, gave off a faint, smoky scent of gasoline and earth. His hair was longer than the last time they would met, pulled back in a knot that somehow made him look more dangerous instead of less. A faint draft of cold night air trailed behind him, carrying the distant echo of traffic and a hint of rain-slick pavement. Women turned to look. Men shifted in their seats. Callum noticed none of it, scanning the room with pale eyes until he found Theo. His grin was wolfish. "Cross, you look old." "You look late," Theo said, but he was smiling as he stood to clasp Callum's forearm. The contact was firm, the callous skin of Theo's palm pressing into the softer, almost velvety flesh of Callum's forearm, a brief but telling exchange of heat and pressure that said, without words, "I trust you." Callum dropped into the chair across from him, the wood groaning softly under his weight, and signaled the bartender with 2 fingers. "Same as him," he called, nodding at Theo's glass. "So, how is the kingdom? Stable? Boring? Exactly how I like it." Theo leaned back, letting himself relax for the first time in weeks. The leather of his chair creaked faintly as he shifted, a small reminder of the sturdy support beneath him. This was their ritual, once a year, sometimes twice if the politics got messy. They would meet somewhere neutral, catch up on territory disputes and pack dynamics, and all the small wars that never made it past the werewolf grapevine, Morrison still pushing his borders north. Nothing aggressive, just testing. He does that. Callum accepted his beer from a server who blushed when he thanked her. Probably sees your pack getting comfortable and wants to remind you he is there. I am aware he is there. He sends me a Christmas card every year. Callum laughed, a deep, resonant sound that rolled like a low thunder over the wooden tables, turning a few heads. "You are kidding." "I wish I was. Last year's had a picture of his grandkids. All 12 of them. Christ, that is not a pack, that is a village." They fell into the easy rhythm of old friends, the kind of conversation that jumped between serious strategy and absurd gossip without warning. Theo felt the tension in his shoulders start to ease, the tight cords loosening as if a gentle hand had massaged them. This was good. This was what he would needed. Just a night away from being Alpha Cross, protector and provider and perpetual problem solver. Just a night to be Theo, drinking beer with his friend, pretending the weight of leadership was not carved into his spine. "So," Callum said, after they would exhausted the topic of Morrison's breeding habits, "any personal news? Meet anyone?" Theo took a long drink, the bitter, caramel, leaden liquid sliding down his throat, leaving a lingering warmth that seemed to settle in his chest. "No. No, as in you have not met anyone, or no, as in you do not want to talk about it." "Both." Callum studied him with those two knowing eyes. "You are still waiting." It was not a question. Theo shook his head, the cool air of the bar brushing against his face as he exhaled a sigh that fogged briefly in the dim light. "I stopped waiting a long time ago, Cal. I am just living." "That is enough." "Is it?" Before Theo could answer, before he could figure out how to answer that loaded question, the lights in the bar dimmed slightly. A ripple of anticipation moved through the crowd like a soft wave, the faint scent of incense from the hidden diffuser becoming more pronounced, mingling with the lingering aroma of beer and cigarette smoke. Theo glanced toward the small stage in the corner, barely more than a raised platform with some microphones and amplifiers, the wood grain catching the muted light like a dark river. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Callum said, not sounding sorry at all. "They have live music here on Thursdays." Theo groaned, a low, humorless chuckle escaping his lips. "You could have warned me." "Where is the fun in that?" A man stepped onto the stage, late 40s maybe, with silver threading through his dark hair and the comfortable presence of someone who had been performing for decades. He adjusted his guitar strap, the leather creaking softly, and tested the mic with a soft tap, the sound crisp and bright in the hushed room. A smile spread across his face, the warm glow of stage lights catching the faint lines around his eyes. "Evening, folks," he said, his voice smooth and practiced, resonating with a low, buttery timbre. "I'm Danny Wright, and we have got some classics for you tonight. Hope you are ready to feel something." A few people clapped, the sound like distant rain on a tin roof, while most settled in, drinks in hand, ready to be entertained or at least pleasantly distracted. Danny started playing, something soft and bluesy that Theo did not recognize. The guitar wailed a gentle sighing melody, the notes hanging in the amber-lit air like wisps of smoke. His voice rose, warm and textured, filling the room without overwhelming it, each syllable scented with the faint aroma of bourbon and pine. Theo turned back to Callum, ready to continue their conversation. Then she walked onto the stage. Theo's words died in his throat. She moved like she was part of the music already, liquid and confident, dressed in black leather pants that hubbed her legs and high-heeled boots that clicked against the stage floor with purpose. The leather made a faint, crisp whisper with each step, a sound that cut through the hum of the audience. Her top was flowing and dark, loose enough to sway with her movements, but fitted enough to suggest the curves beneath. Dark red lipstick glistened, catching the stage lights and flashing like a tiny ember. Hair cascaded like a waterfall of black silk, catching the light and throwing back subtle violet highlights that seemed to pulse with the rhythm. She was not trying to be noticed. She just was. She picked up the second microphone, positioned herself slightly behind Danny, and waited. The consummate professional. Theo could not look away. "That is Layla," the woman at the next table whispered to her companion. "She is amazing." The song shifted. Danny's voice rose, carrying the melody of "Making Love Out of Nothing at All," and Theo expected to zone out, to return to his conversation, to literally anything other than sitting frozen in his chair, like a man who had forgotten how to breathe. Then Layla started singing harmony. It hit him in the chest like a physical blow. Her voice was smoke and honey, darkness and light, weaving around Danny's lead vocal with the kind of intuitive perfection that could not be taught. She sang not to the audience but through them, each note slipping into the gaps between the instruments like warm honey, dripping into cold tea. The timbre was rich, resonant, as if a low-grown cello had been poured into the room, and it vibrated the very air around Theo, making the amber light seem to flicker in time with her phrasing. His fingers tightened around his glass, the condensation slick as it dripped down the sides, and his heart thudded in his throat, a rhythm he had not felt since his teenage years, when he still believed the moon kept promises. This was not a mate bond. He would been around enough newly mated wolves to know what that looked like, the instant recognition, the golden pull, the certainty that arrived like lightning. This was different, softer, deeper, like his soul had been humming a song his whole life, and only now realized someone else knew the words. Theo. Callum's voice seemed to come from very far away, the words muffled as if filtered through a thick glass of amber liquid. Theo, are you good? He managed to drag his gaze away from the stage, blinking at his friend, the bar's low-frequency bass pulsing through his bones. What? Callum's eyebrows had climbed toward his hairline, the motion making a faint creak of his own brow furrow. You look like you just got hit by a truck. I am fine. You are not fine. You are. Callum followed Theo's gaze back to the stage, to Layla, and understanding dawned on his face. Oh, her. Theo did not answer. He could not, because Layla had stepped closer to her mic for a solo harmony line, her eyes closed, her whole body swaying gently with the music, and Theo felt it again, that sense of recognition that had nothing to do with destiny and everything to do with the terrifying possibility of choice. The song ended. Applause rolled through the bar, genuine and warm, a wave of clapping that sounded like distant surf on a night shore. Layla opened her eyes and smiled, a real smile, not a performer's mask, and even from across the room Theo could see the joy in it. She loved this. Loved singing, loved being on that stage, loved sharing something beautiful with strangers. Danny said something to her that made her laugh, and the sound of it carried over the crowd, bright and unguarded, a melodic chime that lingered in the amber-lit air, mingling with the scent of beer, leather, and the faint trace of incense, sealing the night as a memory as rich and textured as music itself. Theo was in so much trouble. You have to talk to her, Callum said. I do not. Yes, you do. After the set. You walk up there like the confident alpha you pretend to be, and you tell her she has an incredible voice. Cal. No. Callum's voice dropped, suddenly serious. Listen to me, brother. I have known you for 15 years. I have watched you lead your pack with more strength and wisdom than most alphas twice your age. I have seen you face down challengers without flinching. But I have never seen you look at someone the way you just looked at her. Theo opened his mouth, closed it, rubbed a hand over his face. It is not a mate bond. I know. The moon did not choose her for me. I know that too. So what am I supposed to? Choose her yourself, Callum said simply. That is what humans do, is not it? They choose. They take a chance. Maybe it is time you remembered how. The set continued. 4 more songs, each one showcasing a different facet of Layla's voice, playful on an old Fleetwood Mac cover, haunting on a Mazzy Star ballad, powerful on a Bonnie Raitt number that had half the bar singing along. She was a chameleon, adapting to whatever the song needed, always serving the music rather than her own ego. Theo could not stop watching, could not stop feeling. It was like someone had reached into his chest and turned on a light he would thought was permanently broken. When the set finally ended, Danny and Layla took their bows. The crowd gave them a standing ovation, or as close to one as a bar full of people with drinks could manage. Layla laughed again, tucking her hair behind her ear in a gesture that was somehow both graceful and awkward, like she had not quite gotten used to the attention even after years of performing. She stepped off the stage, heading toward the back corner where the band kept their equipment. Danny stopped to chat with someone at the bar, leaving her alone to pack up cables and microphone cases. Now, Callum said, his tone leaving no room for argument, before you think yourself out of it, I do not even know what to say. Start with your name, end with asking for her number. Everything in between is just filler. Callum made a shooing motion. Go. I will be here, judging you from a distance. Theo stood on legs that felt oddly unsteady. He was an alpha. He would face down rogue wolves and territorial disputes in pack challenges that could have ended in blood. He should not be nervous about talking to a woman. But his hands were shaking as he crossed the bar. She was crouched down, holding a cable with practiced efficiency, when a shadow fell over her. She glanced up, and Theo saw her eyes for the first time, dark brown, almost black, with little gold flecks that caught the light like stars. "Hi," he said, and immediately wanted to throw himself into traffic. "Hi?" That was the best he could do, but Layla smiled, standing up with the cable still in her hands. "Hi yourself. Did you enjoy the show? You were incredible." The words came out rougher than he would intended, scraped raw by honesty. "Your voice. It is. I do not even have words for it." Her smile widened, pleased and a little shy. "Thank you. That is really kind." "I am not being kind. I am being honest." He realized he was staring and forced himself to blink. "I am Theo, Layla." She offered her hand, and when he took it, her palm was warm and calloused in ways that spoke of guitar strings and microphone grips. The handshake lasted a beat too long. Neither of them pulled away first. "So, Theo," she said, her tone shifting into something playful, "do you usually lurk around stages complimenting singers, or am I special?" He huffed a laugh, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "You are special. I do not usually. I am not good at this." "At what?" "Talking to beautiful women who just carved my heart out with a song." The words hung in the air between them. Layla's eyebrows rose, but she did not look uncomfortable. If anything, she looked intrigued. "That is quite a line." "It is not a line. I do not have lines. I have a friend over there who dared me to come talk to you, and a complete lack of game, and the desperate hope that you might let me buy you a drink after you are done packing up." Layla glanced past him to where Callum sat, watching them with unabashed interest. Callum raised his glass in a mock salute. She laughed, shaking her head. "Your friend looks dangerous." "He is. But he is also right. About me needing to talk to you." She studied him for a long moment, and Theo felt weighed and measured in ways that had nothing to do with pack politics. Whatever she saw must have satisfied her, because she nodded slowly. "Okay, one drink, but I need 15 minutes to finish packing up." "I will wait." He would have waited all night, all year. However long she needed. "Presumptuous of you to assume I will not change my mind," she said, but she was smiling. "I am hoping you will not." She handed him the coiled cable. "Make yourself useful." "That goes in the black case by Danny's guitar." Theo took the cable like it was made of gold, and carried it to the case with more care than he would give in most things in his life. When he returned, Layla had moved on to breaking down the mic stands, her movements quick and efficient. They worked in companionable silence for a few minutes, Theo following her directions, Layla occasionally brushing against him as they navigated the small space behind the stage. Each touch felt significant, chosen. "So," she said, as she zipped up the last equipment case, "what do you do, Theo, when you are not stumbling over compliments?" He hesitated. This was always the moment that got complicated. "I run a family business, property management mostly. Lots of people depend on me. Not a lie, just not the whole truth. Sounds stressful." "It can be, but it is worth it." "What about you? Is singing your full-time gig?" "I wish." She straightened, brushing dust off her leather pants. "I do freelance graphic design during the day. Singing's my passion. But passions do not always pay the bills, you know." He knew. God, he knew. That must be hard, splitting yourself like that. Some days. She picked up her jacket from a nearby chair, shrugging it on. "But I get to do what I love a few nights a week, and that is more than a lot of people can say. I am lucky." She was radiant, standing there in her leather and boots and dark lipstick, talking about luck like she understood how rare it was to find. Theo felt something in his chest crack open. "Come on," Layla said, gesturing toward the bar. "You promised me a drink, and I am holding you to it." They found an empty spot at the bar. The crowd had thinned now that the music was over. Callum caught Theo's eye from across the room and gave him a thumbs up. Theo resisted the urge to flip him off. "What are you drinking?" Theo asked. "Whiskey. Neat. The good stuff, if they have it." He liked her more with every passing second. They ordered whiskey for her, another porter for him, and settled into the corner of the bar where they could actually hear each other over the ambient noise. "So," Layla said, swirling her whiskey and watching the amber liquid catch the light, "tell me something real about yourself, Theo. Not the property management stuff. Something that matters." The question hit him sideways. Most people asked about his job, his pack status, his plans for the future. Nobody asked for something real. "I believe in love," he said finally. "Real, chosen, built over time love. I think it is the bravest thing a person can do." Layla's expression softened. "That is a good answer. What about you? What is something real about Layla?" She took a sip of her whiskey, considering. "I am terrified of not mattering, of getting to the end of my life and realizing I never really connected with anyone, never left a mark, never." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Sorry, that got heavy fast. Do not apologize. I asked for real." He shifted closer, their shoulders almost touching. "For what it is worth, I think you matter. Your voice, it matters. The way you sing, like you are giving pieces of yourself away and trusting strangers to handle them carefully. That matters." She looked at him then, really looked, and Theo saw the guard come down just a fraction. "You are kind of intense, you know that. I have been told. It is not a complaint." They talked for an hour, then two. The bar started closing down around them, the bartender wiping down tables with increasing purpose, but neither of them moved. They talked about music and family, and the strange loneliness of being responsible for other people's happiness. Layla told him about growing up in a house where emotions were weapons, about finding her voice in a high school choir, and realizing it was the first time she would felt safe expressing herself. Theo told her about the weight of expectations, about trying to be strong enough for everyone else, while wondering if anyone saw him underneath the armor. He did not mention werewolves. That conversation would come, but not tonight. Tonight was about this: two people, choosing to be honest, choosing to try. Finally, reluctantly, Layla glanced at her phone and winced. "It is almost 1. I have a client call in the morning. I should let you go." He did not want to, wanted to keep her here, talking, existing in this bubble where the outside world did not matter. They walked out together. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the promise of autumn. Layla's car was parked a block away, and Theo walked her to it without being asked. At her car, she turned to face him, leaning against the driver's side door. "So, Theo, who runs a family business and believes in love, are you going to ask for my number? Or was this just a very long drink?" "I am going to ask for your number," he said, "and then I am going to call you tomorrow and ask if you want to get coffee. And then I am going to try very hard not to screw this up." She laughed, pulling out her phone. "Points for honesty. Here, put your number in, and I will text you so you have mine." He added his contact information with hands that had finally stopped shaking. A moment later, his phone buzzed with a message. "This is Layla, the girl with the voice that carved your heart out. Remember me?" He smiled, typing back. "Unforgettable. Coffee sounds good," she said, pocketing her phone. "But fair warning, I am not easy. I have got walls and baggage, and a tendency to overthink everything. I have got time," Theo said simply, "and patience, and a really good feeling about this." Layla looked at him for a long moment, something warm and cautious and hopeful flickering across her face. Then she stood on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, there and gone before he could fully register it. "Good night, Theo," she said, sliding into her car. "Good night, Layla." He watched her drive away, taillights disappearing into the night, and felt the absence of her like a physical thing. When he got back to the bar, Kellum was waiting by his truck, arms crossed and grinning like a fool. "Do not," Theo warned. "Too late. You were gone for her across. Completely, utterly gone." Theo did not deny it, could not. "Yeah," he said, leaning against the truck and looking up at the sky where the moon hung fat and silver. "Yeah, I think I am." And for the first time in years, the thought of choosing his own path, of building something real without the moon's blessing, did not feel like settling. It felt like flying. Theo stared at his phone like it might explode, like it had been rigged with some kind of emotional detonator that only needed the wrong word to set it off. The cool, smooth grasp beneath his fingers, felt almost alien, heavy with unspent intention. It sat in his lap, screen lit, keyboard frozen mid-sentence, glowing white text hovering above the blinking cursor. 20 minutes. He would been sitting here, frozen in this chair in his sunlit office, breath shallow, muscles tight, as if composing a text message were a life-or-death negotiation. Outside, the packed territory hummed with its usual rhythm. Through the open window, the crisp autumn air carried a layered symphony of scent and sound. The sharp, earthy tang of damp leaves crushed underfoot, the clean bite of freshly split wood as someone worked the chopping block behind the main lodge, the distant chime of wind rattling through bare maple branches. A child shrieked with glee somewhere near the play yard, followed by the muffled thump of running feet. The low, warm murmur of voices drifted on the breeze, jokes traded between hunters, laughter shared over coffee, the occasional yip of a young wolf is shifting forms for the first time. Normally, this was the sound of stability, the heartbeat of the pack, the assurance that everything was as it should be. Today it only amplified his discomfort. It teased him. This was him, Theo Cross, 34-year-old alpha werewolf, a man who had stood between two warring clans with fire in his eyes and peace in his voice, who would stare down challengers built like linebackers with nothing but a flick of his wrist and the unshakable authority in his stance, governed a territory of 63 wolves with calm precision. He would mediated territorial disputes, brokered alliances, delivered council verdicts, and guided lost omegas through their first moons of transition. He was used to words that meant something, commands that shaped destinies, agreements that saved lives. And yet, here he was, paralyzed by 3 lines of text. "Hey, wanna grab coffee sometime?" Too casual. It landed flat, shallow, like tossing a pebble into a canyon and hoping for an echo. She deserved more than a thrown-out invitation, more than small talk dressed as flirtation. "I have not stopped thinking about you since last night," he exhaled loudly, dragging a hand down his face. Too intense, too raw. It sounded like the kind of line men use right before declaring their undying love in movie montages. He did not want to scare her off, did not want to make her feel like she was the spark of some grand obsession. Not yet, not when they would only shared a single conversation, only locked eyes across a dimly lit bar, while her voice wove through the air like smoke and velvet. "Good morning. I hope you slept well. Would you like to meet for coffee today?" He winced. That was worse. Clinical. Sterile. The kind of message a CEO might send to confirm a meeting with a board member. It lacked pulse, lacked feeling. It made his stomach tighten with second-hand embarrassment. His elbows propped on the wide oak desk, he leaned forward, fingers pressing into his temples. The wood beneath his forearms was warm from the low afternoon sun streaming through the window, its golden rays painting stripes across the papers stacked neatly to the side. Budget reports, patrol logs, supply requests. But he could not focus. His mind was caught between instinct and inhibition, alpha certainty warring with human vulnerability. He groaned, letting his head fall back against the high-backed leather chair with a soft thump. The scent of aged hide and beeswax polish filled his nose. Familiar, grounding, but not today. Not with this. The air shifted. The phone buzzed. A sharp electric jolt shot through him. He nearly dropped it, fingers fumbling, heart slamming against his ribs, as if it had forgotten how to beat. The vibration sent a ripple through the desk, making the penholder tremble. Then, her name illuminated the screen. Layla stared at her phone for a second before typing, a crooked smile forming as her thumbs moved. "So, was last night real?" she wrote. "Or did I dream that a gorgeous, intense man complimented my singing and then actually had a real conversation with me?" The words pulsed in his vision, bright and bold and utterly disarming. He blinked, rereading them twice, thrice, as if they might vanish like a mirage. She had texted first. She would called him gorgeous. She remembered. His breath caught, his throat tightened, and his heart, his damn traitorous heart, did something complicated, something that felt like a wolf stretching awake after a long winter, a deep, slow unfurling, followed by a surge of heat and motion. It was not just pleasure, it was recognition, like a piece of him he had not known was missing, had just clicked into place. His thumbs moved before his brain could interfere, flying across the screen with a confidence his earlier self would have envied. Theo read her message twice before replying. "Very real," he typed. "I have been trying to figure out how to ask you to coffee without sounding like either a stalker or a robot." He hit send and immediately wanted to take it back. Too self-deprecating? Too vulnerable? Did he just admit he would have been obsessing over wording? But before he could spiral, the little bubbles appeared. 3 gray dots pulsing in rhythmic life on the screen. They vanished, reappeared, paused, started again. He held his breath. Layla laughed under her breath as she typed back. "Well, now I am curious," she wrote. "Show me the robot version." A startled laugh tore from his chest, loud and genuine, echoing off the polished walls of his office. It startled even him. He had not laughed like that, carefree, unburdened, in months. From the hallway, Marcus, his beta, paused mid-step, his shadow falling across the threshold. He glanced in, dark brows arched, expression caught between suspicion and amusement. Theo did not even care. With a grin he could not suppress, he typed swiftly. Theo's thumbs hovered for half a second before he committed. "Greetings, human Layla," he typed. "This unit would like to schedule a beverage consumption meeting at your earliest convenience." The response came fast. Layla stared at the screen, then burst out laughing as she typed back. "Oh my God. A beat. That is terrible. Another beat. I love it." Then finally, "Yes to coffee. Today, I am free after 2. The relief that flooded him was warm and golden, spreading through his veins like sunlight diffusing through cloud cover. He could breathe again. "Today works," he replied. "There is a place called Morning Grounds on 5th Street, 2:30 a.m. A pause followed. Not long. Just long enough for him to glance at the Wi-Fi icon and irrationally consider the possibility that the universe might still be messing with him. Then her message appeared. "Perfect," Layla wrote. "Fair warning, though, I am probably going to be awkward too. I did not sleep much, kept replaying our conversation." Theo went very still. His chest tightened, then expanded, something deep inside him loosening its grip. The air in the room felt different, thicker, richer. The golden light on the desk seemed brighter. The scent of old paper and wood polish mingled with the faintest trace of his own shifting pheromones, warm amber and pine, the quiet signature of a wolf pleased, hopeful. He talked carefully, deliberately. He did not hesitate this time. "Good awkward or bad awkward," he typed. Layla's reply came a moment later. "The kind where I cannot stop smiling and feel like an idiot," she wrote. "So, good?" He smiled, not the tight-lipped, polite curve he used in meetings. A real smile, one that reached his eyes, crinkling the corners, softening the stern lines of his face. A smile he had not worn in years. "Then we will be awkward idiots together," he sent. "See you at 2:30 a.m. Her response was immediate, decisive. "It is a date." He read the words again, let them sink in. Then with unnatural care, he set the phone down on the desk, placing it gently, as if sudden movement might unravel the fragile spell of the last few minutes. As if the universe might notice and decide to take it all back. He stared at it, then up, and there was Marcus, leaning in the doorway, arms crossed, one shoulder braced against the frame. His expression was not mocking, was knowing, too knowing. "The fuck do you want?" Theo muttered, but there was no bite to it. Marcus smirked, was not going to say a word. "Just noticed you are actually smiling for once. It is unsettling. You do not like that anyway." Marcus stepped inside, his boots thudding softly on the hardwood. His usual humor faded, replaced by something quieter, more perceptive. "This is about the singer from last night, is not it? Callum called me. Said you looked like you had been struck by lightning." Theo scowled. "Callum needs to learn when to shut up. He is right though, is not he?" Marcus dropped into the chair across from him, leather creaking under his weight. "You like her?" The silence stretched. Outside, siren wailed in the distance. The wind rattled the window pane. Theo could hear the low, rhythmic pulse of the pack, footsteps, laughter, a dog barking. But in here, it felt like the world had narrowed to this room, this question, this man who had fought beside him, bled for him, stood at his back for 8 years. He could deny it. He should. Alphas did not fall. They did not like. They assessed. They decided. They protected. But this was not a strategy. This was instinct, deeper than duty. Yeah, he said, voice low, rough. I really like her. Marcus studied him, then nodded, slow and solemn. Does she know what you are? No. The word came out like stone, heavy, final. Not yet. Another nod. No judgment. Just understanding and caution. Are you planning to tell her? If this goes anywhere. Theo dragged a hand through his thick, dark hair, the strands catching between his fingers. I will have to. But I want a chance first, to let her know me, the person, before she has to process the rest of it. The fangs, the fur, the full moon. Marcus leaned forward. That is fair. Just do not wait too long. Secrets have a way of festering, and when they burst, they hurt worse. I know. A hand came down on his shoulder, firm, grounding. Marcus stood, gave a single nod, then turned toward the door. Good luck, Alpha. Try not to overthink it. Theo absolutely overthought it. Every step of the damn way. By the time 2:30 a.m. rolled around, he would changed shirts 3 times. First, the charcoal button-down. Too formal. Then the black tee. Too casual. Too young. Finally, he would settle on the deep navy Henley, sleeves rolled to the elbows, the fabric soft from wear. Callum had once sneered at it and said, "You look approachable but still capable of murder." It felt about right. He arrived at morning grounds 10 minutes early, exactly 10, because arriving late was disrespectful, but arriving much earlier made him look desperate. Yet here he was, the moment he stepped inside, regretting the math. Now he had to sit. Had to nurse a black coffee, bitter, strong, no sugar, while pretending he had not been scanning the street every 30 seconds. The cafe was a sanctuary of soft chaos. The walls were painted a warm terracotta, adorned with local art in mismatched frames, watercolor landscapes, abstract splashes of color, one charcoal sketch of a wolf's eye that made his chest tighten. The furniture was a collage of eras, a velvet love seat with peeling fabric, wooden bistro tables scarred with knife marks and coffee rings, a wrought iron chandelier that looked salvaged from a shipwreck. The air was rich with scent, espresso, dark and aromatic, swirling with the sweet warmth of cinnamon and vanilla, the buttery promise of fresh croissants, the faint yeasty breath of rising dough from the kitchen. Underneath it all, the earthy musk of old books from the shop next door seeped through the shared wall. Music played, low, mellow indie folk from unseen speakers. A woman sang about highways and heartbreak. A couple at the back booth giggled over their laptops, fingers brushing as they pointed at the screen. An older man with silver hair turned the crisp pages of a newspaper, the crackle like tiny fireworks. A barista hummed, steaming milk with rhythmic precision. Normal, human. A world Theo moved through with grace but never quite belonged to. A world he observed, admired, protected, but did not live in. Then the bell above the door chimed, and every molecule of oxygen left the room. Layla stepped in, sunlight catching the edge of her silhouette like a halo. She would traded last night's stage-ready leather and bold eyeliner for dark, high-waisted jeans and an oversized cream sweater that slipped off one shoulder, revealing a delicate collarbone dusted with freckles. Her hair was pulled into a loose ponytail, a few rebellious strands escaping to frame her face, catching the golden light. No stage makeup, no persona, just her. And somehow, that made her more breathtaking. Her eyes scanned the room, dark, gold-flecked, searching. When they landed on him, she smiled. A slow, warm, dazzling thing that reached her eyes and made her nose crinkle just slightly. Theo stood, too fast, too hard. His knee hit the table. The coffee cup wobbled. He caught it with a hand that trembled only slightly. Smooth, very smooth. "Hi," she said, weaving through the tables with an easy grace, her boots whispering on the hardwood. "Did you beat me here? Or have you been sitting for hours working up the courage?" "Only 20 minutes of courage building," he admitted, voice low, rough with nerves. "You were nervous?" "Terrified," she shot back, then caught himself. "Wait, no, not terrified. Just carefully calculating the optimal way to appear nonchalant. She laughed, bright, melodic, the kind of sound that made tension slip from his shoulders. You were doing great. I skipped lunch because I was too nervous to eat. You were nervous? He asked again, amazed. Terrified, she said cheerfully. You were very attractive and seemed perfect last night. I am just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like you will reveal you collect toenail clippings or something. He laughed, full, deep, unreserved. The sound startled them both, but it felt good. And breaking the surface after being underwater too long. No toenail clippings, I promise. Although I should warn you, I have approximately zero chill and will probably say weird things. Perfect, she said, grinning. I like weird. They ordered. She got a vanilla latte, creamy, sweet, topped with a dusting of cinnamon, and a blueberry scone, still warm, the crust crackling as she broke it open. He ordered a refill, black, no nonsense. Back at the table, she wrapped both hands around her mug, the heat seeping into her skin. Her eyes met his over the rim, steady, curious. So, she said, tell me something I do not know about you. I am the oldest of 4, he said, all brothers. Growing up was basically Lord of the Flies with more property damage. She winced. 4 boys? Your poor mother. She is tougher than all of us combined. Still is. He sipped his coffee, grounding himself in the bitterness. We are all pretty close. They work in the family business with me. It is. We are very involved in each other's lives. That sounds nice. Actually, I am an only child. Always wondered what it would be like to have siblings. It is loud, he admitted, and invasive. They have opinions about everything I do. He paused. But I would not trade it. Having people who have your back, who you trust completely, it is everything. Layla nodded, something wistful crossing her face. I'll get that. My family was not. We are not close. I have not spoken to my parents in about 5 years. I am sorry. Do not be, she said softly, breaking off a piece of scone, crumbling it between her fingers. It was the right call. Some families are toxic. Some people are better off choosing their own. Chosen family, Theo said, voice gentle. That is important too. She looked up, held his gaze, and in her eyes, gratitude, relief, recognition. You get it, she whispered. A lot of people do not. They hear, I do not talk to my parents, and assume I am a problem. He met her stare, steady. You are not. And in that moment he knew. He wanted to be someone she could trust, someone who would stand beside her, not judge her, someone who would show her, slowly, gently, that he was more than just the man sitting across from her. Even if part of that truth was impossible to say out loud, yet, anyone who knows you for 5 minutes would know better. You have known me for less than 24 hours. And I already know you are not the problem in any equation. He said it with the certainty of truth, and watched pink bloom across her cheeks. Okay, you need to stop being so intense, or I am going to do something embarrassing like swoon. Would that be so bad for my dignity? Yes, but she was smiling. Tell me about your work. The family business. What is a day in the life of Theo Cross? This was dangerous territory. It is complicated. Property management sounds boring, but it is really about taking care of people, making sure everyone has what they need, mediating disputes, planning for the future. There is a lot of politics involved. Politics? She took a sip of her latte. Like actual politics or family drama politics? Both. There are different factions with different priorities. Some people want to expand, take on more territory. He caught himself. More properties. Some want to focus on what we have. Some think I am too cautious. Others think I am too aggressive. Cannot please everyone. Layla tilted her head, studying him. You are a people pleaser, are not you? I am a leader, he corrected, a little defensive. There is a difference. Is there? Or do you just carry everyone else's needs and forget about your own? The observation hit too close. Theo shifted in his seat. Someone has to think about the collective good. Sure, but who thinks about you? When he did not answer, she leaned forward. See, this is what I mean by intense. You have got this whole martyr complex thing happening. It is very noble and also very exhausting to watch. We just met, and you are already psychoanalyzing me. I am a designer. I read people for a living. Body language, color choices, the space between what they say and what they mean. She broke off another piece of scone, actually eating it this time. You hold yourself like someone who is used to being in charge, but you also look tired, like you have not had a day off in years. That is uncomfortably accurate. So when was the last time you did something just for you? Not for your family, not for your business, just because it made you happy? Theo thought about it. Really thought. Last night, he said finally, talking to you. Layla went very still. Then she smiled, soft and surprised, pleased. That is a really good answer. It is the truth. There you go, being intense again. I warned you. You did. She finished her scone, brushing crumbs from her fingers. Okay, my turn to overshare. I am a workaholic. I take on too many design clients because I am afraid of saying no and losing opportunities. I practice singing every day, even when my throat hurts, because I am terrified I will lose my voice somehow. And I have this recurring nightmare where I am performing and no sound comes out. That sounds terrifying. It is, but it also keeps me sharp. You know, fear. It reminds me not to take anything for granted. She wrapped both hands around her mug again. I think that is why I liked talking to you last night. You did not treat my music like a cute hobby. You got that it matters. Because it does matter. Art matters. Beauty matters. He was leaning forward now, elbows on the table. The world's full of people doing necessary things. But the people who make it beautiful, who gives us reasons to feel something, that is not a hobby. That is essential. Layla was staring at him. Okay, seriously, who hurt you? Because nobody talks like this unless they have been through something. Theo laughed, caught off guard. Is that your professional assessment? That is my I recognize a fellow traveler assessment. People who have been hurt either shut down or they feel everything twice as hard. You are definitely the second one. She was not wrong. My father died when I was 23, he heard himself say. Car accident. One day he was here, the next he was not. I had to take over the business basically overnight, become the person everyone relied on, before I figured out who I was. God, Theo. Her hand moved across the table, covering his. Her palm was warm. I am sorry. It was a long time ago. That does not make it stop hurting. No, it really did not. They sat like that for a moment, her hand on his, the cafe noise flowing around them like water. When she pulled back, Theo missed the contact immediately. We are really good at heavy conversation. Huh? Layla said, lightening her tone deliberately. We should try talking about normal things, like favorite movies, or whether pineapple belongs on pizza. It absolutely does not. Wrong answer. She pointed at him accusingly. Pineapple on pizza is delicious, and you are a coward for not embracing it. I am a coward, a culinary coward, the worst kind. I run a business. I make tough decisions every day, but I will not defend pineapple on pizza. Everyone has their line. She was grinning now, the earlier heaviness dissipating. Okay, what else? Music taste. What is your guilty pleasure? I do not really do guilty pleasures. If I like something, I like it. A cop-out answer. Come on, give me something embarrassing. He thought about it. I like Air Supply. Layla's face lit up. The band we covered last night? Yeah. My mom used to play them when I was a kid. It reminds me of her. That is not embarrassing. That is sweet. I also like Celine Dion. Okay, that is embarrassing. They both laughed, and something settled in Theo's chest. This was good. This was real. The conversation flowed easier now, moving from music to movies to books to the ridiculous things they would each done as teenagers. Layla told him about stealing her mom's car at 16 and driving to a concert 3 hours away. Theo told her about the time he and his brothers had tried to build a tree fort and ended up with 4 stitches and a stern lecture about structural integrity. Your poor mother, Layla said again, laughing so hard she had to wipe her eyes. 4 boys doing dumb shit constantly. We kept her young. That is what she says anyway. I think she means we gave her premature gray hair. Do you see her often? Every Sunday. Family dinner. It is tradition. He hesitated. You should come sometime, if you want. No pressure. Layla's eyes widened. That is, wow, meeting the family already? Theo realized how that sounded. I just meant, they are important to me. And you are. I mean, I would like, he stopped, regrouping. I am screwing this up. You are really not. She reached across the table again, this time letting her fingers brush his wrist. I think it is cute. You are nervous. I am terrified, he admitted. I have not done this in a long time, the dating thing, and I am very aware that I could mess this up at any second. Same. Except I mess things up by assuming the worst and bailing before I can get hurt. She bit her lip. I am trying not to do that with you. Please do not bail. I will not. Not yet, anyway. Her smile was wry. But full disclosure, I am a lot. I overthink everything. I am terrible at being vulnerable, and I have a tendency to push people away when they get too close. I'm patient. I'm persistent, and I do not scare easily. He turned his hand palm up, and she laced her fingers through his. I know it is early. I know we are still figuring this out, but I like you, Layla, a lot. And I want to see where this goes. Even though I am a disaster, especially because you are a disaster. Perfect is boring. She laughed, shaking her head. You are either the best thing that has ever happened to me, or the biggest mistake I will ever make. Let us find out together. They stayed at the cafe until the barista started giving them pointed looks about closing time. Outside, the late afternoon sun painted everything gold. They walked slowly toward where Layla had parked, neither of them in a hurry to end this. So, Layla said, swinging their joined hands between them, when do I get to see you again? Tomorrow? He said it too quickly, too eagerly, but did not care. Or tonight. Or, tomorrow's good. Tonight I have a gig. But tomorrow, she stopped walking, turning to face him. Tomorrow I am all yours. All mine, he repeated softly. Well, for a few hours anyway. Do not get cocky. I would not dream of it. They would reach her car. Layla leaned against the driver's side door, looking up at him. This was nice. You are nice. Despite being intense and having terrible opinions about pizza, this was more than nice, Theo said. This was, if you say perfect, I am going to have to mock you. I was going to say exactly what I needed. Her expression softened. Yeah, me too. She stood on her toes, just like last night, but this time her kiss landed on the corner of his mouth, deliberate, lingering, a promise of more. When she pulled back, Theo had to remind himself to breathe. Text me, she said, sliding into her car, and do not overthink it. I will try, liar. He laughed, watching her drive away again, already missing her. His phone buzzed before he had even made it back to his truck. He glanced down, warmth settling in his chest as he read her message. Thanks for the coffee, Layla wrote, and for listening, and for being exactly as intense as advertised. His thumbs moved on instinct. Thanks for giving an awkward alpha werewolf. He froze, swore softly under his breath, then deleted the last two words before they could ruin everything. Thanks for giving an awkward man a chance, he sent instead. Her reply came quickly, curiosity practically humming through the screen. Did you almost say something else just then? He exhaled, leaning against the side of the truck, smiling to himself. Maybe, he typed. Tell you tomorrow? There was a pause, brief, deliberate. Now I am curious, Layla wrote. But okay, tomorrow. He sat in his truck for a long moment, staring at the screen. The lie sat heavy in his stomach. Not a lie, exactly. More like an omission, but it felt like lying. Tomorrow, he would tell her, or the day after. Soon, before this went any further. Before she had any more reasons to run, when she found out the truth. But tonight, he let himself have this, the warmth of her hand in his, the sound of her laughter, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, he could build something real without the moon's help. Even if he had no idea how to tell her that the man she was falling for could turn into a wolf under the full moon. Details. He would figure it out, probably. Theo had faced down rogue wolves, negotiated with hostile alphas, and once talked a young pack member out of a challenge that would have gotten him killed. He would done all of it without his hands shaking, his palms calloused from years of gripping weapons, his pulse Davy Forrest scraped against his ribs in the dark. But here, sitting across from Layla at a small Italian restaurant on their third date in as many days, the tremors had begun the moment she would laughed at the waiter's joke about the overcooked ravioli. The sound of her laughter, a warm, lilting melody that reminded him of wind chimes on a summer day, washed over him, and his fingers flexed uselessly against the polished red and white checkered tablecloth, the linen crinkling under his touch. The air smelled of garlic, rosemary, and the faint tang of red wine, mingling with Layla as perfume, a sweet, heady blend of gardenias and something woodsy. But to his heightened senses the world felt impossibly loud, the clink of cutlery, the murmur of overlapping conversations, the low hum of the wine cellar venting cool air. He would always been attuned to these details, but tonight they felt like 1,000 needles pricking his skin. She would worn a dark green dress tonight, something simple that hugged her curves and made her eyes look even darker. The fabric, a soft, fluid jersey, clung to her like a second shadow as she leaned forward, her voice light as she recounted the story of her difficult client. Her hair was down, falling in waves over her shoulders, each strand catching the golden glow of the restaurant's candlelight. Between courses, Rich told him about her upcoming performance schedule. Dancing. She was a dancer, he remembered now, the memory tinged with scent of her studio's old linoleum floors and the faint musk of sweat-soaked leotards. She would describe the dream she would have where she could suddenly fly, but kept crashing into buildings, her words punctuated by the occasional clatter of spoon against her coffee cup. The room had felt warm, the air heavy with the residual heat of the kitchen ovens, and there had been a faint, underlying scent of beeswax from the candles on the hostess stand. Normal, easy, perfect, and he was about to ruin it. "You okay?" Layla asked, setting down her wine glass with a soft clink. The rim of the glass left a ring of moisture on the table, and he could see the tiny droplets catching the light as she drew back the fabric of her sleeve, her wrist exposed. She was watching him now, her eyes sharp with concern. The wine's aroma sharpened as the glass tilted, earthy, velvety, with a hint of black cherry, and he wished he could drink it to steady the storm inside him. "Yeah, He stopped, swallowing hard. The wine's warmth in her glass seemed to mock his cold, unsteady breaths. Regroup, he told himself, the same mantra he would use before charging into a room full of snarling wolves. "Can we go for a walk after this? There is something I need to talk to you about." Her expression shifted, wariness creeping in. "That sounds ominous," she said, the corner of her mouth twitching as if to mask her nerves. But her voice had lowered, the cheerful cadence replaced by something flatter, guarded. Her perfume had grown sharper, he noticed, as if the jasmine had been overlaid with a trace of citrus. Anxiety, his wolf registered instantly. It is not bad. It is just important. He could feel the sweat pooling at his neck, despite the room's lingering warmth, the fine thread of dampness against his collarbone. The air conditioning, he realized, had kicked in, a faint breeze that sent a shiver through the back of his shirt. "Okay," she drew the word out, studying him. The candlelight flickered as a draft from the kitchen door swept through the room, casting her face in alternating shadows and pools of gold. "You are freaking me out a little." "I do not mean to," he said quickly, the words tumbling out. "Too fast, too fast." He pressed his palms to the table, grounding himself against the tremors. The wood was smooth and cool, lacquered in a thin sheen of oil that smelt faintly of turpentine. They finished dinner in silence, the easy conversation from earlier now threaded with tension. Theo paid, despite Layla's protests, her fingers brushing his wrist. As she tried to take the check, her skin warm and dry, her touch lingering a heartbeat too long. They walked out into the cool evening air, the transition from the stuffy restaurant to the crisp, pine-scented night so stark that it felt like stepping into a different world. Streetlights flickered on, casting pools of amber light over the sidewalk, and the wind carried the distant scent of rain from the river. He had chosen this restaurant specifically because it was near Riverside Park, stretch of green space along the water where they could walk, and, more importantly, where he could shift if he needed to, without human witnesses. The damp earth beneath the grass still held the memory of April showers, and the scent of moss and whetstone rose with every step. His wolf was agitated, pacing beneath his skin. It knew what was coming, knew this was a moment that could change everything. The animal writhed in the cage of his bones, restless and impatient, its claws scraping against his ribs like a trapped beast in a nightmare. Theo forced himself to breathe, in through his nose, cold air, sharp with the tang of night-blooming jasmine, the way his trainer had taught him to remain anchored during a panic attack. They walked in silence for a few minutes, following the path that wound along the river. Sun had set, leaving the sky painted in shades of purple and deep blue, the horizon streaked with the last smolder of day. Streetlights glowed like fireflies above them, and the water below shimmered with a million prismatic reflections of the city's skyline. The river's song was a low, constant hush, a sound that had always soothed him, the soft lap of currents, the distant splashes of fish, the whisper of reeds swaying in the wind. But tonight, it felt like it was mocking him, a steady rhythm that beat louder with every step closer to the bench beneath the willow tree. "Theo," Layla said finally, stopping on the bench overlooking the water. The wood creaked as she sat, the dampness from her dress leaving a faint imprint on the planks. Her voice was quiet now, the edges of her curiosity sharpening into something sharper. "You are scaring me. Just, whatever it is, just say it." He sat beside her, close enough that their knees touched, the pressure of her leg against his a grounding force. He could hear her heartbeat, thrumming, steady, a metronome against his own. He could smell her, vanilla and jasmine, overlaid now with the faint salt sweetness of her tension. To his wolf, she was a forest of scents, the honeyed warmth of her shampoo, the clean starch of her dress, the tremor of adrenaline that made her smell like a prey animal caught in a storm. "I need to tell you something about myself," he began, his voice rougher than he intended, his throat dry despite the cool air. The taste of static clung to his tongue. "Something that is going to sound insane, and I need you to hear me out before you run." "I am not going to run," but her voice wavered, the resolve thin as tissue paper. The wind tugged at her hair, loosening a curl that brushed against her cheek, and she tucked it behind her ear with a fumbling hand. "You might." He took a breath, the air sharp with the tang of ozone. A storm brewing? No, just the tension in his blood. "Remember how I told you about my family business? The property management? Yeah?" That was partially true, but not the whole truth. He turned to face her fully, the moonlight catching in the dark gold of her eyes, their depths reflecting the water below like twin pools of liquid night. "My family, we are not exactly human. We are werewolves, Layla, all of us, and the business I run is not properties. It is a pack. I am an alpha." Silence. Layla stared at him, her expression cycling through confusion, brows furrowed, lips parting as if to speak, concern, a flicker of her hand rising to her chest, her pulse racing, and then something that looked like disappointment. The air between them thickened, the scent of her disbelief sharp and acrid. "Is this a joke?" she asked quietly, the words trembling like a leaf in the wind. "No, because if this is some weird role-play thing, or you are testing me, it is not. I swear to God, Layla, I am telling you the truth." He ran a hand through his hair, the strands cold and damp with sweat. The wolf pressed harder, thrashing against his ribs like a caged thing. "I am a werewolf. I shift into a wolf. My whole family does. The people I told you about, Marcus, my brothers, they are all wolves, and I am their alpha, which means I am responsible for keeping them safe." Layla stood up abruptly, her knee bumping against his as she moved. The dress rustled like dry leaves, and the space between them filled with the scent of her fear, metallic, sharp, like blood in thunderstorms. Theo, this is crazy. Werewolves are not real." "They are. We are." He stood too, keeping his movements slow and deliberate, the way he did when approaching a wounded animal. The park was quiet around them now, the usual hum of the city muffled by the trees. He could hear the crickets, their rhythmic song, and the river's steady sigh, but the air was charged, electric, expectant. "I know how it sounds. Believe me, I have thought about how to tell you this for days, and there is no good way to say, 'Hey, by the way, I turn into a giant wolf sometimes. This is not funny.'" Her voice was low, her shoulders hunched forward as if bracing for a blow. "I'm not laughing." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of petrichor from the river, and he shivered. His skin prickled with the first prickle of change, a warning his body could not suppress. She backed up another step, her heel catching on a root. You seem so normal, so real. And now you are telling me you are some kind of monster. I am not a monster. The words stung, but he kept his voice level, the way he had when calming Marcus during a fight. I am still me, he thought, but the words came out as a whisper. I am still the person you have been talking to, laughing with. The only difference is that once a month, under the full moon, I shift. And I can shift at will other times if I need to. Prove it, she said suddenly, her voice cutting through the night like a blade. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, her knuckles pale. If this is real, prove it. Theo hesitated. Are you sure? It is. It can be frightening the first time. I am already frightened. At least if you prove it, I will know whether I am scared of a werewolf, or just dating someone who is having a breakdown. Fair enough, he thought, though his stomach turned. He looked around. They were alone on this stretch of path, the trees arching overhead like cathedral ribs, their leaves whispering in the wind. The river was close, its water black and unbroken under the moon. It was not ideal, but it would have to do. Okay, he said softly, his voice rough. The cold wind tugged at his jacket, and he stepped away from the bench, into the shadows beneath a cluster of trees where the grass was soft with moss. But Layla? I need you to understand something first. What you are about to see, it is still me. I am still in control. I would never, ever hurt you. Do you understand? She nodded, though her body remained rigid, but bored of tension. The air between them thrummed, charged with the scent of her fear and the metallic tang of his own anxiety. He pulled off his shirt, folding it neatly. Years of habit, not wanting to shred clothing. The fabric smelled of his deodorant, cedar and vetiver, but under it was the sharp, primal musk of his own scent, the musk of a wolf. His shoes and jeans followed, the leather of his sneakers giving off a faint, briny smell to set them aside. The night air bit at his skin, cool and clean against the heat of his shifting body. Layla said, her voice pitching higher as he stripped down to his boxer briefs. What are you doing? Clothes do not shift with me. It is this or destroy everything I am wearing. He glanced at her, the moonlight casting his silhouette against the trees. Look away if you want. This takes a minute. But she did not look away. She stood frozen, her hands at her sides, her breath shallow. The scent of her adrenaline was overpowering now, a sharp, almost sweet tang that made his wolf snap its jaws in impatience. Theo closed his eyes, reaching for the wolf that lived beneath his skin. The animal rose eagerly, tired of being caged. The shift began with a wave of heat, a burning that started at his spine and spread like wildfire. His bones cracked and stretched, his ribs widening, his spine elongating, his jaw twisting into a muzzle. The pain was a familiar ache, but tonight it felt sharper, as if the world itself were pressing into him. His muscles tore and reknitted, sinew and tendon reshaping into something wilder. His skin gave way to fur, black and silver in the moonlight, thick and coarse against the night air. The transformation was fast. He had been doing this since he was 13, his mother's voice echoing in his memory. But tonight, it felt like an eternity. The world sharpened the moment he hit the ground on all fours. The river's scent was a symphony of flavors, briny, mineral, faintly metallic. He caught Layla's fear sweat, the acrid tang of panic, mixed with her vanilla perfume. The wind carried the musk of damp earth, the sweet rot of leaves, the faint musk of raccoons denning nearby. Sounds were a cacophony, the rustle of his fur against low branches, the distant plunk of a fish diving beneath the water's surface, the soft, terrified hiccups of Layla's breathing. He was a monster now, 4 feet at the shoulder, his black and gray fur thick against the evening chill. His wolf was larger than a natural wolf. All alphas were, their forms sharpened by centuries of evolution. His muzzle was wide, his eyes glinting with the ghostly reflection of the moonlight. To his mind he heard Layla's heartbeat, a frantic drumbeat of fear, and his wolf bristled, ready to lunge, to dominate, to protect. But he forced himself to stay still. Layla's scent was a fragile thread he could not sever. She would gone chalk white, one hand pressed to her mouth. For a long moment she just stared, the wind tugging at her hair, her dress fluttering like a flag. Then she whispered, Oh my God. Oh my God. It is real. Theo remained frozen, muscles coiled, letting her process. His wolf wanted to move closer, to nuzzle her hand, but he leashed the beast with sheer will. Too much, too fast, and she would run. You are, her voice broke, raw with disbelief, and something else, awe maybe, or terror so deep it bordered on reverence. You are actually a wolf, a giant wolf. This is real. He dipped his head in what he hoped was a reassuring gesture, but his wolf's body probably looked terrifying. Fangs bared, the whites of his eyes visible. The wind carried the scent of her tears now, salty and sharp. Layla's breathing had gone rapid and shallow, her shoulders rising and falling, as she was hyperventilating. She was seconds away from a panic attack or running, and suddenly, Theo could not bear to watch it. He shifted back, the transformation a violent reverse. Bones snapped into place, muscles reformed, and the fur receded like a wave retreating from shore. The pain was worse this time, his human body unaccustomed to the abrupt change. In less than a minute, he was standing human again, trembling as he reached for his clothes, his fingers numb and clumsy. He dressed quickly, his heart hammering as he pulled on his shirt, the fabric scratching against his skin. The world felt fragile now. The sounds of the park diminished to whispers. When he looked up, Layla was sitting on the ground, her dress pooled around her like a puddle of spilled emerald, her head between her knees. Layla. He approached slowly, his boots crunching over the gravel path. He crouched a few feet away, his voice low. Hey, breathe. Just breathe. I am trying, she gasped, her voice muffled. This is insane. This is actually insane. I know. I am sorry. I should have warned you better. How do you warn someone about that? She looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed, tears tracking down her face as she wiped them with the heels of her hands. You were a wolf, an actual wolf, giant and terrifying. Yes. And also, she wiped at her eyes again, her breath hitching. Also kind of beautiful, which makes me feel crazy for thinking that. Theo's chest loosened slightly, the tightness in his ribs easing. You are not crazy. I am sitting on the ground in a park because the man I am dating just turned into a wolf in front of me. I am pretty sure that qualifies as crazy. Fair point. He reached out, hesitating, then let his hand fall back to his side. The air between them was heavy with the scent of her tears, her disbelief, and the faint musk of his own sweat. Wind picked up, rustling the leaves above, and somewhere in the distance, a car passed on the river road, its tires humming against the asphalt. The night felt impossibly vast, the river's song steady and endless beneath the stars. She laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. Then she was crying again. Theo moved closer slowly, telegraphing every movement. When he was close enough, he offered his hand. She took it, squeezing hard enough to hurt. I need a minute, she said. Can we just sit here for a minute? As long as you need. They sat in silence, Layla's hand death gripping his, her breathing gradually slowing to something more normal. A jogger passed on the path, earbuds in, oblivious to the life-altering moment happening in the shadows. Okay, Layla said finally. Okay, I think I am okay. Or at least not actively having a breakdown anymore. That is progress. She turned to look at him, really look at him, like she was seeing him for the first time. You are a werewolf. Yes. Your whole family is werewolves. Yes. The pack you mentioned. Those are all werewolves too. 63 of them. Yeah. She absorbed that. And you are their alpha. Like, their leader. Yes. My father was alpha before me. When he died, the role passed to me. Because you are the oldest? Because I was strong enough to hold it. Alpha is not just about bloodline. It is about power, control, the ability to keep everyone safe and in line. He watched her carefully. In our world, might matters. But so does wisdom, compassion. The best alphas balance both. Layla was quiet for a long moment. Then, are there female alphas? The question surprised him. Yes, not as common, but yes. Pack structure is not really about gender. It is about dominance and strength. Huh? She tilted her head. Are there things you can do? As a wolf? Super strength or super hearing or whatever? Some of it carries over. I am stronger than a normal human, even in this form. My senses are sharper. I can hear your heartbeat right now, smell your shampoo and your fear and the wine you had at dinner. I heal faster, live longer. How much longer? A couple of 100 years, give or take, barring violence or accidents. Jesus Christ. She pulled her hand from his, wrapping her arms around herself. This is a lot, Theo. I know. I'm sorry I did not tell you sooner. I wanted you to know me first, before the wolf complicated everything. Were you ever going to tell me? Or were you just going to keep this huge secret forever? Of course I was going to tell you. He struggled for words. I liked being normal with you. Just Theo, not Alpha Cross. Just a guy who likes your voice and thinks you are incredible. I did not want to lose that. And now? Now I am terrified you are going to run and never look back. But you deserve the truth. You deserve to make an informed choice about whether you want this in your life. Layla stood up, brushing dirt off her dress. Theo stood too, giving her space. She paced a few steps, thinking. He could practically see her mind working, processing, organizing this new impossible information into something she could understand. Okay, she said, I have questions. Relief flooded through him. Questions meant she was not running. Yet, ask me anything. The full moon thing, is that real? Do you have to shift? Yes, once a month on the full moon. I do not have a choice. It is instinct, biology, moon magic, whatever you want to call it. But the rest of the time, shifting is voluntary. What happens if you do not shift when you are supposed to? It is not really possible to resist. But even if I could, it would be bad. The wolf needs out. Keeping it caged too long makes us unstable. Unstable? How? Aggressive. Violent. Unable to think clearly. The wolf and the human are meant to coexist, not fight for control. She nodded slowly. Are you dangerous? Like, to humans? I can be. Any wolf can be. But we have rules. Laws. Harming humans without cause is one of the worst things a wolf can do. It brings attention we do not want, and breaks the fundamental covenant between our world and yours. There are laws? Like werewolf laws. Yes, every pack has its own rules, but there are also broader laws that govern all packs. Territory rights, challenge protocols, how we handle humans who discover us. He paused. You discovering me is not a problem, by the way. As long as you do not tell the world werewolves exist, no one will care. What happens if someone does tell the world? Theo's expression went hard. They disappear. We have people whose job it is to handle security breaches. I have never had to use them, and I do not want to. But the secret has to be kept. For everyone's safety, Layla shivered. That is intense. That is survival. Humans outnumber us significantly. If they knew we existed, they would hunt us, study us, cage us. We stay hidden because it is safer for everyone. I am not going to tell anyone, she said quietly. I might not know how I feel about all this yet, but I am not going to put you in danger. Thank you, she resumed, pacing. So, fated mates, is that real? Theo's heart clenched. It is real for some wolves, not all. When it happens, it is everything. An instant connection. You know immediately that this person is yours and you are theirs. It is a moon blessing, but not for you. No, not for me. He said it steadily, without self-pity. I have accepted that. The moon does not owe me anything. So you are just dating, like a normal person? Yes. Wolves can choose consensual mates. Wolves who build relationships without the moon's intervention. It is less common, but it happens. Some wolves prefer it. Actually, more agency. Layla stopped pacing, turning to face him fully. And that is what you want? With me? Yes, if you will have me. I know this is a lot. I know you probably need time to process. But he took a step closer. I really like you, Layla. You are smart and talented, and you make me laugh. And you see me as a person, not just an alpha. I do not want to lose that. But I am human. You are. And that comes with complications. The lifespan thing. The fact that you cannot shift, cannot fully understand that part of my life. Said pack members might have issues with their alpha dating a human. But none of that changes how I feel. How do you feel? Her voice was small, like I had been sleepwalking for years. And you woke me up. Talking to you is the easiest thing I have ever done. Like I want to know everything about you and spend as much time as I can making you laugh." He held her gaze. "Like I am falling for you, and it is terrifying, and I do not want to stop." Layla's breath hitched. "Theo, you do not have to say anything. I just need you to know where I stand, but I also need you to know that I understand if this is too much. If you need to walk away, I will respect that. It will kill me, but I will respect it." She was crying again, silently this time, tears sliding down her cheeks. "I do not want to walk away, but I do not know how to process this. Werewolves are supposed to be fiction, movie monsters, and instead, you are just you. Still the same guy who overshares about pack politics and likes Celine Dion and makes me feel seen. I am still that guy, just with more fur sometimes." She laughed, watery and surprised. "That is terrible. Sorry, stress makes me say stupid things." Layla walked to him then, closing the distance between them. She reached up, touching his face with tentative fingers. "You are really a werewolf." "Yes, and you really like me. So much it scares me." "Good, because you scare me too, and not just because of the wolf thing." She took a shaky breath. "I need time to think about what this means, to figure out if I can handle this world you live in. Can you give me that? As much time as you need, but I do not want to stop seeing you. Not yet. I just need to go slow, process." Relief made him dizzy. "Slow, I can do. Can we still do coffee and dinners and talking about stupid things?" "Yes, anything you want." She smiled, small but real. "Okay, then let us try this, whatever this is." Theo pulled her into his arms. She came willingly, pressing her face against his chest. He could feel her heart racing, could smell salt and vanilla and fear, and something else, something like trust, fragile and new. "Thank you," he murmured into her hair, "for not running, for giving me a chance. Thank you for telling me, for trusting me with this." She pulled back enough to look up at him. "I am still processing. I will probably have more questions, lots of questions. I will answer all of them, even the weird ones, especially the weird ones." They walked back to her car slowly, hands linked, neither of them quite ready to let go. At her car, Layla turned to face him. "So," she said, "do you howl at the moon? Or is that just a stereotype? Sometimes it feels good, primal. I kinda want to hear that someday." "Really?" "Really. I mean, if I am dating a werewolf, I should get the full experience, right?" "Dating?" Theo repeated, warmth spreading through him. "So we are dating? Do not get cocky. I still might have a breakdown tomorrow and decide I cannot handle this, but not tonight, not tonight." She kissed him then, soft and sweet and deliberate. When she pulled back, she was smiling. "Go home, Theo. I will text you tomorrow when I have had time to freak out properly. I will be waiting." He watched her drive away, the taillights disappearing into the night. The phone buzzed 10 minutes later. Her message came through not long after. So that happened. He did not overthink it. "Yeah," he replied. "You okay?" The typing bubble appeared, disappeared, then came back again. "No, yes, maybe." Layla wrote, "I am eating ice cream and Googling werewolf mythology, which is probably not helpful." A breath left him, half laugh, half relief. "Most of it is wrong, for what it is worth," he sent. "Silver does not actually hurt us." There was a pause, short, but loaded. "Good to know," she wrote. "What about garlic?" "That is vampires," he replied. "And also not real." Her response was immediate. "You're telling me vampires do not exist, but werewolves do." He stared at the screen, amused despite himself. "I'm not ruling anything out at this point." 3 dots appeared, vanished. Then, "Oh God, this is my life now," Layla wrote. "Dating a werewolf and potentially worried about vampires." Something in his chest softened. "If it helps," he typed, "I will protect you from any vampires we meet." Her answer came slower this time. "That does actually help," she wrote. "You are very protective. It is an alpha thing." She did not miss a beat. "I kind of like it. Do not let that go to your head." He smiled. "Too late. My ego is enormous now." "Dork," she shot back. "Okay, I am going to eat my feelings and watch bad TV." "But Theo?" "Yeah." There was a longer pause now, enough to make him still. "I am glad you told me," Layla wrote, "even though it is insane. I am glad you trusted me." His reply came slower, more careful. "I am glad you did not run." Her answer was honest in a way that mattered. "Still might, but not tonight." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "I will take it. Sweet dreams, Layla." "Dreams are definitely going to be weird tonight," she wrote. "Night. Wolfman." Theo lowered the phone, some of the tension finally slipping from his shoulders. She had not run. She was scared, processing, probably spiraling through a mild existential crisis. But she had not run. It was not perfect, but it was a start. And for now, that was enough. Theo had texted her the address 3 times, each message more apologetic than the last, his words carefully chosen, as if he were bracing for rejection, for hesitation, for the quiet click of a door closing before it had even opened. The first message arrived with a soft ping on her phone as she stood in her dimly lit kitchen, the glow of the overhead light reflecting off the stainless steel sink. "It is about 20 minutes outside the city, kind of isolated. If you are not comfortable coming here, we can meet somewhere else." She had paused, thumb hovering over the screen, the scent of lavender hand soap still clinging to her skin from washing dishes moments before. The air was cool against her bare arms, the evening settling in with a hush broken only by distant traffic and the low hum of the refrigerator. Then, 10 minutes later, another alert, this one with a slight vibration against the countertop. "There is a gate. I will tell the guys to expect you. Do not freak out if someone checks your car." This time she would actually flinched. A gate, guards, checks. It felt less like a romantic first visit and more like infiltrating a fortress. She would run a hand through her hair, exhaling slowly, the strands catching against her fingers. The texture, slightly wavy from being tucked under her scarf all day, felt grounding, real. Her heart thudded a little louder in her chest, an insistent drumbeat beneath her ribs, but she did not respond. Not yet. She needed to feel it out. Finally, as she stood by the window, watching streetlights flicker on one by one like hesitant stars, came the third text. Softer, quieter. "I know this is a lot. No pressure. Really." The words hit her like a warm hand on a cold shoulder. She could almost hear his voice, low, rough around the edges, trying so hard not to push. And just like that, she made up her mind. The fear was still there, coiled in her stomach like a spring, but beneath it pulsed something stronger. Curiosity, connection, the kind of pull she had not felt in years. She typed her reply with deliberate calm, her fingers tapping each letter with a quiet finality. "Stop apologizing. I want to see where you live. See you at 7. Now sitting in her car at the end of a long private road, the engine idling with a low rhythmic purr, Layla stared at the iron gate that marked the entrance to Theo's world. The early evening air had turned crisp, fog rolling in like whispers from the surrounding woods, tendrils curling around the base of the trees. The gate itself was imposing, wrought iron, black as midnight, at least 10 feet tall, its intricate scrollwork glinting under the yellowish glow of motion sensor lights. Security cameras perched like silent sentinels atop stone pillars on either side, their red lights blinking in steady, electronic pulses. She could hear the faint whir of one adjusting its lens as it tracked her movement. Beyond the gate, a gravel road disappeared into a tunnel of trees, oak and pine and something darker she could not name, their branches knitting together overhead to block out the sky. The scent of damp earth and pine resin seeped through the cracked window, sharp and clean, mingling with the stale warmth of her car's interior. Her fingers curled around the steering wheel, the leather cool and slightly tacky under her palms. The dashboard lights cast a soft green glow, illuminating the digital clock. 6:58 a.m., 2 minutes. She would make her on time, but suddenly, she was not so sure she wanted to go in. Her phone buzzed again, the sound sharp in the silence. She picked it up, the screen flashing with a new message. "Are you there?" Theo had written. "I can come meet you at the gate if you want." She hesitated, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Before she could type, the gate groaned, a deep, metallic protest, and began to swing inward with a slow, deliberate creak. The sound echoed through the still air, startling a flock of crows from the treetops. They exploded into flight with a chorus of sharp caws that faded into the distance. A man emerged from a small stone and wood guardhouse she had not noticed tucked into the tree line, barely visible behind a curtain of ivy and overgrown shrubs. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders that strained against a dark, weathered jacket. His movements were fluid, effortless, like a predator used to moving through shadows. There was something familiar in the way he carried himself, his stance, the quiet intensity in his eyes, all too reminiscent of Theo. Werewolf. Had to be. Layla rolled down her window, the mechanism whining softly. The night air rushed in, carrying with it the faintest metallic tang, like old rain on iron, and something else, something wild and musky she could not place. It made the hairs on her arms rise. Layla. His voice was deep, gravelly, but not unkind. His eyes, stormy gray-green, scanned her face, the car, the purse in her lap, assessing, measuring. "I am Marcus, Theo's beta. He said you were coming." "That is me." She forced a smile, her voice coming out lighter than she felt. "Too airy, too fast. Nice to meet you." "You too," Marcus exhaled, his breath a pale cloud in the cooling air. "Heard a lot about you." He gestured toward the open gate with a tilt of his chin. "Head straight up the main road. You'll see the compound. Cannot miss it. Theo's in the main house, the big one in the center. Park anywhere. Thanks." Her voice wavered slightly, and she cleared her throat. "And Layla." He leaned down slightly, bracing a hand on the car frame. His knuckles were scarred, calloused. His gaze held hers, unflinching. "Do not be nervous. Everyone here knows you're under the Alpha's protection. Nobody's going to mess with you." She swallowed. The words should have been comforting. But something in his tone, a quiet warning beneath the reassurance, sent a chill down her spine. Was it kindness or a reminder of the consequences if someone did? "Good to know," she managed. Marcus stepped back, nodding once, and she eased her foot off the brake. The car rolled forward with a crunch of gravel under tires, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. She glanced in the rearview mirror as the gate swung shut behind her, the iron bars locking into place with a hollow clank that reverberated through the chassis. No turning back now. The road stretched ahead, winding through thick woods that pressed in on both sides. Patches of fog drifted across the path, ghost-like, illuminated by her headlights. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their trunks rough with moss, their branches scraping faintly against each other in the breeze, a sound like dry whispers. The air grew cooler, damper, the scent of pine and decay thick in her lungs. Crickets chirped in the underbrush, and somewhere deep in the woods, an owl cried, a low, haunting hoot that sent a shiver down her spine. After about half a mile, the forest parted abruptly, spilling into a wide clearing, and there it was, the compound. Layla gasped, her breath catching in her throat. This was not just a house. It was a world, multiple buildings, crafted from dark wood and stone, arranged in a loose circle around a broad central green. The main house dominated the scene, a sprawling, 3-story structure with wide porches, gabled roofs, and large windows glowing warmly from within. It looked like a craftsman home built for giants, solid, timeless, rooted. Smaller cabins and cottages dotted the perimeter, smoke curling from their chimneys into the twilight sky. A long, low community building with wide double doors stood to the east, and beside it, a workshop with the smell of sawdust and hot metal lingering in the air. To the west, a smaller schoolhouse-style building with colorful murals painted on the walls, and people, so many people. Kids in mismatched sweaters chased a soccer ball across the green, their shouts echoing like bells. On the porch of one cabin, 2 older women sat in rocking chairs, knitting needles clicking in rhythm. A group of teenagers lounged around a stone fire pit, a guitar strumming softly under one boy's fingers, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces. Man in grease-stained coveralls tinkered with a motorcycle, sparks flying as he ground down a piece of metal. Every single one of them turned as her car rolled into view, heads lifted. Conversations paused. Eyes, curious, assessing, some guarded, others openly friendly, landed on her. She felt the weight of their gazes like pressure against her skin, the primal awareness of being an outsider in a world that moved in its own rhythm. 63 werewolves. All of them, no doubt, were able to smell her nervous sweat, the rapid pulse in her throat, the adrenaline sharpening her scent. Her hands tightened on the wheel. She drove slowly, deliberately, toward the main house, parking near the front steps. The tires crunched on gravel, then fell silent. The engine clicked off. The stillness that followed was thick, expectant. She sat for a moment, breathing in the mix of wood smoke, damp grass, and distant cooking, something savory, maybe garlic and curry. The takeout bags from that Thai place Theo loved sat in the passenger seat, steam long gone, the paper slightly damp from condensation. She would spend an hour picking out the perfect combination: pad thai, green curry, spring rolls, wanting to get it right, wanting him to know she would tried. Just as she reached for the door handle, the front door of the main house swung open. Theo stepped out. He looked different here, softer, more real. Dressed in faded jeans, a worn flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, feet bare against the wooden steps. His hair was tousled, wild, like he had been running his hands through it, which he probably had. When he saw her, his face lit up, the way a room brightens when sunlight hits it after days of rain. And just like that, some of the fear inside her eased. He crossed the yard in long, easy strides, his gait loose, confident. He pulled her door open before she could, his fingers brushing hers as she reached for the handle. The contact, brief, electric, sent a jolt through her. "Hey," he said, his voice warm, crinkling at the corners of his eyes. "You made it." "I made it." She stepped out, the gravel shifting under her boots. The night air wrapped around her, cool but not cold. "Your security is intense." He grinned, sheepish. "Sorry about that. Marcus is thorough, but he liked you, which is good. How can you tell?" "He did not try to intimidate you. That is liking you in Marcus speak." Theo leaned in, reaching past her for the takeout bags. His arm brushed her side, and she caught his scent. Clean soap, wood smoke, something uniquely him, like cedar and warmth. "Come on, I will give you the tour, then we can eat. I'm starving." She followed, hyper-aware of the eyes still tracking them, not hostile, but watchful. A woman on a porch waved, her smile cautious but kind. Two kids stopped mid-kick, staring. A man by the motorcycle called out, "Looking good, Alpha," with a grin and a raised wrench. Theo waved back without breaking stride. Inside, the main house was warm, literally and emotionally. Hardwood floors, scuffed but polished, creaked underfoot. Overstuffed couches and armchairs clustered around a stone fireplace, its hearth still smoldering with embers. Photos lined the walls, pack gatherings, children with missing teeth, elders laughing around a bonfire. The air smelled like coffee, cinnamon, and the faintest hint of fur after rain, something wild, barely tamed. Theo set the takeout on a massive kitchen island, its dark wood scarred with knife marks and spills. "So this is home," he said, voice softer now. "I know it is a lot. The pack shares this space for meetings and meals, but I have a private section upstairs. We can eat there if you want privacy." She glanced around. "Are people going to be weird about me being here?" "They are curious, but no one will bother you. I made it very clear that you are my guest and under my protection." He turned to face her, eyes searching. "Does it freak you out, being here?" "A little," she admitted, her fingers brushing the countertop. The wood was smooth, warm from the house's heat. "It is one thing to know you are a werewolf. It is another to be standing in the middle of a werewolf compound surrounded by 63 predators." He stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off him and could see the gold flecks in his hazel eyes. "Not touching, but near. You are safe here, I promise. The pack will not hurt what is mine, yours." Her eyebrow arched. He flushed, the color darkening his cheeks. "I mean, you are my guest, under my protection. Not that I am claiming ownership or anything territorial, although that is actually kind of a thing with wolves, but I just meant Theo." She pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the solid thud of his heartbeat beneath her palm, strong and fast. "Breathe." "I was teasing." "Oh, right." He covered her hand with his fingers rough, warm. "Sorry, I am nervous. I have never brought anyone here before. Anyone human, I mean. This is my world, and I want you to feel comfortable in it." "Show me around," she said softly. "The more I understand, the less scary it is." And so he did. For an hour, Theo led her through the heart of the compound, the communal kitchen with its industrial stoves and giant pots, the meeting room with wolf pelts on the walls, and a long table scarred with claw marks, the schoolhouse where a teacher read a story to wide-eyed children. He introduced her to pack members, names slipping through her memory like water: Elise, the healer; Jonah, the blacksmith; Maya, who ran the gardens, all polite, all watching her, but with a quiet respect, welcoming in their own way. When they reached his private quarters on the 3rd floor, a sprawling apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the compound at night, glowing like a constellation, she finally exhaled. "This is where I hide when being alpha gets too heavy," he said, leading her to a small kitchenette. "Want to heat this up? I am pretty sure pad thai is better warm." They worked side by side, opening containers, transferring food, reheating in a microwave, the hum of the machine, the clink of plates, the rich aroma of curry and lime filling the air. It was domestic, normal, and in that moment, it felt more intimate than any kiss. "Can I ask you something?" Layla said, settling onto his couch, her plate balanced on her knees. "Anything. Why have not you brought anyone here before? You are successful, attractive, clearly a catch. Why no serious relationships?" Theo set down his fork, his expression quiet. He looked out the window, where the fire pit still burned below, casting long shadows. "Honestly, I think I have been waiting." And when he turned back to her, his eyes held something so raw, so certain, she barely needed him to say the words. "For my fated mate. Maybe, or maybe just waiting for someone who felt right. Most of the women in my pack have known me since we were kids. It is hard to be romantic with someone who remembers you eating dirt on a dare. And dating outside the pack, dating humans, is complicated. The other do not know what I am, which means constantly lying, or they do know, and they cannot handle it. But you told me, because you felt different. From the first night, listening to you sing, I knew you were worth the risk." He picked up his fork again, pushing noodles around his plate. "My father used to say that the moon knows what we need, even when we do not. He believed in fated mates, believed he and my mother were destined, and maybe they were. But I have accepted that is not my story. Does that make you sad? Sometimes. There is this narrative in our world that fated mates are the ultimate blessing, the perfect love story. And when you do not get that, it is easy to feel like you're getting second best, like you are not enough for the moon to care about." Layla set down her plate, turning to face him fully. "That is bullshit." He blinked. "What?" "The idea that you are not enough because you did not get some cosmic matchmaker deciding your fate. Theo, you are incredible. You are kind and strong, and you care so deeply about everyone around you. If the moon did not give you a fated mate, that is the moon's loss, not yours." Something in his chest cracked open. "You really believe that?" "I do. And honestly, I think choosing is braver than destiny. Destiny is easy. The universe makes the decision for you. But choosing, looking at someone and deciding every day that they are who you want, that is powerful. That is real. That is what I want," Theo said quietly. "With you, if you will let me." Layla reached for his hand, lacing their fingers together. "I need to tell you something too, about why I am so cautious. You do not have to. I want to." She took a breath. "My last serious relationship was 5 years ago. His name was Derek. We were together for 3 years. I thought we were building something real. Then I found out he had been cheating on me for the last year of our relationship, with multiple people. Layla, the worst part was not even the cheating. It was that everyone knew. His friends, our mutual friends, they all knew, and nobody told me. I was the idiot girlfriend who did not see what was right in front of her." Her voice had gone flat, motionless. "When I confronted him, he told me I was not enough, not exciting enough, not sexy enough, not worth being faithful to." Anger surged through Theo, hot and protective. "He is a fucking idiot, maybe. But it worked. It got in my head, made me question everything. I have not dated seriously since then, just casual things that could not hurt me. Until you." "I am not him," Theo said firmly. "I would never." "I know. Or at least, I am choosing to believe that. But it is hard, trusting someone with the parts of you that have been hurt. I am trying, Theo, but I need you to be patient with me. I can be patient. I can do whatever you need. He shifted closer, bringing their joined hands up to press against his chest. You are not going to scare me off by having boundaries, by being cautious. I would rather you protect yourself than pretend to be okay when you are not, even if that means taking things slow, especially then. This is not a race. We do not have to figure everything out tonight. Layla smiled, a little watery. How are you real? Seriously, you are too good to be true. I am really not. I am bossy and overprotective, and I have a tendency to growl when I am annoyed. You growl? It is a wolf thing. Cannot really help it. That is, she bit her lip. That is kind of hot, actually. Heat flared in Theo's eyes. Yeah? Do not let it go to your head. Too late. My ego is enormous now. She laughed, and Theo memorized the sound. They finished eating, conversation flowing between them, lighter topics now, trading embarrassing stories and bad jokes. Layla told him about the time she would accidentally set a small fire during a gig when a stage light tipped over. Theo countered with a story of his youngest brother getting stuck in wolf form for 3 days because he would panic during his first shift. He just stayed a wolf? Could not figure out how to shift back. He was 13 and terrified. We had to coax him through it step by step. Theo shook his head. He is 25 now and still gets shit about it. That is kind of adorable. Do not tell him that. He will never forgive you. They migrated from the couch to the kitchen, Layla insisting on helping with dishes despite Theo's protests. They worked side by side, hips occasionally bumping, hands brushing as they passed plates back and forth. Can I ask you something potentially invasive? Layla said, drying a pot with a dish towel. At this point, I think we are past boundaries. The fated mate thing, if it happened, would you feel it? Like if you met your fated mate tomorrow, would there be an instant connection? Theo considered the question carefully. Yes, from what I understand, it is immediate. You see them, and just, no, a pull in your chest. Their scent becomes the only thing that matters. It is overwhelming. And you have never felt that? With anyone? Never. He turned to look at her. Why are you asking? Because I need to know what I am competing with. If your fated mate showed up tomorrow, would I lose you? The vulnerability in her voice gutted him. Theo dried his hands, then turned to cup her face gently. You are not competing with anything. Fated mate or not, I am choosing you. Right now. Today. That choice is mine, and I am making it with my whole heart. But if, no buts, listen to me. His thumb traced her cheekbone. I spent years wondering if the moon forgot about me, if I was not worthy of that kind of love. But standing here with you, I do not care. Because this, what we are building, feels more real than any cosmic destiny. You chose to come here tonight, to see my world, to trust me with your past. That means everything. Layla's eyes had gone bright with unshed tears. I am choosing you too. It scares the hell out of me, but I am choosing this. Then that is enough. That is more than enough. They stood there for a long moment, the kitchen warm around them, the compound settling into the evening outside. Somewhere below, Theo could hear pack members laughing. Normal life continues. But up here, in his space, with her, this felt like everything. Theo, Layla whispered, I want to kiss you, really kiss you, not just a quick peck goodbye. Is that okay? His heart stuttered. More than okay. She moved first, standing on her toes, hands sliding up to curl into his shirt. Her lips brushed his, soft and questioning. Theo held himself very still, letting her set the pace, letting her control this. Then her mouth opened against his, and control became irrelevant. The kiss deepened slowly, carefully. Theo's hands found her waist, pulling her closer. She tasted like Thai food and wine, and something uniquely her. Her fingers tightened in his shirt, and he felt the small sound she made in the back of her throat like a physical touch. His wolf rose under his skin, pleased and possessive, wanting to claim and mark and never let go. Theo pushed it down gently. Not yet. Not like this. This needed to be human, deliberate, chosen. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Layla's lips were swollen, and her eyes were dark with want. Wow, she breathed. Yeah, Theo's voice had gone rough. That was really good. Really, really good. She laughed, pressing her forehead against his chest. I should probably go soon, before I do something impulsive. You can stay. The words were out before he could think. I mean, not like that. I have a guest room. You could stay. See more of the pack tomorrow. No pressure. Layla pulled back to look at him. You want me to stay? I always want you to stay. I never want you to leave, but I also do not want to push. You are not pushing. I am just, she bit her lip. I am scared of how much I already feel for you. We have known each other less than a week, and I am standing in your home, surrounded by your pack, kissing you like my life depends on it. That is fast. It is fast, Theo agreed. But it also feels right, does not it? Yeah, it really does. Then stay. We will have breakfast. I will show you more of the territory. You can meet my brothers. They are annoying, but mostly harmless. Mostly, they will probably interrogate you, but in a loving way. Layla considered it for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay, I will stay, but I'm sleeping in the guest room, of course. And we are taking things slow, whatever you need, even though that kiss was possibly the best kiss of my entire life. And I kinda want to do it again right now. Theo grinned. Nothing stopping you. So she kissed him again, slower this time, thorough and deliberate. When they broke apart, Theo had to remind himself to breathe. Guest room, Layla said firmly. Before I change my mind, he showed her to the guest room, comfortable and private, with its own bathroom and a view of the forest. He brought her spare clothes to sleep in, gave her towels, and made sure she had everything she needed. At the door, she caught his hand. Thank you, she said softly, for being patient. For letting me set the pace. Thank you for giving me a chance. For being here. For choosing this even though it is complicated and scary. Worth it, she said. You are worth it. After she closed the door, Theo stood in the hallway for a long moment, a stupid smile still lingering on his face. His phone buzzed. Saw her car is still here, Marcus had written. Did it go well? Theo did not hesitate. She is staying the night, he replied. Guest room. The response came almost instantly. Proud of you, brother. She is good for you. Theo stared at the screen, the smile softening into something quieter, steadier. Yeah, he typed back. She really is. He slipped the phone into his pocket and headed for his own room, already knowing sleep would be difficult with her so close, aware of her presence in the house, warm and real. But for the first time in years, the old ache, the hollow pull of not having a fated mate, felt distant, irrelevant, because he had something better. He had a choice. He had Layla. And tomorrow he would wake up knowing she would chosen to stay. That was better than any moon blessing could ever be. 3 weeks into dating a werewolf, Layla had learned several important things, small, quiet truths that settled beneath her skin like warmth from a slow-burning fire. Theo texted like someone who had never learned the concept of brevity. His messages were not just texts. There were dispatches, full paragraphs packed with introspection, humor, and a precision that felt both intimate and slightly overwhelming. She would wake to her phone buzzing softly against the nightstand at 2:17 a.m., the screen glowing like a tiny beacon in the dark, illuminating yet another carefully composed reflection. The full moon's pull is stronger this month. Not physically, obviously, but emotionally. I found myself pacing earlier, restless, needing to feel like I was doing something. I think it is because we did not get to talk today. You mentioned your project deadline was stressing you. I wish I could have been there to bring you tea and sit in silence with you while you worked. Is that weird? Probably, but it is true. She would read it curled under the weight of her down comforter, the room cool and still, the only sound the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs. And somehow, every time, her chest would tighten, not with annoyance, but with a quiet, aching tenderness. She would type back, not weird, it is sweet. Go to sleep, Alpha, and smile at the way Alpha felt in her fingers, like a secret she got to keep. 2. Werewolves ran hot, literally. The first time Theo had put his hand on the small of her back during one of their early walks in the city park, she would flinched, not from fear, but from the unexpected warmth radiating through her thin sweater. was not just body heat. It was more, like standing too close to a hearth fire in winter, the kind that seeps through layers and settles deep into your bones. Now, curled up on his couch with her bare feet tucked into his lap, she could feel the heat of his palms through her socks, a steady, pulsing warmth that made her toes tingle. The room smelled faintly of cedar and sandalwood, his natural scent, she would realized, mixed with the lingering aroma of the takeout Thai they would shared an hour earlier, lemongrass, chili oil, and something sweet and earthy. Outside, the first true winds of late autumn scraped against the windows, rattling the glass and sending dry leaves skittering across the concrete sidewalk like tiny panicked creatures. But inside, beneath a soft wool throw and wrapped in Theo's presence, it felt like a sanctuary. She wiggled her toes, and his fingers tightened reflexively, thumbs pressing into the arches of her feet with just the right amount of pressure. His touch sent a ripple of sensation up her legs, aching muscles relaxed, tension she had not even noticed dissolved. He did this without thinking now, a quiet habit that spoke of comfort, of claiming, in the softest way, and God, it made her melt. 3. She was falling for him so hard and so fast it should have terrified her more than it did. But the truth was, fear had been replaced by something deeper, a kind of recognition, as if her soul had been waiting for the exact cadence of his voice, the way his eyes darkened when he looked at her, the low, rumbling laugh that vibrated through the couch when she teased him. They would fallen into a rhythm, easy and unforced, like two instruments finding the same key. Dinner twice a week, sometimes at dimly lit restaurants where candlelight flickered against wine glasses and soft jazz drifted through the air. Theo insisted on paying despite her protests. No, really, Layla, I have been saving for centuries. Let me treat you. Other times, take out in sweatpants on his oversized sectional, paper containers spread across the coffee table, their fingers brushing as they reached for the last spring roll. Long phone calls that stretched past midnight, voices rough with sleep, the kind of conversations that started with "How was your day?" and spiraled into confessions, childhood fears, dreams they would never voiced, the way certain songs made their hearts ache for reasons they could not explain. Neither ever wanted to hang up first, so one of them would eventually whisper, "I should go," and then linger for another 20 minutes, saying okay, bye, no, you over, and over until one finally caved. And stolen afternoons, golden precious hours when her schedule allowed, meeting for coffee at their favorite corner cafe, steam rising from mismatched ceramic mugs, the scent of roasted beans and cinnamon filling the air, or walks in the park where the trees were turning flame orange and rust red, their leaves crunching underfoot like brittle paper. That was where they would first kissed, under a gnarled old oak, rain threatening in the iron-gray sky, Theo hesitating for just a second too long before pulling her close, one hand cradling the back of her neck, the other warm against her waist. The world had narrowed to the pressure of his lips, the faint salt of rain on his skin, the low growl in his throat that was not quite human. It felt normal, easy, like they would been doing this for years instead of weeks, except for the werewolf parts. So explain to me again why Marcus called you at midnight about territorial markings, Layla asked, her voice drowsy with contentment. She shifted against the soft, deep blue cushion, tucking her feet higher into Theo's lap. The air in his apartment was warm, almost too warm for a human. She could feel the faint sweat on her palms, but she did not want to move, did not want to break the spell. Theo exhaled, a slow breath that stirred the hair at her temple. Because the Morrison pack tried to extend their territory markers 3 miles east to where they should be. It is a power play, testing to see if we are paying attention. His voice was calm, but she could hear the undercurrent, the low growl beneath the words, the tension in his jaw. And are you? Always. His hands stilled, thumbs pressing into the tendons of her ankles. The room fell quiet for a moment, broken only by the soft ticking of the antique clock on the mantel. Then he turned his gaze to her, dark eyes searching. Does this bore you? I know pack politics are not exactly riveting. The overhead light cast shadows across the sharp lines of his face, the strong bridge of his nose, the faint scar above his brow, the way his lips curved when he was trying not to look worried. She smiled. Are you kidding? It is fascinating. You are basically running a small government, with treaties, pies, and, I assume, military strategy. He snorted, then laughed, a deep, rich sound that made her stomach flutter. There is no military. We are not Rome. Feels like it sometimes. She wiggled her toes, and he resumed the massage, his fingers working in slow, deliberate circles. Plus, she added, voice softening, I like hearing you talk about things that matter to you. Even when you ramble. Even when I ramble? Especially when you ramble. You get this look on your face, all intense and focused, like the future of the pack hinges on whether I finish my Thai curry. It is. She let the word hang, then finished with a whisper. Hot. His hands tightened on her ankle, just for a second, his thumb slipping beneath the hem of her sock, skin against skin. The contact sent a jolt through her, sharp and electric. You cannot just say things like that, he said, voice dropping, rougher now, threaded with something darker. Why not? Because I am trying to be a gentleman, he murmured, eyes darkening, and you make it very difficult when you call me hot. Layla grinned, shifting, pulling her feet from his lap and scooting closer until her side pressed against his. The heat of him radiated through her shirt, intense and comforting. She tucked herself under his arm, and his hand settled on her hip, pulling her in until she was half sprawled across his chest. His heartbeat was steady beneath her ear, strong, inhumanly strong, but familiar now. Good, she said, pressing her palm flat against his chest. You are too much of a gentleman sometimes. I will not break, you know. I know. His fingers traced the curve of her spine through the fabric. But you also said you wanted to take things slow. I did. I do. She tilted her head up, meeting his gaze. But slow does not mean glacial. She kissed his jaw, feeling the muscle jump under her lips, tight, coiled restraint. The faint stubble scraped her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. I like this, she whispered, being close to you, touching you. I just do not want to rush into anything physical before I am ready. His breath caught, then softer, and I will wait as long as you need. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, lingering, his lips warm against her hair. Even if it kills me, so dramatic, you have no idea what you do to me. She tilted her head and kissed his jaw again, then lower, along the column of his throat, feeling the pulse there, fast, wild. I might have some idea. The moment stretched, thick with unspoken want, the air between them charged. Then, buzz, 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 his phone lit up on the coffee table, the screen flashing with an incoming message. Theo groaned, low and pained, like he was being physically torn apart, but he reached for it anyway. Alpha responsibilities do not stop for make-out sessions, he muttered, unlocking the screen. He frowned. Callum, your best friend? The one who dared you to talk to me? The very same. He read the message, lips twitching. He is in town tomorrow and wants to meet for drinks. Both of us. Layla sat up straighter, pulling the throat tighter around her. He wants to meet me. He's been asking about you since that first night. Theo's expression softened. I think he wants to make sure I am not making a terrible decision. A terrible decision? She arched her brow. You are not. You are the best decision I have ever made. He kissed her forehead, lingering, his breath warm in her hair. But Callum takes his role as my friend very seriously. He will want to vet you. Vet me, like a job interview. More like protective big brother energy. He can be intense. Layla smirked. I have handled you. I can handle your friend. Theo laughed, full, deep, and bright, and the sound filled the room like sunlight. Fair point. Tomorrow at Embers? 7 o'clock? The bar where we met? Callum's sentimental like that. The next evening, Layla spent an embarrassing amount of time choosing her outfit. She stood in front of her closet, tossing discarded clothes onto the bed. Too casual, too formal, too obvious. The air in her apartment was cool, the window cracked slightly to let in the autumn breeze, carrying the distant scent of wood smoke and damp pavement. Finally, she settled on dark, well-worn jeans, a deep burgundy blouse that clung to her curves, and her favorite leather jacket, the type one that creaked softly when she moved and made her feel like she could walk through fire and not flinch. She dabbed on a hint of her signature jasmine perfume, ran a brush through her hair until it shone, and added a slash of red lipstick, a silent promise to herself. I will not be intimidated. Theo arrived at 6:30, standing in her doorway in dark slacks and a charcoal gray sweater that hugged his broad shoulders like it was made for him. His scent hit her first, clean soap, warm skin, something wild beneath it all, and then his eyes, dark and devouring. "You look beautiful," he said, stepping inside before she could react, cupping her face and kissing her deeply. His lips were soft but insistent, and the taste of him, mint, faint coffee, made her knees weak. She barely managed to murmur, "Seatbelt," before he was pulling her toward the door. "Does not make it less true," he insisted, tugging her jacket around her shoulders as they stepped into the crisp night. Embers was just as she remembered, the low amber lighting, the hum of conversation, the faint thump of bass from the speakers behind the bar. The scent of whiskey, roasted peanuts, and aged wood enveloped him as they stepped inside. And there, in the same corner table where Theo had sat that first night, was Callum. He stood when he saw them, unfolding from his chair like a predator rising from rest. Tall, lean, with sharp cheekbones and silver blonde hair swept back from his forehead, he radiated a stillness that felt dangerous. His eyes, pale, almost glacial, locked onto Layla with unnerving precision. "Cross," he said, clasping Theo's forearm in a grip that looked like both greeting and challenge. Then he turned to her, offering his hand. "And you must be the woman who has turned my friend into a lovesick puppy, Theo," Callum growled. "What? It is a compliment." Callum's grin was wolfish. "I'm Callum Reed. I have heard an excessive amount about you." Layla shook his hand, noting the strength, the calluses, fighter's hands. "Layla Chen, I have heard you were responsible for daring Theo to talk to me." "Guilty." He leaned back in his chair, smirking. "Though in my defense, he was doing that thing where he stares longingly instead of actually making a move. I was performing a public service." They ordered drinks, whiskey neat for Layla and Callum, dark porter for Theo, and settled in. Conversation flowed, Callum probing, Layla answering with honesty and quiet fire, Theo interjecting only when the questions edged too close to invasion. But beneath it all, there was warmth, respect, a sense of family. And when Callum asked the final question, "What is your endgame here?" Layla did not hesitate. She met his gaze. "I do not do casual. Not anymore. I am in this, for as long as Theo wants me." Theo's hand found hers under the table, warm and sure. "Forever then," he said quietly, "just so we are clear." And in that moment, surrounded by the low murmur of voices, the clink of glasses, the scent of wood and whiskey, and him, Layla believed it. Callum's smile was genuine this time, reaching his eyes. "Then welcome to the family, Layla Chen. Try not to let this idiot's protective instincts drive you crazy. I will do my best." After Callum left, with a hug for Layla and a promise to visit again soon, Theo pulled her close. "Thank you," he murmured against her hair, "for putting up with that. I know he can be a lot." "I liked him. He cares about you." She pulled back to look at him, and he approved. I could tell. He did, which means, Theo hesitated. "Would you be okay coming to a pack gathering this weekend?" "Nothing formal, just a bonfire. Food, music, people hanging out. I want them to meet you properly." Layla's stomach flipped. "The whole pack, most of them. Some are traveling or working, but probably 40 or 50 wolves will be there." He saw her expression and added quickly, "You do not have to. I know it is intimidating. No, I want to. I want to be part of your world. I am just..." She took a breath. "What if they do not like me? What if they think I am not good enough for their alpha? Then they are wrong." "But Layla..." He cupped her face gently. "They are going to love you. How could they not?" Saturday evening arrived too quickly. Layla changed outfits 3 times before settling on jeans, boots, and a soft sweater that Theo had once said brought out the gold in her eyes. Not too formal, not too casual, approachable. The compound was transformed. The central green had been set up with long tables laden with food, strings of lights crisscrossing overhead, and a massive bonfire crackling in a stone pit. People milled around, adults drinking and talking, kids chasing each other, teenagers clustered in their own groups. Theo's hand was warm in hers as they walked into the gathering. Immediately, conversations paused, heads turned. Every eye in the clearing locked onto her. Layla forced herself not to freeze. She was the only human here. The only one without enhanced senses, without the ability to shift, without the instinctive understanding of pack dynamics. She was an outsider, and everyone knew it. "It is okay," Theo murmured, his thumb stroking her knuckles. "Just breathe." Marcus approached first, his smile welcoming. "Layla, good to see you again. Come on, I will introduce you around." The next hour was a blur of names and faces. Most pack members were friendly, curious, asking about her work and her music with genuine interest. Some of the older women fussed over her, making sure she had food and drink. The children stared but were mostly shy, but there were others. A woman named Claire who looked Layla up and down with barely concealed disdain. A man called Derek who made a comment about humans playing in wolf territory. A teenager who muttered something about alphas deserving better. Theo's jaw tightened each time, but Layla squeezed his hand. She could handle this. "So you are the singer," Claire said, cornering Layla near the food table. She was beautiful in that effortless way some women had. Tall, athletic, with auburn hair and sharp green eyes. "Theo mentioned you perform." "I do. Jazz mostly. Some folk." "How quaint." Claire's smile did not reach her eyes. "And you are human, very observant." "I just wonder what happens when Theo finds his fated mate. Where does that leave you?" The words hit like a physical blow, but Layla kept her expression neutral. "Theo and I have talked about that. We are choosing each other. That is enough." "Is it? Because fated mates are a moon blessing. The ultimate bond. Can you really compete with that?" "I am not competing with anything. I am building something real with someone I care about." Layla met Claire's gaze steadily. "And frankly, it is none of your business." Claire's eyes flashed. For a moment, Layla thought she might have pushed too far. Then Claire laughed, sharp and brittle. "Fair enough. Just do not say I did not warn you when the moon decides Theo deserves better." She walked away, leaving Layla feeling shaken. A hand touched her shoulder. "Marcus, do not let Claire get to you," he said quietly. "She has had a thing for Theo since we were teenagers. This is not about you being human. It is about you being competition. That is supposed to make me feel better? It should. Because Theo never gave her the time of day, but he looks at you like you hung the moon." Marcus handed her a fresh drink. "You are doing great, by the way. Most humans would have bolted by now." Layla managed to smile. The night's still young. As the evening wore on, she relaxed incrementally. She found herself in a conversation with 3 pack women about the challenges of work-life balance. One of them was a nurse, another a teacher, the third ran her own business. They were funny and warm and treated her like a person, not a curiosity. Theo's youngest brother, Ryan, cornered her to ask about her music equipment. It turned out he was a guitar player and wanted to learn more about audio recording. They talked for 20 minutes about microphones and mixing boards until Theo rescued her with an amused expression. "You have made a friend for life," he said. "Ryan never shuts up about music." "He is sweet. They are all sweet." Layla leaned into him. "Most of them anyway. Claire, among others. But I survived." "You did more than survive. You fit." He wrapped his arms around her from behind, chin resting on her shoulder. "See that group over there? 3 of them asked Marcus if you were staying. They want to get to know you better." Warmth bloomed in her chest. "Really? Really? You were charming them without even trying." The bonfire had burned down to embers when Theo's mother found them. Eleanor Cross was petite and fierce, with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that missed nothing. "So you are Layla," she said, looking her over. "The one who has got my son smiling again." "Mom," Theo warned. "Hush. I am allowed to meet the woman you have been talking about nonstop." Eleanor turned to Layla. "Walk with me?" Layla glanced at Theo, who gave her an encouraging nod. They walked to the edge of the gathering, where the noise faded to a comfortable murmur. "I will not keep you long," Eleanor said. "I just wanted to say thank you for seeing my son. Not the alpha, not the leader, just Theo. It is not hard. He is amazing. He is. But he forgets that sometimes. Gets so caught up in taking care of everyone else that he forgets to take care of himself." Eleanor's expression softened. "You make him happy. I have not seen him this light in years." maybe ever. He makes me happy too. Good. Then we understand each other. Eleanor patted her arm. And do not worry about the Claires of the world. Every pack has skeptics. You just keep being yourself, and they will come around. And if they do not, she shrugged, that is their problem. They returned to find Theo in conversation with an older man about lumber prices. He immediately excused himself when he saw them. Everything okay? He asked, searching Layla's face. Your mom's terrifying and wonderful, Layla said. I like her. Eleanor laughed. I like her too. Do not screw this up, Theo. I am trying not to, Ma. As the gathering wound down, people started drifting toward their homes. Kids were carried, sleepy and protesting. Adults lingered over last conversations. The pack members who had been friendliest made a point of saying goodbye to Layla, making her promise to come back. Finally, it was just Layla and Theo, sitting by the dying fire, her head on his shoulder. That was not so bad, she said. You were perfect, better than perfect. I was not. I was nervous and probably said something stupid to at least 3 people. You were human and genuine and kind. That is all they needed to see. He kissed her temple. Thank you for doing this. For trying. I am not trying. I'm just here. With you. She tilted her head to look at him, the firelight casting shadows across his face. This is real for me, Theo. Your world. Your pack. You. All of it. It is real for me, too. More real than anything I have felt. They kissed, slow and sweet, the fire warming them from one side, the cool night air from the other. When they broke apart, Layla was smiling. Take me home? She asked. Yours or mine? Yours. I like being here, in your space. They walked hand in hand to the main house, up to his apartment. Layla kicked off her boots, claiming her now usual spot on his couch. Theo joined her, pulling her close. Can I tell you something? She said into the comfortable silence. Always. I think I am falling in love with you, and it scares me how fast it is happening, but I cannot seem to stop it. Theo went very still. Then he turned her to face him fully, his hands cradling her face like she was something precious. I am already there, he said quietly. I have been falling since that first night. Every day with you just makes me fall harder. Yeah? Yeah. I love you, Layla. I love your voice and your laugh and the way you challenge me. I love that you are brave enough to step into my world even when it scares you. I love that you see me as a person, not just an alpha. I love you. Layla's eyes filled with tears. I love you too, so much. They kissed again, deeper this time, hands mapping familiar territory with new urgency. When Theo's phone buzzed with what had to be pack business, they both groaned. Ignore it, Layla murmured against his mouth. I want to, but I know. Alpha responsibilities. She pulled back, running her fingers through his hair. Go, do your job. I will be here when you are done. Typed a quick response, then set it aside. It can wait 5 minutes. Only 5? Maybe 10. Maybe forever. You are more important. Liar. Your pack is important. You are part of my pack now. That makes you just as important. The simple statement hit harder than it should have. Part of his pack. Part of his world. Part of his life. Like the sound of that, she whispered. Good, because I am not letting you go. Ever. Possessive much. It is a wolf thing. You will get used to it. She laughed, kissing him once more before reluctantly untangling herself. Go. Handle your pack business. I am going to steal one of your shirts and read until you are done. You look better in my shirts than I do. Obviously. He left to make his calls, and Layla curled up in his bed wearing his shirt, feeling more at home than she had anywhere in years. Through the walls she could hear his voice, steady, authoritative, caring. The alpha taking care of his pack. Her alpha. Her pack. The thought should have scared her. Instead, it felt like coming home. When he finally returned, sliding into bed beside her, she did not pretend to be asleep. She just turned into his arms, letting him hold her close. Everything okay? She asked. Everything's perfect, he murmured. You are here. That makes everything perfect. They fell asleep like that, tangled together, choosing each other, building something real one day at a time. And somewhere outside, the moon watched over the compound, blessing them not with fate, but with the freedom to choose their own path. Layla had been living in a bubble for 6 weeks. Not just any bubble. This one was seamless, warm, glistening with quiet joy, suspended in the golden light of late spring afternoons, and the steady rhythm of Theo's heartbeat beneath her ear as they lay tangled in his sheets. It was the kind of bubble that smelled like cedar and vanilla, like the sandalwood oil he used on his skin after a shift, mingling with the crisp cotton of his oversized hoodie that she now claimed as her own. The air around her had been thick with comfort, the soft hum of the refrigerator in his kitchen, the distant bark of a pup tumbling through the woods beyond the compound, the low murmur of pack members greeting her by name as she passed. She had started to believe, truly believe, that she belonged. She had fallen in love slowly, breathlessly, in the way of someone who had long thought love was something that happened to other people. With Theo, it had crept in between sketches on her tablet and quiet dinners at his kitchen table, where sunlight streaked across the polished wood like liquid amber. His fingers, long and strong, you'd brush hers when passing the salt, sending quiet shocks through her chest. The way he watched her, not with hunger, but with something deeper, like reverence, had rewired her understanding of what it meant to be seen, and the pack had begun to accept her. Not just tolerate her presence, but invite her in. Women passing in the hall would smile, nod, children would wave shyly before dashing off to their lessons. Even Marcus, stoic and guarded, had once held the door for her with a gruff, "Morning, Layla," that had made her heart stutter. But bubbles, no matter how perfect, are fragile. And Layla should have known better. The visiting alpha arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, the kind of day that felt heavy with unspoken tension. The sky was a washed-out gray, clouds pressing low like a held breath. Faint scent of rain hung in the air, mingling with the earthy undertones of pine resin and damp soil from the morning's drizzle. The usual chorus of birds had gone quiet, replaced by the distant murmur of raised voices beyond the compound gates. Not angry voices, nothing violent, but formal, measured, the kind of tones people use in ceremonial spaces, crisp consonants and deliberate pacing, the sound of power being acknowledged. Layla was at Theo's place, curled in the corner of his wide, butter-soft leather couch, bare feet tucked under her. Her laptop sat open on the coffee table, its screen glowing with the blue light of a half-finished design project. The faint citrusy tang of her hand soap lingered from where she would washed her hands earlier, mixed with the warm, musky vanilla of the lotion she would borrowed from Theo's bathroom. She tapped the stylus against her lips, squinting at the layout, when the first ripple of unease reached her. It was not anything she could name. Just a shift in pressure, like the stillness before thunder. Then came the voices, sharp, authoritative, and the thud of heavy boots on the wooden walkway outside. She looked up. The door to Theo's office cracked open, and he stepped out, tie slightly loosened, eyes scanning the room. His shirt clung to him in the damp warmth of the afternoon, the fabric taut across his shoulders. When his gaze landed on her, something flickered behind his expression. Affection, yes, but something else too. Caution, a shudder coming down. "Stay here," he said, crossing the room in 3 strides. His hands were warm on her shoulders, rounding as he leaned in to press a kiss to her forehead. His lips lingered, breathing her in, and for a moment, the scent of him, cedar and warm skin, and something wild, like damp moss after a storm, washed over her, soothing, visiting. "Alpha, I need to do the formal greeting." Her stomach dipped. "Should I leave?" "No, you are fine." He straightened, but his hands stayed on her arms a second longer than necessary. "This will not take long." But she saw the tension in the set of his jaw, the slight flare of his nostrils, the tells she would learned in the last month and a half. This was not a friendly visit like Callum's, when laughter had echoed through the halls and Theo had introduced her with a proud, easy grin. This was something else. Something edged with protocol and power plays. Curious, she stood and moved to the window, fingers brushing the cool glass. Outside, the compound had come alive with quiet urgency. Wolves she recognized, some by name, others by face, had gathered near the main gates, their postures alert, eyes tracking a figure at the center of the group. Theo descended the steps from the main house, boots thudding against wood, his stride long but controlled. He carried himself like a man who knew his ground, every movement deliberate. And then Layla saw him. The visiting alpha stood a head taller than even Marcus, broad-shouldered and unyielding. He wore a long, charcoal gray coat that flared slightly in the breeze, the fabric rich and heavy, cut like something out of a military uniform. Silver threaded through his dark hair, catching the dull light like strands of wire. His face was all sharp angles, high cheekbones, a blade of a nose, lips pressed into a thin line that was not quite a smile. But it was his presence that struck her most, the way the space around him seemed to dim, as if the air itself deferred. The pack members stood a half-step back, their bodies angled slightly away, a language of submission even Layla, still learning the nuances, could read. Theo approached, and their forearms met in the traditional clasp, firm, controlled, neither yielding nor pressing dominance. It was a dance she had seen once before, at a ceremony, and still did not fully understand, but she could feel the undercurrents, the weight of history, the unspoken testing of boundaries. Marcus stood at Theo's right, shoulders squared, while two other senior wolves flanked them, faces unreadable. The greetings were swift, formal, each word measured like currency. Then they began walking, toward the main house, toward her. Layla's breath caught. She shut her laptop with a soft click, suddenly hyper-aware of her appearance. She was in black leggings, thin and worn at the knees, and one of Theo's oversized gray hoodies that hung past her hips, the sleeves bushed up to her elbows. Her hair was in a haphazard bun, stray strands clinging to her neck where the humidity had teased them loose. No makeup, just the faint smudge of mascara from yesterday and the ghost of lip balm on her chapped lips. She was not ready for scrutiny, for this kind of appraisal from someone who radiated authority like heat from stone. She smoothed the hoodie down, fingers trembling slightly. Voices echoed in the stairwell, deep, resonant. Theo's voice, carefully neutral. "My private quarters are on this floor. We can talk in my office." A second voice, rougher, edged with amusement. "No need for privacy yet, Cross. I would like to see your setup. Impressive territory you have got." The voice carried a rasp, as if it had been worn down by years of command, and something about the cadence made the hairs on her arms rise. The door opened. They entered. Layla stood, forcing her spine straight. The visiting alpha's eyes, pale, almost amber, locked onto her immediately. It was not a glance. It was a scan. His gaze traveled over her face, her clothes, her bare feet in wool socks, and in that heartbeat, she felt utterly translucent, like a specimen under glass. She even smelled it, his scent, sharp and animal-like, wet leather and iron, cutting through the familiar warmth of Theo's apartment. "Alpha Donovan," Theo said, his voice tight, closer to a growl in its depth. "This is Layla Chen, my girlfriend," Layla supplied, stepping forward and extending her hand. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "Nice to meet you." Donovan took her hand. His grip was firm, too firm, his palm calloused and unyielding, the pressure just shy of painful. "Chen," he repeated, rolling the name over his tongue like he was testing its weight. "Interesting." A pause. "You are human." It was not a question. It was an assessment, delivered like a verdict. The air between them cooled, as if a draft had slipped in. "I am," she said, keeping her voice even, refusing to shrink under his stare. Donovan released her hand slowly, turning to Theo with a small, humorless smile. "Did not realize you were dating outside the pack, Cross. Bold choice." The words were mild, but the tone, they curled like smoke, thick with implication. Theo's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping near his temple. Layla saw the shift in his posture, the way his body angled slightly in front of hers, shielding. "Layla is important to me," Theo said, each word deliberate. "I would appreciate you treating her with respect." "Of course." Donovan's smile did not reach his eyes. No disrespect intended, just surprised, that is all. He glanced back at her, and she felt the weight of that look like a hand on her chest. "Last I heard, you were holding out for a fated mate, the romantic one, waiting for the moon to bless you." Theo's breath exhaled through his nose, controlled but dark. "Plans change." Apparently, Donovan's gaze swept over her again, lingering. "Well, congratulations." He said it like it was a punch wrapped in silk. Though I have to say, Cross, you are still young. Plenty of time for the moon to surprise you. Seems premature to settle when you could still get the real thing. The air went cold. Layla felt the words like a slap, sharp and stinging. Settle, the real thing, as if she were a compromise, a placeholder, a temporary warmth in Theo's bed until something worthy came along. Her fingers curled into her palms, nails biting into skin. That is enough, Theo said, his voice dropping into a register that vibrated beneath her ribs, the voice of the wolf, raw and close to the surface. Layla is not a settlement. She is my choice. I would suggest you remember that while you are on my territory. Donovan raised his hands in mock surrender, but his eyes gleamed. Easy, Cross. Just making conversation. No need to get territorial. He emphasized the word, letting it hang, rich with insinuation. Marcus stepped forward then, his own dominance rising like a storm front, silent but undeniable. Alpha Donovan, he said, voice calm but edged with steel. Perhaps we should discuss the border situation in Theo's office. That is why you are here, after all. Donovan turned to Layla, offering a nod that was almost polite. Nice to meet you, Miss Chen. I am sure we will see more of each other, or not, depending on how things develop. They left, the door clicking shut behind them, and Layla was alone in the kitchen. The silence roared. Her laptop sat where she would left it, the screen dark. The air still carried the mingled scents, Donovan's iron scent and Theo's lingering warmth, but now they clashed, dissonant. She touched her hand, the one he would shaken, and it felt numb, cold, settle. The real thing. The words looped in her head like a broken record. Her phone was in her hand before she even realized she would reached for it. Her thumb hovered over the screen, trembling, then unlocked it. She opened her messages and typed, "Can I come over? I need to talk." Sarah replied instantly, "Always. I am home. You okay?" Layla stared the question. Her throat ached. Not really. She grabbed her laptop, shoved it into her bag, and scribbled a note on the back of a takeout menu. Had to go. Work emergency. Call you later. It was not entirely a lie. She did have deadlines. But more than that, she needed to leave. Needed space before she crumpled on Theo's couch, before the tears came and she humiliated herself in the apartment where just moments ago she would felt so safe. She did not look back as she left. Outside the air was cooler, laced with the promise of rain. The walk to her car felt longer than it should have, each step echoing in the unnatural quiet of the compound. She fumbled with her keys, hands shaking, and finally slid into the driver's seat. The leather was cold beneath her. She pulled the door shut, locked it, and only then, only when she was alone, surrounded by the silence of the car, did the tears come. Hot, silent, unstoppable. Sarah took one look at Layla's face when she opened the door and pulled her into a crushing hug. The familiar scent of her friend, patchouli shampoo and vanilla body spray, wrapped around her like a blanket. They had been friends since sophomore year of college, surviving all-nighters and heartbreaks, drunken karaoke and job rejections. Sarah had held her hair back when Derek had broken up with her in the middle of a crowded bar, had burned every photo Layla owned of him without asking. Now Sarah guided her to the couch, already handing her a wine glass and a box of tissues like she would rehearse this moment 100 times. "What happened?" she asked, voice soft but fierce. Layla told her everything. Well, not the werewolf parts. Those stayed locked tight, a secret she could not break. But she told her about Theo, about the way he looked at her, the way he would made her feel seen, like she mattered. She told her about the visiting alpha, about the way his voice had slithered into her confidence and wrapped around her fears. "So this asshole shows up," Sarah said, her voice rising, "and basically tells you that you are temporary in front of Theo?" Layla nodded, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. "He said Theo was settling until he finds what he is really supposed to have. Like I am just keeping the seat warm until someone better comes along. That is fucked up." Sarah's hand tightened around hers. "And Theo? What did he say?" "He defended me," Layla admitted. "He told the guy I was his choice, that I was not a settlement. Then why are you here crying?" Why are you listening to some random asshole instead of your boyfriend? Layla paused. The question sank in. She tried to articulate the fear, the old, familiar ache that Derek had carved into her. Because Derek told me I was not enough, that I was boring, not worth being faithful to, and I believed him. I let him make me feel small and inadequate, and like I should be grateful he was with me at all. Sarah's expression softened. Layla, and now here is this guy who does not even know me, saying essentially the same thing, that I am not the real thing, that Theo could do better, and what if he is right? What if there is this perfect match out there for Theo, some fated mate the moon sends, and he's going to find her, and I am going to be left standing there like an idiot again? Sarah grabbed both of her hands, forcing her to look up. Listen to me. You are not Derek's lies. You are not this asshole's opinion. You are an incredible, talented, beautiful person who deserves someone who sees that. And from everything you have told me, Theo does see it. But what if? No what ifs. Sarah's voice was firm. Has Theo given you any reason to doubt him? Layla went quiet. She thought about the way Theo looked at her when she laughed, like she would just done something miraculous. The way he listened, really listened, when she talked about her art, her dreams, her fears. The way he would introduce her to his mother, his sister, the way he would held her hand during the pack gathering and said, "This is Layla, she is with me." The way he'd said, "I love you," 3 nights ago, quiet, certain, no hesitation, no qualifiers. No, she admitted, her voice small. He has not. Then do not let some stranger's bullshit get in your head. Sarah squeezed her hands. Talk to Theo. Tell him what you are feeling. Let him answer for himself. But Layla did not call Theo that night or the next day. She texted him that she was swamped with work, which was partially true. She had 3 client deadlines looming, but mostly she just needed space to think, to figure out if she was being irrational or if her fears had merit. Theo texted her constantly. "I am sorry about Donovan. He is an asshole. Are you okay? Layla, please talk to me. I know something's wrong. I miss you. Can I see you tonight?" She responded but kept it brief, surface level, the kind of text you send when you are being polite but not really engaging. By day 3, Theo stopped asking if he could see her and just showed up at her apartment. Layla opened the door to find him looking worried and tired, like he had not been sleeping. "Can I come in?" he asked. She stepped aside and he entered, immediately clocking the mess of her apartment. Design printouts everywhere, coffee cups on every surface, the evidence of someone's stress working. "You have been avoiding me," he said without preamble. "I have been busy. Please do not lie to me, Layla. I can hear your heartbeat. I can smell the stress on you. Something's wrong, and you will not tell me what it is." She crossed her arms, defensive. "Maybe I just needed some space." Space from what? From me? From us? His voice cracked slightly. "Did I do something? Because if I did, I need you to tell me so I can fix it. You cannot fix this." "Fix what?" "Layla, you are killing me here. 3 days ago, we were fine, better than fine. And then Donovan showed up and said some stupid shit, and you have been pulling away ever since. He said you were settling for me." The words burst out before she could stop them. "He said you were still young enough for your fated mate to show up, and that you should not settle when you could get the real thing." Theo's expression went dark. "And you believed him?" "I do not know what I believe." She was pacing now, agitated. "I know you told me the fated mate thing does not matter to you. I know you said you are choosing me, but Theo, what if he is right? What if I am just the safe option because you have given up on finding something better?" "Something better?" His voice rose. "You think there is something better than you, than what we have?" There might be. There might be some perfect wolf out there that the moon has chosen for you, and you are going to meet her and realize what you have been missing. And where does that leave me? It leaves you exactly where you are now, with me, because I do not want some hypothetical fated mate. I want you. You say that now. I say that always. He ran both hands through his hair, frustration and hurt radiating off him in waves. "God, Layla, what do I have to do to make you believe me? I have told you I love you. I have brought you into my home, introduced you to my pack, made you part of my life. What more can I possibly do? I do not know. I do not know. okay? She was crying now, angry and scared, and hating herself for it. I'm trying to trust this. I am trying to believe that you will not wake up one day and realize I am not enough. But I have been here before, Theo. I have been the one who was not enough, and it destroyed me. His expression shifted, anger giving way to understanding. This is about Derek. This is about me not wanting to be an idiot again, not wanting to invest everything I have in someone who is going to leave when something better comes along. I am not him. Theo moved toward her, but she stepped back. She saw the hurt flash across his face. I am not Derek. I would never. You cannot promise that. You cannot promise that your fated mate will not show up tomorrow and change everything. You are right. I cannot promise that will not happen. But I can promise that even if it did, it would not change how I feel about you. I have made my choice, Layla. I choose you. Every day. That is not going to change. How do you know? Because I know myself. Because I know what I want. And what I want is you. Stubborn, scared, incredible you. Not some cosmic lottery winner. You. They stood in her living room, the space between them feeling like a canyon. Layla wanted to believe him, wanted to close the distance and let him hold her, and pretend this conversation never happened. But the doubt was there now, planted and taking root. I need time, she said finally. I need to think. Time to think about what? About whether you trust me, about whether I can do this, be with someone who might be destined for someone else. Live with that uncertainty hanging over us. Theo looked like she would punched him. So what? You were just going to pull away? Protect yourself by pushing me out? I do not know what I am doing. I am scared, Theo. I am terrified that I am falling in love with you, and you are going to break my heart. I am terrified of that too. His voice broke. I am terrified that you are going to decide I am too complicated, that my world is too much, that the risk is not worth it. But I am here anyway, trying to build something real with you. Does not that count for anything? It counts for everything. That is why this hurts so much. They stared at each other, both breathing hard, both hurting. So what now? Theo asked quietly. Do I leave? Give you space? Wait for you to decide if I am worth the risk? I do not know. I need to think. Without you here confusing everything. I confuse you? You make me want to believe in things I stopped believing in a long time ago, and that is terrifying. Theo nodded slowly, his jaw tight. Okay, I will give you space. But Layla, do not take too long. Because I cannot. He stopped, regrouping. I cannot be in limbo forever. I need to know if you are in this or not. That is not fair. None of this is fair. But it is where we are. He walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. For what it is worth, you are not settling. You never have been. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. And if you cannot see that, then maybe Donovan's right. Maybe I am wasting my time. The door closed behind him with a soft click that felt deafening. Layla sank onto her couch, pulling her knees to her chest, and let herself cry. Great heaving sobs that came from somewhere deep and wounded and terrified. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was Sarah. How would the talk go? Layla stared at the screen longer than necessary before answering. I think I just ruined everything. The reply came immediately, no hesitation at all. Coming over. Do not move. 20 minutes later, Sarah was there with ice cream and more wine and the kind of fierce friendship that Layla desperately needed. Tell me, Sarah demanded. Layla told her everything. The fight, the things they would said, the way Theo had looked at her when he left. You are self-sabotaging, Sarah said bluntly. You know that, right? I am protecting myself. You are pushing away a good man because you are scared. Those are not the same thing. But what if? There you go with the what-ifs again. Sarah set down her wine glass. Layla, life is risky. Love is a risk. You cannot protect yourself from ever getting hurt again. That is not how it works. You either trust Theo, or you do not. But you cannot keep one foot out the door and expect him to be okay with it. He said he cannot be in limbo forever. Can you blame him? He is telling you he loves you. He is choosing you. And you are basically saying, yeah, but for how long? That has got to hurt. I know. God, I know. Layla pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. I do not know how to stop being scared. You do not stop being scared. You just decide whether the thing you want is worth being scared for. Sarah squeezed her hand. Is Theo worth it? The answer came immediately, from somewhere deeper than logic or fear. Yes. Then you need to tell him that, before you lose him for real. Layla nodded, but she did not reach for her phone. Not yet. Because she needed to figure out how to say it, how to apologize for doubting him, how to explain the fear without using it as an excuse, how to ask him to be patient while she worked through the trauma Derek had left behind. She needed to find the words that would make him understand. She was not running from him. She was running from the ghost of heartbreak past, and she needed to stop running. Theo's apartment felt empty without her. He would gotten used to finding her at his kitchen table, laptop open, design software running, occasionally singing under her breath while she worked. He would gotten used to her stealing his hoodies, raiding his fridge, curling up on his couch and making herself at home. Now it was just him and the silence, and the growing fear that he would lost her. Marcus found him in his office at midnight, staring at paperwork he was not actually reading. You look like shit, Marcus said, dropping into the chair across from him. Thanks. Layla? What else? Marcus was quiet for a moment. You want to talk about it? Not really, but I probably should. Theo set down his pen. Donovan planted doubt in her head, made her think she is temporary, that I am settling, and now she is pulling away because she is convinced I am going to leave her for my fated mate. Are you? What? No. Marcus, I love her. I do not give a shit about fated mates. I just want her. I know that. Does she? I have told her. Multiple times. I have shown her. I do not know what else to do. Marcus leaned forward. Brother, I am going to say something you might not want to hear, but you need to hear it. Great. Layla's human. She does not have the pack bond, does not have the instinctive understanding of wolf dynamics, and more than that, she has been hurt before, badly, from what you have said. So when someone like Donovan comes in and says exactly the thing her ex probably said, that she is not enough, of course she is going to spiral. I am not her ex. She knows that, intellectually. But fear is not logical. She is terrified of getting hurt again, and you are asking her to trust that you will not. That is huge. Theo scrubbed a hand over his face. So what do I do? Be patient. Give her the space she needs to work through this. But also, and this is important, do not let her push you away completely. Keep showing up. Keep reminding her that you are not going anywhere. Eventually, she will either believe you or she will not. And if she does not, Marcus's expression was sympathetic, then you have your answer, and you will survive it. But Theo, I do not think that is where this is heading. I have seen the way she looks at you. That woman loves you. She is just scared. I am scared too. Then you perfectly matched. Two terrified idiots trying to build something real. Despite everything, Theo huffed a laugh. Thanks for the pep talk. Anytime. Marcus stood. Get some sleep. This will look better in the morning. It did not look better in the morning. Layla still was not answering his calls, just sending brief texts that said she needed time. The pack could feel his distress, responding to their alpha's emotional state with their own unease. Even the kids were quieter than usual. Claire found him on the third day, which was just what he needed. Heard your humans having second thoughts, she said, her tone falsely sympathetic. Not your concern, Claire. I am just saying, if she cannot handle the reality of what you are, maybe she is not the right fit. Maybe you would be better off with someone who understands our world. Someone like you? I did not say that. You did not have to. Theo turned to face her fully. Let me be very clear. I am not interested. I have never been interested. And Layla is not the problem here. Outside interference is. So unless you have something helpful to contribute, leave me alone. Claire's eyes flashed, but she backed off, disappearing into the compound with wounded dignity. Theo returned to his office, trying to focus on pack business and failing miserably. His phone sat on his desk, silent, mocking him with its lack of messages from the one person he wanted to hear from. He picked it up, typed and deleted 5 different messages before settling on, I miss you. I am here when you are ready. The response came an hour later. I miss you too. It was not much, but it was something. He would take it. The knock came through the thin plaster walls of Theo's building with a hollow, metallic tap that seemed to echo in the empty hallway. It was the kind of knock that rumbled against the wood grain of the front door, a quick, impatient rhythm that made the faint hum of the fluorescent lights flicker for a heartbeat. Theo's heart leapt the instant he heard it. The cadence was familiar, the pressure behind it unmistakable. He did not have to turn the knob to know it was her. For 3 days, the apartment had been a quiet, almost sterile box of sound. Only the low thrum of the refrigerator, the occasional sigh of the building's aging heating system, and the faint, distant wail of a siren drifting in from the street below. Now the sudden presence of a human voice in that silence made the air feel suddenly thicker, as if the hallway had taken a brief, sharp breath. He opened the door to a night that was unusually warm for early January. The hallway was washed in the amber glow of a lone, flickering wall sconce, its light pooling on the scuffed linoleum and casting long, wavering shadows against the rows of doors. A scent of wet pavement and a faint, lingering city rain clung to the air, mixing with the faint, comforting musk of old wood and the faint, sweet lingering perfume of vanilla that always seemed to follow Layla when she entered a room. Her coat, dark, heavy, the kind with a soft wool interior, was still half unbuttoned, the fabric brushing against his forearm with a whisper of warmth as he stepped aside to let her in. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, the fabric of her coat crinkling softly at her elbows. Her jaw was set in that particular stubborn line that Theo recognized from countless evenings of laughter and arguments alike, a line that meant she had come with something she could not leave unspoken. The light caught the faint stubble on her cheek, the way it caught the angle of her cheekbones, and for a moment the hallway seemed to hold its breath with them both. "Layla," Theo said, and a rush of relief surged through him like a tide breaking over a sandbank. The word seemed to hang in the warm air, catching the scent of his own nervous sweat and the faint, sweet scent of his coffee that had sat cooling on the kitchen counter for hours. "I am so glad we need to talk," Layla said, cutting him off. Her voice was flat, each syllable landing like a stone dropped into still water. The flatness in her tone was underscored by the low hum of the refrigerator and the faint crackle of an old ceiling fan somewhere above. Her eyes, usually bright and searching, were guarded now, the steel of them reflecting the dim light of the hallway. The relief in his chest evaporated as quickly as the steam from his forgotten coffee cup. He stepped back, letting her cross the threshold, the soft thump of her boots muffled by the carpeted hallway. She moved past him, her coat still hanging from her shoulders, the weight of it a constant, familiar pressure against her back. She did not shed the jacket, did not slip off her shoes, did not settle into the worn-out armchair that always seemed to welcome her with the soft sigh of its springs. Instead, she stood rigidly in the middle of his living room, the dim glow of the lamp casting a halo around her silhouette, as if she were preparing for battle. "Okay," Theo said slowly, the words feeling heavy on his tongue as he closed the door behind them. The click of the latch sounded louder now, reverberating off the wooden panels and the painted drywall. "Let us talk." She turned to face him, the light catching the faint wrinkles that had begun to crease the corners of her eyes. Dark circles rimmed her eyelids, and the shadows under them seemed to deepen the more she stared, a testament to sleepless nights. The tension in her shoulders was visible. The muscles there were taut, as if she would been holding an invisible weight for days. The air between them grew cooler, the faint draft from the hallway sneaking under the door, sending a shiver through the thin cotton of his shirt. He felt an instinctual urge to close the distance, to pull her into his arms and whisper reassurance. But the stiffness in her posture, her shoulders back, her hands clenched just behind her hips, warned him to stay at arm's length. "I cannot do this anymore," Layla said, and the words rang out sharp, like a sudden gust of wind rattling a lone window pane. His chest tightened, as if an invisible hand had squeezed his ribcage. "Cannot do what?" he asked, his voice a little hoarse, the taste of stale coffee coating his tongue. Us. This constant feeling that I am waiting for the other shoe to drop." She brushed a strand of hair from her face with a quick, sharp motion, the sound of the hair snapping against her cheek barely audible, over the low hum of the building's old radiator. "That any day now, you are going to meet her, your fated mate, and everything we have will just evaporate." "The fated mate," Theo repeated, the words feeling foreign as they left his mouth. "Layla," We have talked about this. I do not. You do not care about fated mates. I know. You have said it. Her laugh cracked brittle, like dry leaves cracking under a footstep. But Theo, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to trust that you will not change your mind when biology and destiny and the fucking moon itself tell you that I am not the one? Because I am telling you that you are. He took a tentative step forward, the floorboards beneath his shoes creaking softly, the sound echoing in the quiet room. I am choosing you. Every day, I am choosing you. But you are not, though. Her voice trembled, the words spilling out like spilled water on a polished floor, leaving a wet trace. You are giving me 80% of yourself and keeping 20% in reserve, just in case, just so it will not hurt as much when you have to let me go. That is not true, he replied, his voice barely louder than a whisper, his breath fogging a tiny cloud in the chill that hung over the room's edges. Is not it? She turned fully toward him now, tears gathering in the corners of her eyes, their surface catching the lamplight like tiny, wavering stars. Something darker flickered behind those tears, anger, hurt, fear, all tangled together like a knot in a rope. When was the last time you introduced me to your pack elders? When was the last time we talked about the future? Real future, not, we will see where this goes bullshit. Theo felt his patience boiling, the heat of it rising in his throat, like the low, steady thrum of a drum. I have been patient. I have been understanding. I have given you space to work through your fears. What more do you want from me? I want all of you. The words burst from her, sudden, sharp, a crack of thunder in the quiet house. I want the part of you that you are holding back because you are terrified of being wrong. I want the commitment you would give your fated mate without a second thought. I want to stop feeling like I am on probation for a position that might not even be available. The only reason I am holding back is because I do not want to hurt you. Theo shot back, his voice raw. Layla, I have been all in since the night I met you. I have told you I love you. I have made you part of my life. I do not know what else I am supposed to do to prove that this is real for me. Then why does it feel like I am temporary? Her voice dropped to a rough, wounded pitch. Why does it feel like every time you look at me, there is this tiny part of you that is wondering if she is out there somewhere, the one who is actually meant for you? Because that is your fear talking, not reality. He ran a hand through his hair, the strands catching his fingertips, the texture rough against his skin. I cannot fight your ex-boyfriend's voice in your head, Layla. I cannot compete with the ghost of every asshole who made you feel like you were not enough. I can only tell you the truth. You are not a placeholder. You are not a second choice. You are my choice, the only one I want. But I am not the one you are supposed to want. She was shouting now, tears finally spilling over, falling onto the hardwood floor and making soft, wet pats. Do not you get it? I am the deviation. I'm the mistake your wolf is making, because the universe has not corrected you yet. And I cannot keep waiting for you to wake up one day and realize you settled. Settled? The word left his mouth more sharply than he intended, echoing off the walls in a short, crisp clang. You think I settled for you, did not you? Be honest, Theo. If you could have the mate bond, that perfect, fated, instant connection, would not you choose that over this? Over us constantly fighting because I cannot stop being scared, and you cannot give me the guarantee I need. He stared at her, the room suddenly feeling too cramped, the air too heavy, the smell of his lingering coffee mixing with the faint, metallic tang of his own nervous sweat. What guarantee do you need, Layla? What magical promise are you waiting for? Because I have given you everything I have. I have been honest and patient and present, and it is still not enough. Maybe the problem is not that I am holding back. Maybe the problem is that you will never believe anyone could choose you and mean it. She flinched, as if struck, the motion sharp and sudden, like a struck bell that reverberates for a heartbeat. The sound of her gasp cut through the thick silence like a blade. Theo immediately regretted the harshness of his words, but they already hung between them, heavy as a winter storm's fog. You are right, Layla whispered, the voice barely audible over the low hum of the building's ancient pipework. I do not believe it. I do not believe that someone like you, someone strong and certain and destined for something bigger, would actually want someone like me for the long haul. I keep waiting for you to figure out what my ex already knew, that I am too much and not enough at the same time. That is not, and you just proved my point." Her voice steadied, now cold, like the bite of a night wind through a cracked window. "You said maybe we are not meant to be. Maybe I will never trust anyone. You were already looking for the exit, Theo. You were already trying to figure out how to let me down easy." "That is not what I meant," he protested, his throat dry, the taste of bitterness rising. "Yes, it is. Because some part of you knows I am right. Some part of you is already wondering if this is worth the fight, if I am worth the fight. Layla, please, see." She laughed, but there was no humor left in the sound, only the brittle echo of a cracked record. "Even you do not believe in us. Not really. Not enough." Theo felt something break inside him, a crack in the careful composure he had been keeping for days, his patience fraying like worn rope. "Then what do you want me to say? That I can promise you will never be hurt? That I can guarantee we will work out? I cannot do that. No one can. All I can do is show up and choose you and hope that is enough. But if it is not, if you are going to keep pushing me away because you are too scared to let me in, then maybe you were right. Maybe we are not meant to be." The silence that followed was deafening, a thick, almost tactile quiet that pressed against his ears, the kind of silence that makes you hear the faint ticking of the wall clock and the soft rustle of the curtains as they move at the night breeze. Layla stared at him, her face pale in the lamplight, a fragile mask of shattered resolve. "Okay," she whispered, the word barely a breath. "Layla, no, you are right. I cannot trust this. I cannot trust you, not because of anything you have done, but because I am broken in ways I do not know how to fix." She lifted her purse from the floor, its leather surface cold and smooth beneath her fingers, the strap rustling softly as she adjusted her grip. "I should go. Wait." He moved toward her, his hand reaching out, the motion slow, deliberate, the fingertips feeling the cool metal of the doorknob as his palm brushed it. "I did not mean—" "Yes, you did, and that is okay." I asked for honesty. She looked at him one last time, her eyes wide and filled with a mixture of sorrow and resignation, the gleam of a goodbye that lingered like the last note of a song before the silence. "I am sorry I was not brave enough for this. For you, do not do this. Do not leave like this," he begged, his voice cracking under the weight of his own desperation. "I have to." Her hand rested on the cold brass doorknob, the metal sending a shiver up her forearm. "Because if I stay, I will just keep hurting us both. And you deserve better than someone who cannot believe she is wanted." "Layla, please," he whispered, the words trembling like a candle flame in a draft. She turned the knob, the click sounding loud in the quiet hallway, the door swinging open to reveal the dimly lit stairwell beyond. The hallway smelled faintly of cleaning fluid, and the lingering scent of the city as night air, a cool moisture that seemed to seep into his skin. The sound of her footsteps on the carpeted floor was soft, each step a muted thud that faded as she moved away, the echo trailing off like a dwindling heartbeat. Theo stood frozen, his instincts screaming at him to chase after her, to catch her, to pull her back into the small sanctuary of his living room. Yet his pride, sharp, stubborn, and bruised, kept his feet rooted to the spot. He watched her disappear down the hallway, her silhouette swallowed by the soft, wavering glow of the hallway light, the shape becoming a darker outline against the faintly illuminated wall. He let her go. He closed the door quietly, the soft click reverberating in his chest, then leaned his forehead against the cool wooden frame, feeling the grain of the wood press against his skin, a small, grounding sensation amid the storm inside him. He inhaled slowly, drawing in the faint smell of old carpet and the lingering perfume of her coat, the mixture of sweet vanilla and faint perfume lingering like a ghost. He exhaled, the breath forming a faint mist on the cool surface of the door. A sudden buzz cut through the silence, the sharp, vibrating trill of his phone vibrating on the wooden table. For an instant his heart leapt, a wild, desperate flutter, thinking perhaps it was her, perhaps she would realize the mistake, perhaps she would be back. The bright LED light on the screen illuminated the dark wood, casting a small, cool glow. The sound of the buzz, the faint vibration against the wood, was the only other noise in the room, a tiny, insistent reminder that the world outside still turned, even as his own world seemed to have paused, hanging in the balance of unspoken words and fading hope. It was Marcus. "Everything okay? Your distress is bleeding through the pack bond." Theo typed back, "Fine, just tired." He was not fine. He was the furthest thing from fine. But he did not know how to explain that the woman he loved had just walked out of his life because he could not give her the one thing she needed: certainty. The guarantee that fate would back up his choice, and he could not give her that, no matter how much he wanted to. His apartment felt too quiet, too empty, like all the warmth had left with her. Theo walked to the window, looked out at the city lights below, and wondered if this was what it felt like to make the wrong choice, not because he would chosen wrong, but because he would chosen at all. Maybe the universe had it right with fated mates. No choice, no risk, no possibility of this hollow, aching loss. But even thinking it felt like a betrayal of her, of himself, of everything they had tried to build. His wolf was pacing inside him, agitated and confused. It wanted to chase her, to bring her back, to make her understand, but Theo held it back. Because she would made her choice too. She would chosen fear, and there was nothing he could do about that. His phone buzzed again. This time it was Callum, heard through the grapevine. "You okay?" "No," Theo typed back, "but I will be." He did not know if that was true, but it was what alphas did. They survived. They endured. They kept their packs safe and stable even when their own world was falling apart. So that is what he would do. He would survive this, even if it felt like dying. Day 3 without her felt like day 300, each breath a slow, grinding weight in Theo's chest, the rhythm of time stretched and warped by absence. The sun rose again over the training yard, pale gold spilling across dew-kissed grass, but the warmth did not touch him. He stood motionless near the edge of the packed earth, arms crossed, shoulders hunched against the morning chill that seeped through his wool sweater. Before him, 2 young wolves circled each other in the sparring ring, snarls sharp and eager, bodies low and coiled. Dust kicked up in little puffs under their boots as they feinted and lunged, their movements crisp with youthful aggression. The crack of a staff hitting a padded forearm echoed like a gunshot in the quiet yard, followed by a grunt, then laughter, raw and alive. But Theo was not really seeing them. His vision blurred at the edges, the world outside his skull muted, drained of color and meaning. Instead, his mind replayed the fight, the one that had shattered everything. He could still hear the brittle silence that followed his words, the way Layla had flinched as if struck. "Maybe we were not meant to be." The phrase echoed in his skull, louder now than when he would said it. He remembered the flicker in her dark eyes, disbelief, pain, then something colder, resignation, the scent of her perfume, warm vanilla, and something citrusy, like sun-warmed orange peel, still clung faintly to the inside of his jacket, a ghost haunting him. And then the door closed behind her. Not a slam, no worse, a soft final click, like the settling of a coffin lid. That sound had echoed through his apartment ever since, reverberating in the hollows of rooms that no longer smelled of her shampoo or carried the faint hum of her guitar practice through the walls. Now the yard buzzed with noise, the rhythmic thud of training dummies being struck, the barked commands of senior enforcers, the metallic clang of weapons being returned to racks. But it all felt distant, like listening through water. The breeze carried the sharp tang of damp earth and iron, mingling with the musk of shifting wolves, the faint animal warmth of fur beneath clothes, the dry scent of old sweat on leather gear. "Alpha, your thoughts?" The voice cut through the fog. Theo blinked, turning his head to see Marcus standing beside him, brow furrowed, breath curling in pale wisps in the cool air. The senior enforcer beside him, Chase, watched with unreadable eyes, arms crossed over a chest broad from years of combat. The wooden practice staff in Marcus's hand tapped idly against his boot, a nervous habit. "What?" Theo said, the word rough, as if dragged from gravel. "I asked," Marcus repeated slowly, "if you wanted to adjust the schedule for next week's patrol routes. The western border's been quiet, but the southern edge near Morrison territory has had movement. We could shift rotations, give the night team more backup." Theo's gaze drifted back to the sparring wolves. One had been knocked to his knees, dirt smearing his face, but he grinned as he got up, shaking off the fall with a laugh. A memory flashed. Layla sitting on his porch the week before, laughing at something he would said, her fingers brushing the back of his hand, the warmth of her touch, the way her voice softened when she said his name. "Whatever you think is best," Theo said, turning away. His boots crunched on gravel as he strode toward the main lodge, the wooden doors heavy and scarred from years of use. The scent of old pine and wood smoke drifted from the hearth inside, but the warmth it promised felt unreachable. "Theo," Marcus caught up within 3 long strides, falling into step beside him. His voice dropped, low enough that only Theo could hear. "You cannot keep doing this." Theo did not answer, his jaw tightening, being physically present but mentally gone. Marcus glanced back at the yard, where the wolves were beginning to disperse. "The pack feels it. You are distressed, and they are responding to it. The kids are quieter. The enforcers are on edge. Even the damn cook is nervous. Saw her over-salting the stew at lunch. Twice." Theo stopped, turning to face him. The wind tugged at his dark hair, lifting strands from the low ponytail at his nape. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, fingers brushing the cold metal of his keys. "I am handling it. You are not, though." Marcus stepped closer, his voice steady but urgent. "You are going through the motions and hoping no one notices that you are barely holding it together." He reached out, gripping Theo's arm with a firm, grounding pressure. "Brother, I know you are hurting, but you are still alpha. And right now, your pack needs you to either fix this or find a way to move past it." Theo wanted to pull away, wanted to snap, to roar, to let the frustration and hurt finally have an outlet, something, anything, to break the suffocating silence inside him. But Marcus was right. He could feel it, the low hum of unease in the pack, the way conversations died when he entered a room, the sidelong glances from wolves who once met his gaze without hesitation. His pain was contagious, and he was spreading it like a sickness. "I do not know how to fix it," he admitted, the words barely above a whisper, his breath fogged in the cold. "She does not trust me, and I do not know how to make her trust me when everything I say sounds like a lie to her." "Have you tried talking to her?" "I have tried. She will not answer my calls, will not respond to my texts beyond one-word replies. Fine. Busy. Leave me alone." Theo's voice cracked on the last one, and he looked away, jaw clenched. "Then show up," Marcus said firmly. "Go to her apartment, find her at one of her gigs. Make her listen. I cannot force her to. I am not saying force. I am saying fight." Marcus's grip tightened. "You chose her, remember. You stood in front of the entire pack and declared her yours. So fight for that choice instead of sitting here drowning in misery." Before Theo could respond, Claire appeared from around the corner of the building, boots clicking on the stone path. The morning sun caught the auburn highlights in her hair, and she smiled, small, polite, perfectly calibrated. Her scent, jasmine and clean linen, cut through the earthy air like a blade. "Alpha, do you have a moment?" Her voice was smooth, professionally neutral, but her eyes, sharp and calculating, flickered over him, taking in the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his posture. "Nober, it is about the Morrison situation. We have had some border. Marcus can handle it," Theo snapped, voice low and gravelly. "He handles everything else while I am apparently useless." Breath hitched, and for a split second her mask slipped. Sympathy flickered in her gaze, genuine and uncomfortable. "You are not useless. You are just distracted. It happens, especially when outside influences create unnecessary complications." There it was, the subtle dig at Layla, delivered with the precision of a scalpel, wrapped in concern so thin it was nearly transparent. Her perfume intensified as she stepped closer, a silent assertion of presence. "Claire." Theo turned fully toward her, his voice dropping into the tone he reserved for threats, the quiet, dangerous calm before a storm. "If the next words out of your mouth are anything other than actual pack business, I suggest you walk away, right now." She held his gaze, unblinking, but after a tense beat, she nodded stiffly and turned, her heels clicking a retreat down the path. Marcus waited until she was well out of earshot. "You know she is going to keep trying. Let her try." Theo's voice was flat. I have made my position clear. Have you? Marcus asked, stepping closer. Because from where I am standing, you have made your position to Layla clear. But to the pack? To women like Claire who see an opening? He paused. You look available, Theo. You look like a man whose relationship just ended and who needs consolation. The truth of it hit harder than it should have, a fist to the gut. He could feel it, the hunger in their eyes, the way some of the younger females lingered near him in the hallways, offering food, smiles, soft touches on the arm. Not just Claire, others too. They did not see the man who was still in love. They saw a vacancy. What am I supposed to do? Theo asked, voice rough. Wear a sign that says still in love with the woman who left me. You could start, Arcus said quietly, by acting like a man who is planning to get her back instead of a man who has already given up. Day 7 was worse. Theo moved through the morning with the numb precision of a man sleepwalking. The training yard echoed with sharper sounds now, steel blades clashing, wolves shifting mid-spar and violent bursts of heat and fur. He signed off on requisitions without reading them, his pen scratching across parchment, the ink drying in smudged black pools. He mediated a dispute between two families over hunting rights, his words measured and calm, but his mind was elsewhere, back in the dim glow of his bedroom, where Layla used to lie beside him, her head on his chest, her breath warm against his skin. His apartment still smelled like her, not just traces, full, lingering ghosts. Her vanilla citrus perfume clung to the sheets he had not changed, to the sweater she would left draped over the back of the couch. The bathroom smelled faintly of her lavender body wash, and that morning he would found one of her hair ties, a simple black elastic, on the counter. He would picked it up, turning it between his fingers, the rubber thin and worn from use. For 10 minutes he would stood there, lost in the tactile memory of her winding her hair up before bed, the soft snap of the band as she pulled it tight. He would press the tie to his nose, desperate for a real echo of her, but all he smelled was the faint metallic tang of his own anxiety. His phone rang just after dusk, the chime sharp in the silence. Callum, you sound like shit, Callum said without preamble, voice crackling through the speaker. Hello to you too, Theo muttered, sinking onto the worn leather of his couch. The cushions still held the faint impression where she used to sit. Marcus called me, said you were spiraling. Marcus needs to mind his own business. Marcus is worried about you. I'm worried about you. Callum's voice softened. What the hell happened? 2 weeks ago you were happy. Now you sound like someone died. Theo closed his eyes. The apartment was too quiet. No music. No humming. No soft footsteps padding down the hall. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant howl of a wolf in the woods. We had a fight. A bad one. She left. And you let her go? What was I supposed to do? Theo's voice rose brittle. She does not trust me, Cal. She thinks I am waiting for my fated mate to show up and replace her. And I cannot. I do not know how to prove to her that is not going to happen. So you gave up. I did not give up. She gave up. She walked out, and you did not follow her, did not fight for her. Callum's voice turned hard. Just let her walk away because it was easier than dealing with her fear. That is giving up, brother. You do not understand. I understand perfectly, Callum cut in. You met a woman who makes you feel things you have never felt before. She is scared because she has been hurt, because she is human, and she does not have the bond to reassure her. And instead of being patient, instead of showing her that her fear is wrong, you took the easy way out. You let your pride get in the way. It is not about pride. Bullshit. It is exactly about pride. Callum's voice was steel. You are hurt that she does not just believe you. You are frustrated that she needs more than words, so you pulled back. Let her think she was right, that you do not believe in this enough to fight for it. Theo closed his eyes. The silence pressed in. What if she is right? He whispered. What if I meet my fated mate tomorrow, and everything I feel for Layla just disappears? How can I promise her that will not happen when I do not actually know? There was a pause on the line. Do you love her? Yes. Do you want to be with her? More than anything. Then that is your answer. Callum's voice softened. You do not know what tomorrow brings. None of us do. But you know what you want today, and if you want her, you fight for her. You show up at her door. You tell her you are not going anywhere, and you prove it through your actions, every single day. And if she still cannot trust me, then at least you will know you tried. A beat. But Theo, I do not think that is where this ends. I think she is scared, and you are scared. And you are both being idiots about it. So stop being an idiot. Go get your woman back. The line went dead. Theo sat in the silence of his empty apartment, the phone heavy in his hand. The scent of her lingered like a curse at a blessing. The cold seeped into his bones. 34 years old, alpha of a thriving pack, respected, feared, stable, and completely unable to fix the one thing that actually mattered. Layla's apartment looked like a hurricane had hit it. Sarah stood in the doorway, taking in the wreckage, clothes draped over every surface like casualties of war, takeout containers stacked on the coffee table, wrappers curled at the edges, half-eaten noodles congealed in their sauce. Sheet music spilled across the floor like autumn leaves caught in a storm, some crumpled, others marked with frantic red pen. And in the middle of it all, Layla sat on the edge of the couch, her guitar balanced on her knee, fingers moving over the strings with mechanical precision. The chords were flawless but lifeless, no soul in the music, just fingers doing their duty. "Okay," Sarah said, closing the door behind her. The hinges groaned. "I have given you a week. Now we are talking about it. I'm fine. You are the opposite of fine." Sarah stepped over a pile of hoodies, moving a stack of laundry off the armchair before sitting. The fabric smelled faintly of Theo's cologne. She would be wearing one of his sweaters since he left. "You look like you have not slept in days. You have done 7 performances in the last week alone. And I am pretty sure you are surviving on coffee and spite." Layla did not look up. She shifted into a melancholy minor progression, the notes slow and dragging, like footsteps through deep snow. "I am processing. You are running." Sarah's voice softened. "From him, from your feelings, from the fact that you are miserable without him. I am not." "Yes, you are." Sarah leaned forward. "You have not smiled a real smile since the breakup. You performed Total Eclipse of the Heart at an open mic on Thursday, and you made half the audience cry. The song is supposed to be dramatic, not devastatingly sad." Layla's fingers stilled on the strings. "He said maybe we are not meant to be, because you pushed him into a corner. You accused him of not believing in you, and when he got defensive, you took that as proof you were right." Sarah leaned forward. "Layla, I love you. But you self-sabotaged this relationship so hard. I am surprised there is anything left of it. I was protecting myself. From what? From being loved by a good man who chose you? From being happy? From risking your heart on something real? From being left?" The words burst out of her, raw and painful. "From investing everything I have, and then watching him walk away when someone better comes along. I have done that before, Sarah. I have been the placeholder girlfriend, and I will not do it again. Theo is not Derek. I know that. Intellectually, I know that. But my stupid broken heart does not care about logic. It just remembers what it felt like when Derek told me I was too intense, and not what he needed long-term. And every time Theo looked at me, I kept waiting to see that same realization in his eyes." "Did you ever see it?" Layla was quiet for a long moment. "No," she admitted. "He looked at me like I was his whole world." Past tense? "I do not know. We have not talked in 2 weeks. He texted a few times at the beginning, but She set her guitar aside, drawing her knees up to her chest. "I did not know what to say. How do you apologize for not being brave enough to believe someone loves you? You start with, 'I am sorry.' And then you tell him the truth." "What truth?" "That you are terrified, that you have been hurt before, and you are scared of being hurt again. That you love him, but you do not know how to trust that he will not leave you." Sarah's voice softened. "Layla, vulnerability is not weakness. It is the only way to build something real. What if it is too late? What if I already ruined it? Then you will know. But you cannot know if you do not try. And right now, you are just existing. You are performing and staying busy and pretending you are fine, but you are not happy. I can see it." Layla wiped at her eyes, frustrated by the tears that seemed to come so easily these days. "I miss him. God, I miss him so much. I miss his terrible dad jokes and the way he would text me random pictures of things that reminded him of me. I miss falling asleep on his couch while he did paperwork. I miss feeling safe. Then tell him that. What if he does not want to hear it? What if he has already moved on? Sarah pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and turned the screen toward Layla. It was Theo's Instagram, sparse and rarely updated, but there was a new post from 3 days ago. Just a picture of a sunset with the caption, "Some things are worth the fight." "Does that look like a man who has moved on?" Sarah asked gently. Layla stared at the post, her heart doing something complicated in her chest. "I do not know what to do. You do know. You are just scared to do it. But Layla, being scared and doing it anyway, that is what courage looks like." After Sarah left, Layla sat with her guitar and tried to play, but the music would not come. Everything felt hollow without him there to listen, to smile at her when she hit the right note, to pull her into his arms afterward and tell her she was amazing. She picked up her phone, typed and deleted 5 different messages before settling on the simplest truth. "I miss you." She stared at it for a long time before hitting send. The response came 20 minutes later. "I miss you too." 3 words. Not a solution, not a reconciliation, not even a conversation starter. But it was something. Layla set her phone down and picked up her guitar again. This time, when her fingers found the strings, the melody that emerged was soft and hopeful, the kind of song that acknowledged the ache, but believed in the possibility of healing. She did not know if they could fix this, did not know if her fear would ever be quiet enough to let her believe in forever. But she knew she had to try, because losing him hurt worse than risking her heart ever could. Theo sat in his office staring at his phone. Her text, "I miss you," had been the first real communication they would had since the fight. He would responded honestly, but he had not known what to say after that, how to bridge the gap between missing each other and actually being together. Marcus appeared in his doorway. "Column's right, you know." "About what?" "About you being an idiot." Marcus came in, closed the door. "You love her. She loves you. You are both miserable. This is the stupidest standoff I have ever seen." "It is not a standoff." "It is. 2 scared people protecting themselves instead of fighting for each other." "Yeah, I know. So let me ask you something. Is your pride worth more than your happiness?" Theo looked at his beta, his oldest friend, and finally let the walls come down. "What if I cannot give her what she needs? What if no matter what I do, she will never really believe I'm not going to leave her? Then you love her anyway. You show up anyway. You choose her anyway, every single day, until she cannot deny it anymore, or until you both decide it is not working. But you do not give up just because it is hard, Theo. That is not who you are. It feels impossible. Love usually does. That is kind of the point." After Marcus left, Theo pulled up Layla's contact in his phone. He started typing. Stopped. Started again. Finally settled on, "Can we talk? Really talk this time?" The response came faster than he expected. "Yes." "When?" "Tomorrow night?" Neutral browned. "There is a diner on 5th. Open 24 hours. Meet you there at 8. "I will be there." Theo set his phone down and took a deep breath. He did not know if one conversation could fix everything that was broken between them. But Callum and Marcus were right about one thing. He had to try, because the alternative, a life without her in it, was not a life he wanted to live. The diner on 5th Street had the kind of timeless quality that made it impossible to tell if it was 8 in the evening or 3 in the morning. The fluorescent lights hummed above, casting a sterile, yellow-tinged glow over the red vinyl booths, their cracked seams peeling like dry skin in some places, still supple in others. The laminated menu, stiff with grease stains and age, probably had not changed since 1987. Its pages smelled of fried dough, burnt coffee, and the faint tang of decades-old pesticides, the perfect place for a conversation that needed to happen outside the weight of their usual contexts. The air thrummed with the low, mechanical whir of the espresso machine, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a dish in the kitchen and the distant, tinny wail of a diner jukebox playing something from the 70s, a smoky saxophone solo seeping through the vents like a half-remembered memory. Theo arrived 15 minutes early, which was ridiculous. He was 34 years old, not a nervous teenager on a first date. But his palms were sweating and his heart was doing something arrhythmic in his chest, So apparently his body had not gotten the memo about dignity and composure. A vinyl seat in the back booth was cold to the touch, the material peeling at the seams where his hips pressed against it. He ordered coffee he did not want, black, no sugar, the way his father had drunk it, but the mug was chipped on the rim, the brown liquid inside lukewarm and bitter, like everything he would try to forget. The AC hissed through the vents, blowing dry, stale air over his skin as he stared at the door. It creaked open every few minutes, letting in a gust of muffled street noise and the salty tang of rain from earlier in the day. Each time he braced himself, his body tensing as if waiting for a blow. He chose a booth in the back corner, tucked between a stack of dusty cookbooks and the window that had lost its seal long ago, letting in the metallic chill of a late October breeze. The seat across from him was scuffed with decades of grease, the red leather flaking off in tiny, rust-colored chips. He tried not to watch the door like a man waiting execution or salvation. He was not sure which. His fingers drummed the table, the sound sharp and staccato, echoing the rapid, uneven thump of his pulse in his temples. At 8:03 a.m., Layla walked in. She would always been beautiful, but tonight she looked tired in a way that made his chest ache. The overhead lights flickered as she stepped inside, casting a warm, honeyed glow on the dark circles beneath her eyes, the way her ponytail left wisps of auburn hair escaping like autumn leaves. Her jacket smelled faintly of cedar and lavender, a contrast to the grease and stale coffee that clung to the diner's air. She wore jeans that hugged her hips like a second skin and an oversized sweater, his he recognized, the one with the hole in the sleeve where their cat had clawed it weeks ago. It smelled like him, worn and soft from being in her closet, and she moved in it like armor. The jingle of her jacket zipper echoed in the silence as she shrugged it off, the sound almost too loud in the stillness. She saw him immediately, hesitated for just a second, then made her way to the booth. Her boots clicked against the linoleum floor, the rhythm uneven, as if her legs carried the weight of unspoken words. "Hi," she said softly, her voice rough, like she would swallowed sand. "Hi," he replied. The air between them was thick with the smell of burnt coffee and the faint musk of their shared past. He wanted to stand, to pull her chair out, to do something with his hands that were suddenly unsure of their purpose. Instead, he just gestured to the seat across from him, his knuckles white against the laminated table. "Thanks for coming." She slid into the booth, the vinyl creaking under her weight. The chair was cold, the same as his, but she did not flinch. She shrugged off her jacket, letting it fall into the corner, like a forgotten relic of her earlier resolve. "Thanks for asking." The waitress appeared, an older woman with kind eyes, the color of diluted tea, and an apron stained with coffee rings and flour. Her presence was as familiar as the hum of the fluorescent lights, the efficiency of her movements telling of 1,000 late-night drams played out in this space. "What can I get you, honey?" she asked, her voice low and warm, like wrapped in cashmere. "Coffee, please." And Layla glanced at the menu, her fingers smudging a grease spot with the smudge of a thumbprint. "Apple pie." "Good choice." The waitress' smile was gentle, motherly. "Warm it up?" "Yes, please." After the waitress left, silence settled between them. Not the comfortable silence they used to share, but something heavier, the kind that pressed against the ribs and made breathing feel like an effort. The air was thick with the weight of 2 weeks apart, and all the things they would said and had not said. Somewhere in the kitchen a pot boiled over, and the sharp, shrill whistle cut through the hush like a blade. Theo cleared his throat, the sound dry as a parched desert. "You look tired. So do you." Her eyes were glassy, red-rimmed, and when she looked at him, the room seemed to dim. "I have not been sleeping well." "Me neither." She wrapped her hands around the coffee mug the waitress had just delivered, her knuckles white against the chipped porcelain. The warmth of the mug seeped into her palms, but her skin remained cool, almost feverish. "Sarah says I have been doing too many gigs, using music to avoid thinking. Marcus says I have been making the pack nervous with my emotional state. Apparently, I am supposed to be stoic and alpha-like, even when I feel like my world is falling apart." Her eyes met his, and something flickered there. Recognition, maybe, or the glimmer of a shared secret long buried. "I am sorry for making you feel like that." I am sorry too. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, his biceps tense with effort. Layla, I need to tell you something, and I need you to really hear it, okay? She nodded, her hands tightening around the mug like a lifeline. That night, when we fought, you said I did not believe in us. He inhaled sharply, the air tasting like burnt coffee and the metallic tang of anxiety. And I got defensive because I was hurt, because I thought I would been proving how much I believed in us every single day. He took a breath, his fingers drumming the table again, this time slower. But you were right, not about me waiting for my fated mate. I was not. I am not. But about me being scared, you were absolutely right. Layla's expression shifted, surprise bleeding into something more guarded, like a door clicking into place. Scared of what? Of choosing wrong, of being weak. The words felt like glass in his throat, sharp and painful. The overhead light buzzed louder, as if mocking him. Every alpha I know who has found their mate did it the traditional way. The moon chose for them. There was no doubt, no risk, no possibility of making the wrong call. And I just picked you, like it was that simple. But you said, I know what I said. I meant it. But Layla, underneath all my certainty, there was this voice asking if I was making a mistake, if choosing love instead of waiting for fate made me a bad alpha, if I was putting my own wants above what was best for the pack. He rubbed his face, his fingertips cool against the warm skin of his cheeks, and that voice got louder when you started doubting us. Because part of me wondered if you were right to doubt, if I was being selfish. She was quiet, her hands still wrapped around the mug. The waitress returned then, her footsteps muffled by decades of spilled coffee and napkins, carrying a plate of warm apple pie. The crust was flaky and golden, the sugary, sweet aroma cutting through the grease and dread in the air. She set it gently in front of Layla, refilled their coffee with a practiced flick of the pot, and vanished with the same silent grace, leaving only the faint scent of cinnamon and vanilla in her wake. Why did not you tell me this before? Layla asked finally, her voice fragile as the steam rising from her coffee. Because alphas are not supposed to be scared, Theo replied, his voice low, wrathfully. We are supposed to be certain and strong and unshakable. Admitting I was terrified felt like admitting I was not good enough to lead. He met her eyes, and for a moment, the diner seemed to meld away. The hum of the lights, the smell of burnt pie, the distant rumble of a car passing outside. But these past 2 weeks showed me something. Losing you, or thinking I would lost you, that was scarier than any doubt about fate or destiny, or what the moon wanted for me. Theo, let me finish. Please. He waited until she nodded, her throat bobbing as she swallowed. Choosing you was the bravest thing I have ever done. Not because you are not worth it. You are, God, you are worth everything. But because it was the first time in my life I had to trust my own judgment over destiny. I had to believe that what I felt, what I wanted, was enough, that I knew my own heart better than the universe did. His voice cracked slightly, the sound like a blade scratching against glass. And when you walked out, when you said I did not believe in us, I realized I would been so busy trying to convince you that I would fail to convince myself. I let fear make me defensive instead of vulnerable. I let pride keep me from fighting for you the way you deserve to be fought for. Layla's eyes were bright with tears, the gloss of them catching the flickering light. I ran away. You were scared. No, let me say this. She took a shaky breath, her hands trembling on the mug. The coffee sloshed, leaving a dark ring on the table. You were scared of choosing wrong. I was scared of not being chosen. And when Donovan said what he said, when he confirmed every fear Derek had planted in my head, I panicked. I looked for proof that you would leave me, and when I could not find it, I created it. I pushed and pushed till you said something I could point to as evidence that I was right to be afraid. Theo, I know, she cut in, her voice breaking. I sabotaged us. I know I did. Because in my twisted logic, it hurts less to end it on my terms than to wait for you to end it on yours. At least that way, I could tell myself I saw it coming. That I was smart enough not to be blindsided again. She wiped at her eyes with the heel of her hand, her knuckles smudged with mascara, and the faint scent of lavender from her skin. But I was wrong. So wrong. Because losing you, leaving you, That hurt worse than anything Derek ever did to me, because this time, I knew what I was giving up. I knew exactly how much I was losing. Theo reached across the table slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving her time to pull away if she wanted. The diner's AC hissed louder, as if the air itself held its breath. She did not. His hand covered hers, warm and solid, the contrast between their skin like day and night. "I love you," he said, the words heavy, deliberate. "Not because fate chose you, not because the moon decided you were perfect for me, but because I got to know you, your voice, your laugh, your terrible habit of stealing my hoodies and leaving coffee mugs everywhere. Because you make my world brighter just by being in it. I love you too," she whispered, her fingers twitching under his grip. "That is what made it so scary. Because I knew if I lost you, it would break something in me that might never heal. So, what do we do?" He kept his hand on hers, his thumb tracing small circles on her skin, the motion as soothing as the warmth of the pie between her fingers. "Because I do not want to lose you, Layla. But I also cannot be in a relationship where you are constantly waiting for me to leave. We will both go crazy." She was quiet for a long moment, staring at their joined hands, the steam from her coffee rising like a ghost between them. The pie on her plate sat untouched. The first bite left a crescent-shaped dent in the crust. "I need to do better," she said finally, her voice steadying. "With my fear, with my trust. I cannot promise I will never be scared, but I can promise to talk to you about it, instead of running away, to give you a chance to reassure me instead of assuming the worst. No, I stagger, and being vulnerable," he added, his voice thick, "at admitting when I am scared, instead of pretending I have all the answers." He squeezed her hand, his grip firmer now, as if anchoring her there. "I cannot promise I will never doubt myself, but I can promise that those doubts will never change how I feel about you. You are not a mistake, Layla. You are the best choice I have ever made. Even if your fated mate shows up tomorrow," he did not hesitate, "even then, because I have spent 2 weeks without you, and I know with absolute certainty, I do not want a life where you are not in it. Fated mate, destiny, the moon's plans, none of that matters more than what we have, what we choose to build together." Outside, the wind shifted, rattling the loose window pane. Inside, the jukebox played on, the saxophone solo swelling like a held breath, and the diner hummed with the quiet certainty that, for now, the night belonged to them. A tear slid down her cheek. "That is terrifying, I know, but it is also the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. I have my moments." She laughed, watery and real, and the sound of it made something tight in his chest finally loosen. "So what now? Do we just try again? We start over, slowly, with more honesty and less fear driving our decisions." He ran his thumb over her knuckles. "I cannot fix your past, Layla, cannot undo what Derek did, or make you trust me through sheer force of will. But I can show up every day. I can be patient when you're scared and honest when I am scared. We can figure this out together. I want that." She turned her hand over, lacing her fingers through his. "I want us, even though it is scary. Maybe especially because it is scary. Yeah, because you were right. Choosing this, choosing you, that is brave. And I am tired of being too scared to be brave." They sat like that for a while, hands linked across the table, coffee getting cold, pie forgotten. The diner hummed with late-night energy around them, a couple in the corner booth arguing quietly, a trucker at the counter reading his phone, a group of college kids laughing over milkshakes. Normal life happened while Theo felt like his entire world was shifting back into alignment. "Can I ask you something?" Layla said eventually. "Anything." "That night, when I said I was sorry I was not brave enough for you, what did you want to say before I left?" Theo thought back to that moment, standing at his door, watching her walk away, all the words stuck in his throat. "I wanted to tell you that bravery is not the absence of fear. It is loving someone despite being terrified, and that you were one of the bravest people I would ever met, because you would risk your heart on me, even when everything in you said not to. I wish you would said that. I wish I would followed you, stood in the hallway and told you I was not letting you go, made you understand that you are not alone in this fear. We both are. We are both risking everything. Is that what you are doing now? Not letting me go?" He met her eyes, steady and certain. Yes, if you will have me. I am not perfect, Layla. I am going to have bad days where I doubt everything. You're going to have bad days where your fear gets loud. But I promise I will keep showing up, keep choosing you, keep fighting for us even when it is hard. I promise that too. She squeezed his hand. Even when it is scary, especially when it is scary. The waitress returned with the check. Do you two need anything else? Theo looked at Layla, at the tear tracks on her face, and the hope in her eyes, and the way she was holding his hand like an anchor. Just the check. Thanks. After he paid, they walked out into the cool night air. The city was quieter at this hour, most of the traffic lights blinking yellow, the streets almost empty. Layla shivered, and without thinking, Theo pulled her to his side. She fit there perfectly, like she always had. So, she said, looking up at him, what happens now? Now I walk you home. And tomorrow I will take you to dinner, and the day after that coffee, and we build this thing slowly, with both of us fully in it this time. No more running. No more running. He pressed a kiss to her temple. We faced the fear together. Deal. They started walking, her hand in his, and for the first time in 2 weeks, Theo felt like he could breathe properly. This was not fixed, not yet. They had work to do, trust to rebuild, fears to face, but they were facing them together now, and that made all the difference. Theo? Yeah? Thank you for not giving up on me, on us. He pulled her closer. I could never give up on you. You are it for me, Layla, not because fate decided it, but because I did, and I stand by my choices. She smiled against his shoulder. Good, because you are it for me too. They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, and when he left her at her apartment door with a kiss that promised more tomorrow and all the tomorrows after, Theo felt something he had not felt in 2 weeks. Hope, not the desperate, grasping kind, but the steady, certain kind that came from knowing what you wanted and being willing to work for it. He would chosen her, she would chosen him, and they would keep choosing each other, one brave decision at a time. The coffee shop on Morrison Street became their place, a quiet, unassuming corner of the city, where the rush of daily life softened into background hum, where the scent of roasted beans and warm milk curled through the air like an invitation to slow down. It was not remarkable at first glance, and that was part of its charm. With its wide windows fogged slightly at the edges from the indoor heat, exposed brick walls lined with mismatched artwork from local artists, and wooden floors worn smooth by years of foot traffic, it felt lived in, familiar. The kind of place where people lingered over half-finished cups, laptops open but forgotten, notebooks filled with half-formed thoughts and scribbled lyrics. A low, steady buzz of conversation wove through the space, laughter bubbling up from a corner booth, the clink of porcelain against saucers, the hiss of the espresso machines as milk steamed into creamy foam. Music played softly through overhead speakers, gentle acoustic covers of pop songs, each note stretched thin and smoothed out, strummed on guitars that sounded like they would have been played under porch lights during summer nights. The same 20 songs cycled endlessly, just familiar enough to be comforting, just obscure enough to let the mind drift. Sunlight spilled across the tables in the early afternoon, catching dust motes dancing in the air, but by evening, the lighting shifted, warmer, amber-toned, casting halos around anyone sitting near the windows. Theo and Layla always claimed the same table near the back, tucked between a bookshelf overflowing with donated paperbacks and a potted fiddle leaf fig that seemed to thrive despite inconsistent care. It faced the door, which was important. Theo noticed everything that moved, even when he pretended not to. His wolf never fully relaxed, not even here. But this spot gave him a vantage point, a sense of control in neutral territory. Their usual chair legs squeaked faintly against the floor when they shifted, a small sound they both came to recognize without thinking. The table itself was scarred with rings from forgotten mugs, ink smudges, and carvings left by bored students. Esther Love's Mark, 314, Sigma Forever, Vampires Real, remnants of 100 tiny lives passing through. Not that the shop itself was special. It was not. It was generic in that comforting way chain coffee shops always were. Consistent lighting, predictable menu, baristas who learned your name after 3 visits. The lattes were decent, creamy, rich, just sweet enough, and served in thick ceramic mugs that stayed warm in your hands far longer than paper to-go cups ever could. Layla always ordered the oat milk version, sipping slowly, cradling the mug between her palms, as if drawing warmth into her bones. Theo preferred his black bitter, the heat of it grounding him after long mornings mediating pack disputes or authenticating tense political calls with Morrison. But it was not the coffee or the decor that made it theirs. It was neutrality. Off-pack territory, far enough from the compound that no one would report back on their meetings. No sidelong glances from pack members questioning the Alpha's relationship with a human. Here they were not Theo the Alpha, burdened by centuries-old expectations and the weight of leadership, nor Layla the human girlfriend, the outsider always on the periphery of something she could never fully understand. Here, they were just Theo and Layla, two people relearning how to exist in the same space without fear or pretense, curling around their words like smoke. They met there 3 times in the first week. Just coffee, just conversation. No grand declarations or dramatic confessions, just the slow, deliberate act of rebuilding trust, one sentence at a time. Each visit felt like peeling back layers of old scar tissue, tentative, a little painful, but necessary. The air between them carried the faint electric charge of history, moments of laughter, of quiet companionship, of silence so comfortable it had once felt like home. And then, the rupture, the fear, the distance, the months where they barely spoke, where Donovan's manipulative whispers had planted seeds of doubt so deep Layla had not known whether she could ever trust Theo's love again. On their second coffee date, the late afternoon sun slanted through the window, dappling the wooden table with gold. Theo set his cup down, the soft clink cutting through a lull in their talk. Steam still curled from the dark liquid, faint tendrils rising like ghosts before vanishing. He looked at her, not with the guarded intensity she remembered from their fights, nor the weary distance of their separation, but with that focused attention that used to make her chest tighten, now making her feel seen, truly seen, for the first time in months. "Tell me what you need," he said, voice low but steady, just loud enough to carry over the muffled chatter and the gentle strum of an Ed Sheeran cover leading through the speakers. "Not what you think I want to hear, what you actually need from me to feel secure in this." Layla wrapped both hands around her mug, the warmth seeping into her palms, grounding her. The ceramic was smooth but slightly textured, glazed with a faint crackle pattern that caught the light. She focused on the sensation, the heat, the weight, because vulnerability still made her throat tight, like something was lodged there, refusing to let words pass easily. They would agreed to radical honesty, no safety nets, no half-truths. That meant saying things she would spend months swallowing down. "Consistency," she said finally, voice softer than she intended, but clear. "I need to know you are going to show up when you say you will. That you are not going to disappear when things get hard or when pack business gets busy." Theo nodded, his fingers tapping once against the tabletop. Just a twitch, but she noticed. A tell. He was processing, not rejecting. "Okay, what else?" "Reassurance," she exhaled. "Not constantly. I do not want to be that person who needs validation every 5 minutes. But when I am spiraling, when the fear gets loud, I need you to remind me that you are choosing me, that this is real." His eyes did not waver. "I can do that." He reached across the table, palm up, an open invitation, not a demand, waiting for her to decide. The light caught the silver ring on his right hand, one of the few pieces of jewelry he ever wore, a family crest, worn smooth from years of twisting it when he was thinking. She studied his hand, the strength in his knuckles, the faint scar across his index finger from a long-ago fight, the warmth radiating from his skin, even before she touched him. Then she took it. "What else?" She swallowed. "Your whole heart, not the parts you think I can handle, or the parts that are safe to give. All of it. The doubts, the fears, the alpha responsibilities that stress you out. I want to be your partner, Theo, not just the person you are dating." His thumb began to trace slow, deliberate circles on her palm, gentle, rhythmic, like he was soothing more than just her skin. It sent quiet pulses up her arm, a tactile rhythm that calmed her racing thoughts. That one's harder for me, he admitted, voice rougher now, quieter. I am used to being the strong one. Oh, was. I know. She squeezed his hand, her fingers pressing into the calluses along his palm. But I need to see you be human, or, wolf, vulnerable. She offered a small smile. Fragile but real, because if you only show me the strong parts, I will never believe you actually need me. I will always feel like I am the weak link. You are not, I know. Intellectually, her voice cracked slightly, but I need to feel it, and I cannot feel it if you are always protecting me from your struggles. He did not answer right away. The cafe sounds swelled, a burst of laughter from a nearby table, the clatter of dishes behind the counter, the low hum of the refrigerator unit cycling on. Outside, a car horn blared briefly, then faded. Theo's jaw flexed, just once, muscles tensing beneath the shadow of stubble. She watched him wrestle with the instinct to shield, to withhold, to carry the burden alone, and then slowly, he let go. Okay, he said. I will try. It will not be natural for me, but I will try. That is all I am asking. Just try. And when you forget, when you slip back into alpha mode, I will call you on it. Deal? Deal? He smiled then, the real one, the one that reached his eyes, crinkling the corners, revealing the dimple in his left cheek she would missed so much. My turn? Your turn. I need you to tell me when you are scared instead of running. His voice dropped, edged with something raw. Even if it is 3 a.m. and you are convinced I am going to leave you. Especially then. Call me, text me, show up at my door, but do not disappear on me. Layla nodded, throat tight. I can do that. And I need you to trust that when I say I love you, I mean it. Not perfectly, not without doubt, but I mean it. You do not have to believe it all the time, but you have to let me prove it. Give me the chance to show up. She looked down at their joined hands, her thumb brushing over a faint burn scar near his wrist. Old, faded, from a ritual gone wrong years ago. I will try. It is still scary, but I will try. Scared is okay. Running is not. Scared is okay, she repeated, testing the words like a mantra. Running is not. They sat like that, hands linked across the table, coffee cooling, the comfortable noise of the cafe washing over them, the hum of conversation, the occasional burst of laughter, the clink of spoons, the soft melody of a song that reminded Layla of summers long past. It felt fragile still, this new beginning, like a piece of glass carefully reassembled, each shard aligned but not yet fused. But it also felt intentional, deliberate, like they were building something with better foundations this time, brick by quiet brick. So, Theo said eventually, squeezing her hand before letting go to pick up his now lukewarm coffee. Dinner tomorrow? Like a real date? Not just coffee? Like a real date. A small proud smile tugged at his lips. I will pick you up at 7. We will go somewhere nice. I will even wear a tie. You do not have to. I want to. His tone left no room for argument. I want to date you properly this time. Court you if we are being old-fashioned about it. She laughed, the sound bright and unguarded. Court me? What century are you from? The one where I do things right. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping to a near whisper. So yes, courting. Flowers, opening doors, the whole thing. You are ridiculous. You love it. As she did. God help her, she did. Theo showed up exactly when he said he would. Not just for the dinner date, though he did arrive at her door at precisely 7 o'clock, in a dark gray suit that hugged his broad shoulders just right, his hair slightly damp from a recent shower, smelling faintly of sandalwood and rain. In his hand was a small bouquet of wildflowers, purple coniflowers, yellow coropsis, white daisies, tied with twine, looming in chaotic, vibrant harmony. They reminded me of your voice, he said, handing them to her, his thumb brushing hers as she took them. Colorful, unexpected, impossible to ignore, but he showed up for everything. And when he texted, "Good morning," at 7:03 a.m., it was not an afterthought. Hours later, it was morning. When he said he would call after his pack meeting, the phone rang at 9:14 a.m. p. Just as promised. When he promised to meet her after her Thursday night gig at the Hollow, he was already in the front row, elbows on knees, smiling up at her as she stepped off the stage, still buzzing from the performance. It was the small consistencies that started to quiet the fear, the way he would text her photos. A blood-orange sunrise over the Pack compound's pine trees, captioned, "Wish you were here." A coffee cup with the shop's latest pun, "I am Bean waiting for you." His desk buried under stacks of paperwork, with the caption, "Save me, I have been buried by bureaucracy." The way he would ask about her gigs and remember the details. "How would the new verse go last night?" Or, "Did you finish writing that bridge you were stuck on?" Way he would call when he said he would, even if it was just 5 minutes between meetings, his voice warm and slightly breathless from rushing. "You are doing this on purpose," Layla said 2 weeks later, sprawled on her couch in sweatpants and an old band t-shirt, half a carton of lo mein balanced on her stomach. Movie played on the TV, some romantic comedy neither of them was actually watching. Rain pattered against the window, soft and steady. Theo paused, setting down his own container. Doing what? Being perfect, showing up, following through, all of it. He tilted his head, considering. Is it working? Annoyingly, yes. She poked him with her chopsticks, laughing when he swatted her hand away. My anxiety does not know what to do with you actually being reliable. It is very confusing. Good. Keep your anxiety confused. He pulled her closer, tucking her against his side. The solid warmth of him a comfort she had not realized how much she would missed. His suit jacket had been discarded, his tie loosened, his scent, clean soap, warm skin, a hint of cologne, wrapping around her. For what it is worth, I'm not being perfect. I am just being intentional. There's a difference. It feels perfect from where I am sitting, he snorted. You have not seen me stress-eat an entire pepperoni pizza at 2 a.m. while doing pack budgets. Or heard me on conference calls with Morrison trying not to snap. Or watched me completely melt down when the compound's hot water system broke and I had to mediate between 3 contractors who all blamed each other. She looked up at him, eyes searching. I want to see those parts. Yeah? Yeah? The messy parts. The stressed parts. The parts you usually hide because you think you are supposed to be strong all the time. He stilled, something shifting behind his eyes. Reluctance, then resolve. I have a pack council meeting on Friday. It is going to be contentious. Budget allocations always are. Want to sit in on it. Really? Really? He squeezed her shoulder. You said you wanted to be my partner. Partners see the whole picture, not just the pretty parts. Layla felt something warm and steady unfold in her chest, like a long frozen river finally breaking. I would like that. Fair warning, Claire will be there. And she has been extra unpleasant since the breakup, since the getting back together. Actually, I can handle Claire. I know you can. He grinned. I have seen you handle drunk hecklers at open mics. Claire has got nothing on them. She laughed, settling back against him. On screen, the movie reached a climax. Music swelling, tears, forgiveness. But she had not paid attention. None of it mattered. This, being here with him, talking about the real parts of their lives, making plans that included each other, this was what mattered. Theo, thank you for letting me in. For real this time. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, his lips warm through her hair. Thank you for coming back, for giving us another chance. We are doing pretty good, are not we? We are doing great. And for the first time since Donovan had planted those seeds of doubt, Layla believed it, truly, deeply, in the marrow of her bones. Meeting his parents was terrifying in ways Layla had not anticipated. They are pack elders, Theo explained as they drove toward the compound on the Saturday afternoon. They stepped down from leadership when I took over as alpha, but they are still influential, respected. Mom especially. She basically runs the social dynamics of the entire pack. So no pressure, he agreed, grinning. They are going to love you. You do not know that. I do, actually, because I love you, and they trust my judgment. Mostly, my mother has opinions about everything, including my love life, but she means well. Layla smoothed down her dress for the 100th time. She would agonized over what to wear. Not too casual. It is meeting the parents. Not too formal. It is just lunch. not too revealing. Werewolf parents probably had heightened senses about these things. She would settled on a simple navy dress and cardigan that Sarah had deemed appropriate but not boring. The compound was bigger than she would expected, a sprawling property with multiple buildings, open spaces, and the kind of organized chaos that came with extended families living in close quarters. Kids ran past chasing a soccer ball. Adults sat on porches talking. It felt less like a military installation and more like a village. Theo parked in front of a large, well-maintained house near the center of the compound. Ready? No, but let us do this anyway. He came around to open her door, taking her hand as they walked up the front path. The door opened before they reached it, revealing a woman in her early 60s, with silver-streaked dark hair and Theo's eyes. There he is, she said warmly, pulling Theo into a hug. My baby Alpha, Mom, please, you will always be my baby. She turned to Layla, her expression shifting to something more assessing but not unkind. And you must be Layla. We have heard so much about you. All good things, I hope, Layla said, accepting the older woman's extended hand. Mostly. The smile was teasing. I am Eleanor. Come in, both of you. Lunch is almost ready. The house smelled like roasted chicken and fresh bread. Family photos lined the walls. Theo at various ages, always serious, even as a child, surrounded by people who were clearly packed. Eleanor led them to a dining room where an older man was setting the table. Thomas, they are here. Theo's father looked up, and Layla immediately saw where Theo got his quiet strength. Thomas Cross was probably in his mid-60s, gray hair, weathered face, but with the same steady presence his son carried. Dad. Theo clasped his father's forearm in that werewolf greeting she would seen before. This is Layla. Welcome, Thomas said simply, but there was warmth in it. Theo talks about you constantly. His mother and I were starting to wonder if you actually existed. I do exist. Probably, Layla said, then immediately wanted to kick herself. Great start. But Thomas chuckled. A sense of humor. Good. You will need it with this one. Lunch was easier than she would expected. Eleanor asked questions about her music, her family, how she and Theo had met, but they felt genuine rather than interrogative. Thomas was quieter, but when he spoke, it was with the kind of wisdom that came from decades of leadership. Theo tells us you are human, Eleanor said over dessert, a lemon cake that was absurdly good. That must make the pack dynamics confusing. Sometimes, Layla admitted. I am still learning a lot, but Theo's patient with me. He is patient because he cares about you. Eleanor studied her with those sharp eyes. My son does not do anything halfway. When he commits completely. I hope you understand that. It could have sounded like a warning. Instead, it sounded like reassurance. I am starting to, Layla said softly. It took me a while to believe it, but I am starting to. Good, Eleanor smiled. Because that boy was miserable without you. He even tried to hide it, but I have known him his whole life. He was heartsick. Mom, it is true. Do not think I did not notice you stress-eating your way through an entire batch of my cookies when you came for Sunday dinner. Theo groaned. Can we not? She needs to know what she puts you through when she breaks your heart. Eleanor, Thomas said mildly. Leave the boy alone. But Eleanor was looking at Layla now, her expression serious. He chose you, not because the moon told him to, because his heart did. That is rare in our world. Most wolves wait for fate to decide, but my son decided for himself. I hope you appreciate how brave that is. Layla's throat went tight. I do, more than I can say. Eleanor nodded, satisfied. Then you will do. Thomas, do not you think she will do? I think she is good for him, Thomas said, and that is all that matters. After lunch, Theo gave her a tour of the compound. They walked past the training yards, the community center, the school building where pack kids were educated. People waved at them, some curious, some friendly, some reserving judgment. Layla felt the weight of their attention but tried not to let it make her nervous. They are all staring, she murmured. They are curious. Alpha's girlfriend is big news. He squeezed her hand. Ignore them, or wave. Either works. She waved. A group of teenagers giggled and waved back. See, you are natural. I am terrified. You are doing great. My parents loved you. That is the hard part done. What is the easy part? The pack bonfire next Friday. Casual. Fun. Way less pressure. She stopped walking. Pack bonfire? Yeah. We do them once a month. Food. Music. Community bonding. Very low key. He turned to face her. I want you to come. Meet everyone properly. Let them see who you are instead of just hearing rumors. Theo, I do not know if you do not have to decide now. Just think about it. But Layla, he cupped her face gently. They are going to love you because I love you. And because you are pretty damn lovable all on your own. Even the ones who think I am stealing their alpha, especially them. Once they hear you sing, it is over. You will have the whole pack eating out of your hand. She wanted to argue, to list all the ways this could go wrong, but the hope in his eyes, the quiet confidence, it made her want to be brave. Okay, she said, I will come to the bonfire. His smile was brilliant. Yeah, but if Claire is there, I am not responsible for what happens. Fair enough, I will run interference. As they walked back to his car, Layla realized something had shifted. The compound did not feel as foreign anymore. Eleanor and Thomas had welcomed her like she belonged. And Theo was showing her his whole world, not keeping her separate from it, but integrating her into the fabric of his life. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once, but mostly it felt right. The bonfire blazed against the night sky, sending sparks up toward the stars. Layla stood at the edge of the gathering, watching pack members laugh and talk and share food like they would done this 1,000 times before. Kids ran around playing tag. Adults stood in clusters catching up. Music played from speakers. Someone had set up a mix of classic rock and current hits that created an easy, festive atmosphere. You okay? Theo appeared at her side with 2 bottles of beer. Nervous, but okay. She accepted the beer gratefully. There are a lot of people here. 73, give or take. Not everyone comes to these, but most do. He gestured toward different groups. That is the Morrison family. They run our security. The Chens over there handle education. The Bishops are our builders and maintenance crew. Everyone has a role. And what is my role? The woman I love. That is role enough. Before she could respond, a little girl ran up to them, maybe 7 or 8, with wild curly hair and a gap-toothed smile. Alpha Theo, are you going to tell stories tonight? Maybe, Emma. Depends on if you behave. I always behave. She noticed Layla, curiosity bright in her eyes. Are you Layla, the singer? I am, Layla said, crouching down to the girl's level. How did you know? Everyone's talking about you. They say you have a really pretty voice. Will you sing for us? Layla glanced up at Theo, who looked entirely too amused. I did not bring my guitar. We have one, Emma said quickly. Please. Alpha Theo said you are really good. He did, Itty. He talks about you all the time. It is kind of annoying. Emma wrinkled her nose, but in a nice way. Theo coughed, trying to hide his laugh. Emma, maybe give Layla some time to. I will sing, Layla said, making the decision before she could overthink it. If you want me to. Emma's face lit up. Really? Really? Later, though. After I eat approximately 100 s'mores. Deal. Emma ran off, probably to tell everyone that the Alpha's girlfriend was going to perform. Theo pulled Layla to her feet. You did not have to do that. I wanted to. If I am going to be part of this world, I might as well contribute something. She squeezed his hand. Besides, singing is what I do. It is how I connect with people. You are amazing, you know that. I am terrified. You are amazing and terrified. Both can be true. They made their way through the gathering, Theo introducing her to what felt like hundreds of people. Most were welcoming, curious but friendly, asking about her music and seeming genuinely interested. A few were more reserved, but not hostile, just cautious. Marcus found them near the food tables. Layla, good to see you again. You too, Marcus. Heard you are performing tonight. Fair warning, this crowd is tough. They heckled Old Man Bishop last month when he tried to sing Sweet Caroline. That is because he cannot carry a tune in a bucket, Theo said. Layla's actually talented. No pressure, though, Marcus added with a grin. Claire appeared from the other side of the bonfire, her expression carefully neutral. Layla, did not expect to see you here. Life's full of surprises, Layla said evenly. Indeed. Claire's smile did not reach her eyes. Well, I hope you enjoy our little gathering. It is very pack-centric, lots of inside jokes and traditions, can be hard for outsiders to follow. Then it is a good thing I am a quick learner. The two women stared at each other for a beat, not quite hostile, but not friendly either. Theo's hands settled on Layla's lower back, a quiet show of support. "If you will excuse us," he said to Claire. "I promised Layla some s'mores." As they walked away, Layla muttered, "She really does not like me. She does not like that I chose you. There is a difference." "Is there?" "Yeah. One is about you. The other is about her own disappointment." He pulled her close. "Ignore her. Everyone else is falling for you already." It was true. Throughout the evening, pack members approached her with varying degrees of warmth. The elders asked about her family. The parents asked if she would consider teaching their kids music. The teenagers wanted to know if she knew any famous singers. Even the security wolves, the ones who took their protective duties most seriously, seemed to soften when she asked intelligent questions about pack dynamics. By the time someone handed her a guitar, Layla had relaxed enough to actually enjoy herself. "All right," she said, settling onto a log near the fire with the instrument. "What do you want to hear?" "Something pretty," Emma called out. "Something with a story," one of the elders requested. "Something we can sing along to," added a teenager. Layla laughed. "Okay, how about this?" She adjusted the tuning, then started playing, a soft folk-style melody that she transitioned into Landslide by Fleetwood Mac. Her voice carried over the crackling fire, intimate and rich. The chatter died down as people turned to listen. She would perform for hundreds of audiences, but this felt different, more personal, like she was singing directly to these people who were deciding whether to accept her into their world. When she reached the chorus, a few voices joined in, tentatively at first, then stronger. By the final verse, half the pack was singing with her, their voices blending in that imperfect, beautiful way that only happened when people sang together just for the joy of it. The song ended. For a moment, it was silence. Then Emma jumped up. "That was so pretty." Applause rippled through the gathering, genuine and warm. Layla felt her cheeks flush. "Another one," someone called. She played 3 more songs, a mix of classics and modern hits that had people tapping their feet and swaying. Between songs, she talked to the crowd, making jokes, asking for requests, creating the same comfortable rapport she built with audiences at bars and open mics. By the time she set down the guitar, she was smiling so hard her face hurt. Theo pulled her into his arms. "You were perfect. They liked me. They loved you. Told you they would." Eleanor approached, her expression warm. "That was lovely, dear. You have a real gift." "Thank you, Mrs. Cross." "Eleanor, please. We are going to be seeing a lot of each other. Might as well be on a first-name basis." The phrasing was not lost on Layla. Going to be seeing a lot of each other. Not might, not if things work out. A certainty. After Eleanor moved on, Layla turned to Theo. "Your mom basically just said I am a permanent fixture. She tends to know these things before I do. It is unsettling." "So we are permanent?" He pulled her closer, his voice dropping to something intimate, despite the crowd around them. "Do you want to be?" "Yeah," she said softly. "I really do." "Then we are permanent." He kissed her forehead. "We should probably talk about what that looks like, though, properly, not just hoping we are on the same page." "When?" "Tomorrow. Breakfast at my place. We will have the conversation we should have had months ago, about what we both want, what our future looks like, all the scary stuff." "The scary stuff," she repeated. "The scary stuff, but we will be scared together." She leaned into him, watching the fire and the pack around it. Kids playing, adults laughing, everyone comfortable in their community. And for the first time she could picture herself here, not as an outsider or a visitor, but as someone who belonged. "Okay," she said. "Tomorrow, breakfast. The future, he agreed. And as the bonfire burned down to embers and the pack slowly dispersed to their homes, Layla realized something. She was not just falling in love with Theo anymore. She was falling in love with the life they were building together, one brave choice at a time. Theo's apartment smelled like coffee and pancakes when Layla arrived the next morning. The rich, warm aroma of fresh ground beans curled through the narrow hallway, mingling with the buttery, slightly caramelized scent of the stack of golden brown pancakes that waited on the kitchen counter. A faint hint of vanilla from the syrup lingered in the air, sweetening the whole space. The light that slipped through the thin curtains was a soft, honey-colored wash that made the dust particles dance lazily in the quiet air, each one catching a tiny lint like a scattered constellation. She would spend the night at her own place, needing the space to process everything from the bonfire, the crackle of the fire, the low hum of the pack's murmured acceptance, the way the heat had wrapped around her like a blanket, the way she would felt when her voice rose in song and the other's eyes widened. In surprise and pride, the look on Theo's face when he would said they were permanent. It had been overwhelming in the best way, but overwhelming nonetheless. The memory of the fire's amber glow still flickered behind her eyelids. The taste of smoked wood still clung to the back of her throat, and the faint, lingering scent of pine sap lingered on her skin. Now standing in his doorway with the morning sun streaming through the windows, she felt ready. The sun's warmth brushed against her cheeks, a gentle, reassuring caress that seemed to steady her breath. Outside, a distant car passed, its tires humming against the wet pavement, while a robin sang a bright, chirpy trill from a nearby branch, its music drifting through the open window and settling on the polished wood floor. She inhaled the fresh, cool air, letting the scent of the city, slightly metallic, faintly peppered with exhaust and morning dew, mix with the domestic comforts inside, for the conversation. For whatever came next. "Morning," Theo said, peering from the kitchen with a spatula. He was barefoot, the cool wooden floor tickling his soles, and his feet left faint, damp footprints on the rug where the morning light fell. He wore sweatpants that were soft from countless washes, and a t-shirt that had seen better days, its faded blue fabric stretched slightly across his chest, the fabric soft as well-worn cotton, worn thin at the seams where his arms rested. The casual domesticity of it all made her heart do something complicated, a flutter that rose and fell like a small bird trapped between the walls of her ribcage. The sound of his voice was low and warm, a comforting rumble that seemed to fill the kitchen as much as the steam rising from the coffee pot. "Morning. You made breakfast?" she asked, her voice a little husky from the chill of the hallway and the lingering nerves that still tingled in her throat. "I made pancakes." "The breakfast part is negotiable," replied, smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he slid a plate of fluffy, slightly crisp-edged pancakes onto the table. He pulled her inside, kissing her softly on the forehead, the contact warm and brief, the pressure of his lips like a promise. "Coffee?" "Always," she answered, as he set 2 mugs down on the table. The mugs were sturdy, their ceramic walls cool to the touch, the steam rising in thin, spiraling ribbons that curled above the surface, carrying the scent of robust, dark roast coffee that seemed to fill the room with a deep, earthy aroma. The sound of the coffee maker's gentle gurgle faded into a low hum behind them, mingling with the faint clink of the spoon as he stirred a splash of milk into his cup, creating a swirl of white that danced and faded in the dark liquid. They ate at his kitchen table, the same one where she would spend so many mornings working on design projects while he did pack paperwork. The wood was smooth, polished by years of use, its grain warm under their elbows, the table surface speckled with tiny scratches that told stories of countless meals and late-night conversations. Light filtered through the window, casting long amber rectangles across the surface, making the coffee steam catch in bright, wavering strands. The clatter of their forks and the soft murmur of their voices created a gentle rhythm, an intimate soundtrack to the moment. It felt familiar and new all at once. Like they were the same people but also different. Better versions maybe, more honest ones, definitely. The scent of butter and maple syrup lingered between bites, a sweet counterpoint to the bitter coffee, while the faint, lingering notes of fresh citrus from a nearby vase added a bright, clean contrast. "So," Theo said, after they would cleared the plates and settled on the couch with fresh coffee, "the future." "The future," Layla echoed, tucking her feet under her, the cool leather of the couch cushion against her bare skin, the slight give of the cushions offering a soft, supportive cradle. "That is a big topic." The couch's upholstery smelled faintly of fabric softener, a clean floral note that seemed to soften the edges of the conversation. "It is, but we need to talk about it. What we both want, what we are building toward." He took her hand, thumb tracing lazy, reassuring patterns on her skin, the warmth of his palm spreading through her fingertips. I do not want to assume we are on the same page anymore. I want to know. The room was quiet except for the soft rustle of the curtains as a breeze slipped in, the faint ticking of the wall clock marking each passing second. Okay, what do you want? She felt his fingers tighten ever so slightly around hers, a subtle but telling pressure. He was quiet for a moment, choosing his words. I want you in my life, permanently. Not just dating, not just spending nights together. I want you here, in my space, in my daily routine. I want to wake up with you and go to sleep with you, and have all the boring middle parts in between. Words hung in the air, heavy with intention, while the faint scent of the coffee lingered, now mingling with the faint, lingering taste of cinnamon from a spice jar that sat on the mantel. The sunlight streamed through the window, catching dust motes that floated like tiny, glowing specks around them. Her heart was doing that complicated thing again. That sounds like you are asking me to move in. She smiled lightly, the edges of her mouth curving despite the knot in her throat. I am asking you to move in. His eyes met hers, steady and certain, a glint of vulnerability shining through the amber of his irises. I know we have only been back together for a few weeks. I know we are supposed to take this slow. But Layla, I do not want slow anymore. I want you, here, with me, making this place ours, instead of just mine. The words seemed to echo off the walls, each syllable resonating in the warm, slightly humid air of the living room. She would known this was coming. She would felt it building in the way he would integrated her into his life, introduced her to his pack, talked about their future like it was already decided. But hearing him say it out loud still made her breath catch. A faint rustle of a newspaper on a nearby table reminded her of the ordinary world that kept moving around them, contrasting sharply with the weight of the moment. Yes, she said, her voice soft but firm. Yeah? He asked, a tiny tremor of hope in his tone. Yes, I want that too. I want to be here with you, building a life together. She squeezed his hand, the pressure of her grip a silent affirmation. But Theo, before we do this, there is something we need to talk about, something I have been avoiding because it terrifies me. Her words were barely above a whisper, the tremor in her voice mirroring the faint flicker of the candle on the coffee table that had been lit the night before, its waxy scent a subtle backdrop to their conversation. His expression shifted, concern creeping in, the lines around his eyes deepening slightly. Okay, talk to me. The soft creak of the couch's wooden frame added a subtle, comforting sound to the pause. She took a deep breath, trying to find the words for the fear that had been lurking in the back of her mind since the night they met. You are going to outlive me, by a lot. The words seemed to clang against the quiet of the room, each syllable echoing in the space between them. The silence that followed was heavy with recognition. This was not news to either of them. They would both known it from the start, but they would never said it out loud, never confronted what it actually meant. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the background was a low, steady thrum, almost grounding them in the present moment. I know, Theo said quietly. The timbre of his voice carried a low, resonant note, like the soft vibration of a cello string being plucked. You will be here for centuries, and I will get old. I will slow down, my voice will change, my body will fail in all the ways human bodies fail, and you will still look exactly like this. His hand lingered on hers, the warmth of his skin seeping into the cool air. Her voice cracked slightly. You will be 34 forever, and I will be 70, and everyone will look at us and wonder what you are doing with the old woman. The distant sound of a city street siren wailed far off, a reminder of life moving beyond their private world. Layla, he began, his tone edged with sorrow. I'm not done. She pressed her forehead against his hand, feeling the faint, powdery scent of his cologne, something warm, spiced, with a hint of cedar, rising as he pressed his palm to her cheek. And then I will die. And you will still have 300 years left, 300 years of life that I will not be part of, 300 years where you will move on and find someone else, and I will just be a memory, a footnote in your very long life. The tears that streamed down her cheeks caught the light, glinting like tiny pearls. Each droplet made a soft, wet patter against his shirt, a delicate sound barely audible over the ticking clock. He was quiet, his thumb still moving on her hand, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion, a low rasp like gravel under a gentle wind. "Can I tell something? And I need you to really hear me?" The words seemed to cut through the thick air, each syllable weighted with sincerity. She nodded, wiping at her eyes with the edge of her sleeve. The fabric was soft, brushed cotton that smelled faintly of lavender detergent, the scent calming her racing heart. "I have thought about this a lot. Probably since the third time I saw you sing, when I realized I was falling for you, and there was no stopping it." He shifted closer, his free hand coming up to cup her face. The warmth of his palm was soothing, like a sunbeam after a cold night. "The lifespan thing, it has been in the back of my mind every day since then, and you are right, it is not fair. It is probably the cruelest part of what we are doing." The crackle of the old wooden floor under his weight was a soft, reassuring sound. "So why are we doing it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the words trembling like the thin steam rising from their coffee cups. "Because I would rather have 30 human years with you than 300 without you." The words hit her like a physical blow, stealing her breath, the sudden rush of emotion making her chest feel tight, as though wrapped in a band. She could almost hear the ticking of the clock in her ears, each second a reminder of the finite nature of their shared moments. "I mean that," he continued, his eyes bright with unshed tears, the faint glint of sunlight catching the moisture in them. "I have lived 34 years without you. They were fine years. Good years, even. But Layla, they were nothing compared to the months since I met you. You have made me happier, made me better, made me feel more alive than I have ever felt in my entire life. And if I get 30 more years of that, 40, 50, however long we have, that is worth more to me than centuries of just existing." He squeezed her hand gently, the slight pressure like a promise. "Theo," she began, but she was cut off by his own words. "I'm not done either." His thumb brushed away her tears, the small, soft swish of skin on skin, a delicate sound. "You think you will be a footnote, a memory that fades? Layla, you will be the love of my life, the person I chose, the woman who taught me that choosing is braver than waiting for fate. And when you are gone, because, yes, you will go first, and that will destroy me, I will carry you with me, every day, every year, for however long I have left." The words seemed to echo in the room, a soft reverberation mixing with the rustle of the leaves outside, the faint chirping of sparrows perched on the windowsill. "But you will move on," she whispered, her voice shaking as another tear fell. "Maybe, eventually, I do not know." His voice broke, a raw, vulnerable crack like a snapped twig. "But even if I do, even if centuries from now, I find someone else to share my life with, it will not diminish what we have. You will not become less important because time passes. You will always be the one who changed everything for me." The scent of the coffee, now slightly cooled, mixed with the faint earthy aroma of rain that was beginning to tap lightly against the window pane, each droplet adding a cool, fresh note to the room. She was crying in earnest now, and so was he. The sound of their shared sobs was a low, rhythmic tide, the occasional hiccup a reminder of the humanity pulsing between them. "I know it is not fair," he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. "I know you are giving up the possibility of growing old with someone who ages at the same rate. I know I am asking you to accept that I will watch you change while I stay the same, and I know the end will come too soon. It always will. But Layla, I need you to understand. I choose this. I choose 30 years of real, messy, beautiful life with you, over 300 years of safe, lonely existence without you." The words softened, each one landing gently on her heart like a feather. "That is the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me," she managed through her tears, her voice thick, and also the saddest. The tears slipped down her cheeks, catching the light, glistening like tiny diamonds. "It is the truth." He pulled her into his lap, holding her close, the solid weight of his torso a grounding presence. "I will not lie to you and say it does not scare me. The thought of losing you, of being without you, it is terrifying. But loving you anyway, living with you anyway, building a life with you anyway, knowing it will end too soon, that is the bravest thing I will ever do." The low hum of the refrigerators seemed to pulse in time with their breathing, a steady background rhythm. They held each other while they both cried, for the unfairness of it all, for the love they would found, despite the odds, for the future they would have, and the one they would not. The world outside continued unnoticed, the muffled sounds of traffic and distant conversations leaking through the thin walls, a reminder that life kept moving beyond their intimate cocoon. "I'm going to get old," Layla said eventually, her face pressed against his shoulder, the heat of his chest seeping into her skin, the faint scent of his aftershave, warm, amber, with a hint of sandalwood, wrapping around them like a soft blanket. "I know," he responded, his voice a low murmur. "Really old, gray hair, wrinkles, all of it." The thought lingered, a visual image forming in her mind of silver strands spilling over her shoulders, fine lines mapping the years of laughter and sorrow on her face. "Good," he replied, smile tugging at his lips. "I cannot wait to see you with gray hair. I bet you will be stunning." His words were gentle, the timbre warm, as if he imagined the soft texture of her hair, the way it would feel in his hands, the sweet scent of lavender and age-softened skin. "I am serious," she whispered, a playful edge returning to her voice despite the tears still glistening. "So am I." He pulled back to look at her, his eyes clear, the light catching the faint flecks of gold in his irises. "You think I'm going to love you less because you are older? Layla, I fell in love with your voice, your heart, your ridiculous sense of humor. Those things do not fade with time. If anything, they get better." The couch cushions creaked softly as he shifted, the fabric sighing under his weight. "My voice will change, get weaker," she admitted, a faint tremor in her tone, the sound of her breath shallow as she imagined the future. He tightened his hold, his thumb brushing the soft skin of her hand. "That is okay. I will love every version of you, Layla, the one that sings in the night, the one that laughs in the kitchen, the one that whispers in the dark, the one that is gentle and tired at the end of the day. No matter how your voice sounds, it will always be yours, and yours alone." The gentle rustling of the curtains, now fluttering with a light breeze, added a soft, soothing background sound. The conversation waned, leaving them in a comfortable silence filled only by the faint ticking of the wall clock, the occasional pop of the radiator, and the steady, rhythmic beat of two hearts entwined in a shared, fragile, beautiful moment. Their senses were alive, the lingering smell of coffee, the taste of syrup still clinging to their tongues, the warmth of each other's bodies, the soft glow of morning light bathing the room, and the quiet, steady hum of life continuing outside. "Then I will love it in a different way, every stage of you, every version." His hands framed her face. "This is not about you staying frozen at 32 forever. This is about me getting to be with you for as long as we have, and I will treasure every year, every change, every moment, even the hard ones. What about when I cannot perform anymore, and my body cannot do the things it used to? Then I will be there, supporting you, caring for you, loving you." His voice was steady now, certain. "Layla, I am not naive. I know what I am signing up for. I will be young and strong while you are not. And yes, people will look at us weird. They will judge. They will assume things. But I do not care what they think. I only care about you, about us." She searched his face, looking for doubt, for hesitation, for any sign that he had not fully thought this through. But all she saw was love, absolute, unwavering love. "What if you get tired of me?" she whispered. "What if 50 years in, you look at me and wish you would waited for someone who could give you more time? Then I will remember this moment, this conversation, the choice I am making right now, with full knowledge of what it means." He kissed her forehead. "I am going into this with my eyes open, Layla, and I am choosing you. Not despite the limited time, not ignoring reality, but choosing you anyway, choosing us anyway. I do not know if I am that brave. You are. You chose me too, knowing the same thing. Knowing you would age while I did not. Knowing you would have to watch me grieve you when you are gone. That takes incredible courage, or incredible stupidity." He laughed, watery but genuine. "Maybe both. But if we are stupid, at least we are stupid together." She kissed him then, deep and desperate, and full of all the words she could not quite say. When they finally broke apart, she was still crying, but differently now. not from fear or grief, but from the overwhelming reality of being loved completely. "I will move in with you," she said. "I will build a life with you. I will take whatever time we have and make it count." "Yeah? Yeah, because you are right. 30 years with you is worth more than 100 years with someone else. Even if it ends too soon, even if it breaks us both, we will make it good," he promised. "Every day, we will make it so good that when the end comes, we will have no regrets. Only gratitude for the time we had." "That is a nice idea." "It is not just an idea. It is a promise." He tucked her hair behind her ear. "I promise to make every year count. To love you through every change. To be there for every stage, the easy ones and the hard ones. And when the time comes when you are at the end and I am not, I promise to be grateful that I got to love you at all, that you chose to spend your life with me. Stop making me cry. Cannot help it. You asked about forever. I am telling you what our forever looks like." She laughed through her tears, pressing her face back into his shoulder. "This is the worst and best conversation we have ever had. Welcome to the hard stuff. This is what it means to really commit to someone." His arms tightened around her. "We do not get the fairy tale ending, Layla. We do not get to grow old together in the traditional sense, but we get this. We get it now. We get to choose each other every day, knowing exactly what we are choosing." "I choose you," she whispered. "I choose you too." They sat like that for a long time, holding each other, crying and laughing and processing the weight of what they would just committed to. It was not romantic in the traditional sense. No one wrote love songs about mortality and lifespan differences. But it was real, honest, the kind of love that looked fear in the face and said you are worth it anyway. "So," Theo said eventually, his voice lighter, "when do you want to start moving your stuff in? You are really committed to this domesticity thing, are not you?" "Extremely. I want your coffee mugs in my cabinets and your shoes by my door, and your weird collection of vintage band t-shirts in my closet. They are not weird, they are classic. They are from bands that broke up before you were born, which makes them classic." He kissed her temple. "Move in with me. Bring all your weird vintage shirts and your tendency to leave sheet music everywhere, and your habit of singing in the shower at 2 a.m. Bring all of it. Make this place ours." "Okay," she said, smiling against his shoulder. "Okay, let us do this. Yeah, let us build our 30 years, or 40, or 50, however many we get." "However many we get," he agreed. "And we will make them count." Later, after they talked through logistics, which of her furniture to keep, how to merge their lives, whether his closet could handle her entire wardrobe, it could not. They would need to figure something out. Layla found herself standing at his window, looking out at the city below. Theo came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "What are you thinking?" "That I am terrified." "Yeah? But I am also really, really happy." She leaned back into him. "Is that allowed? To be both? I think that is exactly what we are supposed to be. Scared and happy, uncertain and committed, human." He rested his chin on her shoulder. "This is what choosing looks like, Layla. It is not clean or simple or guaranteed. It is messy and complicated and sometimes heartbreaking. But it is ours." "Ours," she repeated, liking the sound of it. "Ours," he confirmed. "For however long we have." She turned in his arms, looking up at him. "I love you, even though it is scary, even though the ending is already written. I love you. I love you too, ending and all." They kissed as the afternoon sun streamed through the windows of what would soon be their apartment. Not his, not hers, theirs, a space they would build together, fill with memories, and make home. It was not perfect. It was not forever in the way fairy tales promised forever, but it was real and honest and more than enough. "Hey," Layla said, pulling back slightly. "When I am 70 and you still look like this, you are not allowed to complain when I make old people jokes. Deal. But I get to make them too. You will still be 34. You do not get old people joke privileges. I will be mentally very old, centuries old, even. That is not the same. I will have earned it, through sheer time served." She laughed, and the sound filled the apartment with warmth. "We are really doing this, building a life together, facing impossible stuff. We really are." He pulled her close again. Scared? Terrified? Good. Me too. But is it worth it? Absolutely. Worth it. And as they stood there in the afternoon light, holding each other and choosing each other despite everything that made it complicated, Layla realized something. This was what love looked like when you stripped away all the fantasy, when you faced the hard truths and chose to stay anyway, when you said, I know this will hurt eventually, but I want it anyway. It was the bravest thing she would ever done. And she would do it again in a heartbeat. 6 months later, Theo still was not used to waking up next to her. The scent of lavender and coconut shampoo lingered in the air, tangled with the faint musk of his own cologne on the sheets. The pillow was dented beneath her head, crumpled from restless sleep, and her dark hair fanned out across it like ink spilled on parchment. Morning light filtered through the gauzy curtain, casting soft amber stripes across her face. Peaceful, still, her breath a warm, rhythmic huff against the pillowcase. One small hand clutched the edge of the pillow, curled as if cradling a hidden secret. The room felt warm, cocooned in the heat of their bodies, the duvet a weightless barrier against the chill that seeped through the apartment as older walls. Stop staring at me, Layla mumbled, her voice thick with sleep, the words muffled by the pillow as she did not open her eyes. A faint, sweet smell of vanilla lingered on her skin, mingling with the sharp tang of his soap from the shared bathroom. How do you always know? He asked, his thumb brushing the back of her wrist where their skin touched. The faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs buzzed softly, a steady companion to the silence. Because you do it every morning, she said, eyelashes fluttering open. Her eyes were molten gold in the half-light, flecked with green, and she smirked, the corner of her lip lifting. And you have a very distinctive staring energy. Staring energy is not a thing. It absolutely is. Very intense, very wolfy. She stretched, her muscles shifting beneath her skin like liquid shadow, the movement causing the tangled sheets to slip down her shoulders. Her bare feet, cold against the warm floorboards, curled against the edge of the mattress. The t-shirt she would stolen from him, his favorite, a faded black band tee with a peeling graphic, hugged her frame, its fabric soft from years of laundry, carrying the ghost of his scent. What time is it? Early. You do not have to be up yet. The words hung in the stillness, the quiet broken only by the distant clatter of a train outside. Neither do you, Mr. Alpha. What is the excuse this time? Council meeting at 8. Budget review. He groaned, rolling onto his back with a sigh that stirred the air between them. The springs of the mattress creaked beneath his movement, and the cool tiles of the floor pressed into his bare shoulders. 3 hours of Claire and Morrison arguing about resource allocation. I pretend to care about the difference between the maintenance budget and the infrastructure budget. They are different budgets? Apparently, Marcus tried to explain it to me. I zoned out after 5 minutes. She laughed, the sound low and warm, like the crackle of a fireplace, and propped herself up on one elbow. Her knee pressed into his hip, a fleeting, possessive weight, as she looked down at him. You are very cute when you are domestically annoyed. I am an alpha. I am not cute. You made me pancakes yesterday with chocolate chips arranged in a smiley face. You are cute. That was strategic. You were grumpy about the rain canceling your outdoor gig. It worked. I was significantly less grumpy after the pancakes. She leaned in, her breath brushing his jaw, the minty freshness of her toothpaste lingering, and kissed him. Her lips were soft, a ghost of pressure, and he tasted the faint bitterness of her morning coffee still on her tongue. Thank you for the pancakes and for being cute. You are welcome. Even though I maintain that I am fierce and intimidating, extremely fierce, terrifyingly intimidating. Now go lead your pack while I sleep for 3 more hours like a civilized person. He kissed her once more, the press of her mouth against his lingering a heartbeat longer, before forcing himself out of bed. The apartment, their apartment now, fully merged and lived in, hummed with the faint sense of their shared life, the resin of her incense burners, the citrus tang of his laundry detergent, the earthy aroma of her guitar cases stacked in the corner. Her guitar leaned against the wall near the couch, its mahogany wood gleaming faintly in the gloom. His paperwork sat in neat stacks on the dining table, the crisp paper contrasted against the worn oak. Her coffee mugs filled an entire cabinet, chipped ones with lipstick stains, mismatched handles, one with a chipper cartoon frog that made him smile. His books shared shelf space with her chic music, the spines cracked from overuse, their pages dog-eared and smudged with ink. It was messy and imperfect, and exactly what he would wanted. His phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. "Please tell me you remembered the council meeting. I am literally getting dressed right now." "Good, because Claire is already here, and she is in a mood." "When is not she, fair point? See you in 20. Theo stepped into the shower, the steam rising to fog the bathroom mirror, the heat a stark contrast to the cold floor against his toes. He shaved, the razor a sharp bite against his skin, and dressed in a crisp, tailored shirt that smelled of his own musk and cologne, a deliberate armor against the day ahead. He stopped by the bedroom one more time before leaving. Layla was fully asleep again, her breath coming in the same soft, rhythmic pattern, the faint snore that he would come to associate with her deep sleep. The old, creaky floorboard beneath the nightstand groaned slightly as he placed a note there. "Good luck at rehearsal. See you tonight at Embers. Love you." The paper crinkled under his fingers, the ink smudged slightly from his fingerprints. Then he headed out into the late spring air, the chill biting at his skin, the city already coming to life with the screech of traffic and the murmur of morning voices. The council meeting was exactly as tedious as predicted. The room smelled of old wood polish and stale coffee, the air thick with the murmur of shifting bodies and the clatter of porcelain cups. Claire's voice was sharp as she argued for increasing the security budget, her nails rapping a staccato beat against the polished oak table. Morrison leaned forward, his tone measured but unyielding, expounding on the need to expand education facilities. The Kens, twin brothers with twin grievances, spoke in overlapping cadences about better medical resources. Every word dripped with conviction, every hand gesture of performance. Theo sat at the head of the table, the weight of his chair solid beneath him, his tie cinching tight against his throat as he listened. The clock on the wall ticked with a metronomic precision that grated on his nerves. Outside, the sun climbed higher, and the room grew stuffy with the heat of so many bodies. "You are distracted," Marcus said afterward, catching him in the hallway. The scent of his shirt was muted under layers of expensive cologne, but Theo could still detect the hint of his preferred scotch after meetings. "I'm always distracted during budget meetings. They are boring." "Oh, I mean in general. You've been checking your phone every 5 minutes. Layla has rehearsal today, with a new backup singer. She is nervous." Marcus grinned, the sound punctuated by the echo of distant voices from the main hall. "You are such a softy now. It is embarrassing." "I'm literally still your alpha. I could make your life very difficult." "Yeah, but you will not, because Layla would disapprove, and you are terrified of disappointing her." Unfortunately, Marcus was completely right. Theo had discovered that being in love made him significantly less intimidating as a leader. Hard to project fierce authority when everyone knew you went home and made your girlfriend pancakes with smiley faces arranged in chocolate chips. "How was the living together thing going?" Marcus asked as they walked toward the main building. "Good, really good." Theo's smile was slow, the warmth of it unspooling as he spoke. "She leaves coffee mugs everywhere and sings in the shower at 2 a.m. and has very strong opinions about which side of the bed is correct. It is perfect. You have got it bad. I really do. And she is performing at Embers tonight. The anniversary thing. Yeah, 6 months since we met. She wanted to go back to where it started." Theo's smile widened, the edges of his fingers brushing the pocket where he would tuck Layla's note. "She is going to sing the same song, making love out of nothing at all. The one she was singing when I first saw her. That is disgustingly romantic. I know. I might cry. Do not tell anyone." Marcus clapped him on the shoulder, the impact warm through his jacket. "Your secret's safe with me. But seriously, brother, you are happy. I can see it. The whole pack can see it. You made the right choice. I know I did. Every single day. I know." Embers looked exactly the same. The same dim amber lighting pooled in golden circles over the tables, the bulbs casting shadows that danced along the worn, dark wood of the bar. The same clink of glasses and murmur of conversation hummed in the background, a low, steady symphony that filled the space. The same polished mahogany bar gleamed under the light, its surface nicked and worn from years of elbows and spills. Small stage in the corner, a raised platform with a faded red curtain draped over its edge, stood just a few feet from where Theo had sat 6 months ago, heart hammering in his chest as he watched Layla's music weave through the room. Tonight, the bar was busier than usual. Thursday night crowd, mixed with Layla's regular followers, who had seen her announcement on social media about the special performance. Theo had arrived early, claiming the same corner table where he and Callum had sat that first night. The chair creaked softly as he settled into it, the wood warm from hours of use. The air carried the tang of beer, the smoky sweetness of whiskey, and the faint traces of Layla's presence in the form of a half-empty glass of red wine that had not been refilled. The bartender, the same guy from 6 months ago, placed a porter on the table, the foam cresting over the rim, the glass cool against his palm. "Good to see you again. Your lady's in the back, getting ready. Thanks, James. She's got a good crowd tonight. Word gets around when someone's talented." Theo nodded, sipping the beer, the bitter bite of the hops grounding him as his gaze swept the room. A few pack members had shown up, Marcus and his mate, some of the younger wolves. Even Eleanor and Thomas had driven in from the compound. They were scattered throughout the bar, blending with the human crowd, here to support their alpha's mate. It still gave him a thrill, that phrase, his mate, not chosen by the moon, but chosen by him, by her, by the two of them deciding this was what they wanted. The lights dimmed and a hush rippled through the room. The bartender, as usual, jazz soundtrack faded out, replaced by the low hum of anticipation. Annie Wright took the stage first, adjusting his guitar with the ease of someone who would done this thousands of times. "Evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out. We've got something special tonight. 6 months ago in this very bar, something pretty magical happened. 2 people met, fell in love, and now we are celebrating that. So let us give a warm welcome to the incredibly talented Layla." The applause was loud, a rolling wave of claps and cheers, but Theo did not join in. His eyes were on the back door, where the stage lights would catch her in a heartbeat. The air smelled of rosemary and astringent leather polish from Danny's gear, and the floorboards creaked as the crowd shifted. When she walked onto the stage, the room inhaled as one. She was wearing all black again, same that hubbed her legs like a second skin, the same flowing top that swayed with her steps, those same stiletto boots that clicked against the wooden floor. Her hair fell in dark waves over her shoulders, and the red lipstick she wore was sharp enough to cut through the dim light. But this time, when she took her place at the microphone and scanned the crowd, she was not looking for strangers to connect with. She was looking for him. Their eyes met across the room. She smiled, that real, unguarded smile that she only gave him, and Theo felt his heart do something complicated in his chest. "Hi," Layla said into the microphone, her voice warm and intimate. "Some of you know this story already, but 6 months ago I was standing on this stage, singing backup for Danny, just doing my job. And someone was sitting right there," she pointed at Theo's table, "hearing me for the first time. I did not know it then, that someone would change my entire life." A few people in the crowd awed. Eleanor from her table near the bar was definitely crying already. "So tonight, I am singing the same song I sang that night, the song that started everything, and I am singing it for him." She looked directly at Theo, and the rest of the room seemed to fade away. "This one's for you, love." Danny started playing, the familiar opening notes of Making Love Out of Nothing at All filling the bar, and Layla began to sing. Theo had heard her voice hundreds of times now, in the shower, in the car, at pack bonfires, during professional gigs. He would heard her tired and happy and sad and everything in between. But tonight, hearing her sing this song while looking directly at him, knowing what they would been through to get here, it hit different. Her voice was smoke and honey, darkness and light, just like the first time. But now he knew the person behind the voice, knew her fears and her strength, knew the way she hummed while cooking and cried during sad movies, and fell asleep mid-sentence when she was exhausted, knew that she loved him, chose him, stayed with him, even when it was scary. The song built to its emotional peak, Layla's voice soaring over Danny's guitar, and Theo did not even try to stop the tears that slid down his face. He was not embarrassed. Half the bar was crying with him, caught up in the beauty of the music and the obvious love between the singer and the man she was singing to. When the final notes faded, the applause was deafening. Layla took a small bow, then said something to Danny and stepped off the stage. She did not stop to chat with fans or accept compliments from other performers. She walked straight through the crowd to Theo's table. He stood as she approached, and then she was in his arms, hugging him tight. "You made me cry," he whispered into her hair. "Good. You deserve it after making me cry approximately 1,000 times with your romantic speeches." "Fair point." She pulled back to look at him, cupping his face. Hi yourself." "That was incredible. It is a good song. It is not about the song. It is about you. It has always been about you." "Sap, absolutely." He kissed her softly, not caring that half the bar was watching. "Love you, I love you too." Marcus appeared at their table with fresh beers. "That was beautiful. Also, Mom's crying, just warning you." "Your mom or my mom?" Layla asked. "Both." They have formed some kind of emotional support alliance near the bar. Theo groaned. "Perfect. Actually, it is kind of sweet. They are bonding over how romantic you two are." Marcus grinned. "Oh," and Claire left halfway through the song. "So that is fun." She came, briefly. Apparently witnessing true love was too much for her. After Marcus left, Theo and Layla settled into the booth together, her tucked against his side. The bar had returned to its normal rhythm, conversations resuming, Danny playing another song, life continuing around them. "So," Layla said, 6 months. 6 months, he agreed. "And 6 months of my life. Even the part where we broke up for 2 weeks and were both miserable. Especially that part. Because we figured out how to come back from it, how to fight for this." She was quiet for a moment, playing with his fingers. "Do you ever regret it? Choosing me instead of waiting for fate?" He would been expecting this question. She still asked it sometimes, usually late at night when her fears got loud, and he always answered the same way, with absolute honesty. Never. Not for a single second. He tilted her chin up so she would look at him. "Layla, I am grateful every day that fate did not choose for me, because I got to choose you. I got to look at you and think that is who I want, and then actually go after what I wanted. Most wolves do not get that. They get handed their mate and told this is your person. No choice, no risk, no real decision. But you got to decide," she said softly. "I got to decide, and I chose you. I chose this messy, complicated, beautiful thing we are building together. I chose 30 years over 300. I chose the woman who makes me laugh and challenges me and leaves coffee mugs everywhere and sings in the shower at ungodly hours." He kissed her forehead. "And I would make that same choice every single day for the rest of my life, even when I am old and gray and you are still. Especially then. I cannot wait to see you with gray hair. I bet you will be stunning." She laughed, but it sounded watery. "You are going to make me cry in public. You literally just made me cry in public. Turnabout is fair play. That was art. This is just you being impossibly romantic. I learned from the best." He pulled her closer. "But I mean it, Layla. Every word. This, us, it is the best thing I have ever done, and the bravest." "Brave," she repeated, like she was testing the word. "Yeah, because choosing is brave. Loving without the guarantee of forever is brave. Building something that will hurt when it ends, that is the bravest thing anyone can do." "You are going to make me cry again." "Good. You are beautiful when you cry." "That is objectively false." "Objectively true. I have conducted extensive research." She was definitely crying now, but smiling through it. "I choose you too, every day. Even on the days when you are annoying, or when I am scared, or when the future feels impossible. I choose you. We are really doing this," he said, more to himself than to her. "Building a life. Facing the impossible stuff. We really are." She kissed him soft and sweet. "And it is worth it. Every scary moment, every hard conversation, all of it." Danny's voice cut through the moment. "Hey, Theo, get up here. Your lady says you owe the crowd a dance." Theo looked at Layla. "You told him to say that, did not you?" "Maybe. Come on, Alpha, dance with me." "I do not dance." "You do tonight." He let her pull him to his feet, following her to the small space in front of the stage that served as a dance floor. And he had switched to something slow and romantic. Of course he had. probably at Layla's request. Theo pulled her into his arms, and they swayed together, barely moving, just holding each other, while the music played, the bar watched, and their mothers cried happy tears from their alliance near the bar. "This is nice," Layla murmured against his chest. "Yeah, it is. 6 months ago, I never could have imagined this, being this happy, being this sure of someone. Me neither. I thought I would spend my whole life waiting for the bond that never came. And then you sang, and I realized I did not need the bond. I just needed you." She pulled back to look at him. "You know what the crazy thing is." "What?" "I am not scared right now. For the first time in months, I am just happy. No fear. No waiting for the other shoe to drop. Just this. Good. That is how it should be. Is this how you feel all the time? Just stupidly happy?" "Pretty much. It is annoying how happy I am. Marcus makes fun of me constantly." She laughed, tucking herself back against him. "Then I guess we are both stupidly happy together." "Stupidly happy together," he agreed. "I like the sound of that." They danced through 2 more songs, then 3, then lost count because it did not matter. The bar continued around them, people drinking and laughing and living their lives. But in that small space, swaying to music that wrapped around them like a blessing, Theo and Layla were in their own world, a world they would build, a world they would chosen. "Hey," Layla said eventually. "Hey yourself. Thank you. For what? For choosing me, for fighting for us, for being brave enough to want something that fate did not promise you." She kissed the spot right over his heart. "For giving me a reason to be brave, too. Thank you for letting me choose you, for choosing me back, for singing that song 6 months ago, completely destroying my life in the best possible way." She smiled against his shirt. "We are pretty good at this, are not we? The choosing thing. We are excellent at it. World-class choosers. Is that a thing? It is now." From the bar, Eleanor called out, "Theo, bring her by the table. Thomas wants to take a photo." Layla groaned. "Your parents are documenting us. They have been documenting us for months, and for approximately 300 photos of us doing normal things like eating breakfast. That is actually kind of sweet. It is embarrassing, but also sweet. Come on, let us go satisfy the parents before they get more emotional." They made their way to Eleanor and Thomas's table, where Theo's mother immediately pulled Layla into a hug. "That performance was beautiful, sweetheart. Thank you, Eleanor. And you," she turned to Theo, "you stop making me cry at public venues. It is getting ridiculous." "Sorry, Mom." "No, you are not." But she was smiling. "You two are perfect together, absolutely perfect." Thomas raised his glass. "To 6 months, and to many more." "Many more," Theo agreed, pulling Layla close. They took photos, several of them, because Eleanor could not decide which angle was best. They accepted congratulations from pack members who would come to watch. They talked to other bar patrons who wanted to tell Layla how beautiful her singing was, and through it all Theo kept Layla's hand in his, angering her, reminding her she belonged here, in his world, in his life, in this moment they would build together. Eventually, the crowd thinned. Danny finished his set. The bar started the slow wind down toward closing time. "Ready to head home?" Theo asked. "Home," Layla repeated, and he heard the weight she put on that word. The way it meant something now, not just a place, but a shared space. Their space. "Yeah, let us go home." They said their goodbyes, promised Eleanor they would come to Sunday dinner, and walked out into the cool night air. The city hummed around them, traffic and distant music, and the constant low buzz of urban life. But Theo only heard Layla's breathing, felt her hand in his, smelled the familiar scent of her perfume, mixed with the bar's smoke and beer. "So," she said as they walked, "same time next week?" "You have another gig at Embers." "No, dummy. I mean us. Same time next week. I choose you again. And the week after that. And the week after that." His heart did that complicated thing again. "Yeah. Same time next week. And every week after." "Good." She squeezed his hand. "Because I am not going anywhere. Neither am I, even when it gets hard. Especially when it gets hard. Promise?" "I promise." They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, and when they reached their building, climbed the stairs to their apartment, unlocked the door to their home, Theo felt it again. That certainty. That absolute knowledge that this was right, not because the moon had ordained it, not because fate had decided, but because they had chosen it, built it, fought for it when it would have been easier to walk away. That night, lying in bed with Layla already asleep beside him, Theo thought about the future, about the years they would have and the ones they would not, about growing old and saying goodbye, and all the impossible things they would agreed to face together. And he thought, worth it, every moment, every tear, every hard conversation, scary decision, worth it, because love was not about destiny or fate or perfect timing. Love was about choosing, every single day, choosing to stay, choosing to fight, choosing to build something beautiful, even when you knew it would not last forever. And Theo Cross, alpha, leader, man who had spent his whole life waiting for fate to decide his future, had finally learned a most important lesson of all. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose for yourself. He chose Layla, and he would keep choosing her, for however long they had, one brave decision at a time. That is the end of this tale, but in the world of the supernatural, there is always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there is more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Do not forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave. Never stop listening.